everyone, and welcome to the straight ripping coverage of the Atlanta qualifiers. I am joined by the magnificent and beautiful man, Wonderboy, who is a very qualified person to be right next to me. Harry, it's great to be working with you again.
It's great to be working with you again, mate. It's been a couple of years, isn't it, since the, first year of Halo Infinite, I think. But how incredible is it to be working with Straight Ripping to support Halo esports in the year of 2026. I remember like 19 years ago when the Straight Ripping montage came out, stayed up all night in EU just for its release, and fast forward 19 years, here we are. It's pretty cool feeling.
One of those prestigious teams that have been around for a very long time, Harry. I think Straight Ripping have been trying to support the scene for a long time, and with things like this, they're starting to ramp up, and it's been very good so far.
Yeah, it's been pretty good so far. Obviously, we're here today to cover the Atlanta qualifier. And actually, I don't think it was 19 years. I think it was 17 years ago. I'm going to have to do the
when your numbers go that high.
It was 2009.
Nobody was going to correct you.
We tried in sound check. I couldn't get past like 5. And it's like 1, 2, 3. I mean, I can't get past 5. But yeah, today, the big thing is DreamHack Atlanta. It's happening in May. The top 4 teams from this weekend's tournament will qualify for travel coverage. That means hotel, travel, everything, you know, the whole shebang to go out to Atlanta and compete for the tournament title. Obviously, we know Shopify are the favourites, Richie, but we've got a whole host of other players and teams ready to duke it out and try and get that coveted top 4 spot.
Those are the stakes, and we have some really good teams as well across all different regions. We've got Magin from Europe, we've got a couple of the ANZ teams, and we're even starting to see some LATAM teams mixing across with some North American players, which is always great to see. But like you say, with Shopify Rebellion being the favourites, but Luminon Gaming, they've been pushing them close these last few weeks.
They have, and it's all come from the change, hasn't it? Following their really just abysmal placement in Birmingham. I mean, top 6 for a roster that was looking to try and push Shopify in the latter stages of the tournament. They took out a player, put in Snakebite. Not a bad replacement at all. That man has won several world championships in this esports. So yeah, I think that's a pretty wise move from the complexion of this roster. They're obviously looking for a bit more of a veteran in there to, maybe call the plays when things are going south. You can't put all of that responsibility on Trippy and expect him to go off at the same time. So yeah, I like this change. It looks like a decent roster hit.
Descended out, Snakebite in, and you speak about, maybe some of those crunch time decisions when series are really getting away from you, or even if it's those nearly tense moments, those 49-49, you need someone to make the play call. Snakebite, there are a few better than him to be the man to put in the line of sight.
Yeah, he's the general. He is the general. He's definitely, I think we're all very happy, aren't we, to see PJ back competing after taking a few months off following the conclusion of last season, the resumption of this season. I think it was a big snakebite shaped hole in this scene, so we're really glad to see him back.
And you spoke about the experience in Trippy and Snakebite as well, of course, but another man that's on the stage with them that's going to be sitting next to him, it's going to be Precision, and he's been a player that's been impressive me lately.
Yeah, he's been very impressive. I can't lie, Precision. I mean, every time we played against one of Precision's teams from throughout, year 2 onwards, he was just hitting another gear every single time. So he was a player that you definitely need to look out for. Looking across the rest of this tournament, I mean, there's been some roster changes here or there, not just in America, but also in Europe. Over in America, the big one obviously is Luminon that we've just covered, but also there's Luminon Black, Descendant, who we just said has swapped over to this roster now. This is Boo Boo, Descendant, Envor, and Piggy. Piggy after placing 3rd in Birmingham, Boo Boo and Envor placing 4th, and Descendant, obviously, as I just mentioned, with that top 6 placement, they all found themselves kind of looking for a new roster. And I can't lie, that combo of Boo Boo and Descendant, looking at their pictures, I mean, listen, I don't want no trouble, fellas. I don't want no trouble. I mean, Piggy's saying, go get him, and Descendant and Boo Boo are just like, okay, dude, let's go. I'm down for a scrap.
I'm excited by this team, but also there's a little bit of danger in them. If you're not minding your P's and Q's, this team will cause you a lot of problems. Speaking of problems, there's another team that is back together. Bound, Stellar, Eco, and Penguin, Harry. This team have not been together since 2023, and they've seen a lot of success.
Yeah, we were trying to figure out whether it was 2022, 2023. They were a team that were definitely one that if you faced up against, you wouldn't want to play in a latter stage of a tournament. We can see them here. They're back, boys. The SSG of 22/23/ whenever it was that they were together. They're back. And they won tournaments together. So we'll see if the chemistry is rolling for them. Obviously, Eco, Bound, Stella not really having the best of times. bound, did attend Birmingham, but only to coach. I mean, they'll be wanting to push the top 4. I mean, looking at the players here on this roster, they're just too good to not be in that top 4 territory.
And we'd be remiss if we didn't mention the team that have been going on and dominating the tournament, Shopify Rebellion. They have barely missed a step. They've dropped a couple of games here and there, but they keep getting the job done, Harry. Shopify Rebellion still on top.
I mean, listen, Rich, these Straight Ripping have been around since, what, 2003, 2004, maybe even earlier than that. By the process of elimination and the passing of time, we can ascertain that if you're a Straight Ripping fan or if you've heard of Straight Ripping, you're over the age of 18. That's good because the last 2 times I have commentated Last Shot, I have sworn a total of 3 times, involuntarily. His point of view is just off the charts. He is genuinely one of the most precise and raw aimers you will ever see in this game. He's hitting a different level this season. Even though it seems like there is less at stake, he wants it more than anyone else still. He wants to stay on top.
And we spoke about, Luminon Gaming, they're having 2 players in Precision and Tolic, and you've also, last year, it was a very similar story with Shopify Rebellion. You had the experienced players in Royal 2 and Frosty, and then the up-and-comers in Cycle and Last Shot, and going on to win World Championships, and now looking to dominate this season as well. But Luminon Gaming, they've been there or thereabouts. This new team with Eco and Stellar, they're going to be looking to cause a little bit of ruckus as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of storylines across the board, isn't there? We've even got some of the lads from Down Under, obviously going to have to play on 200, 300 ping. The guys you know from last season, shout out Mind Freak, love those guys. They were really hitting their stride last season, so good to see them still trying their best to compete. There'll be a huge, huge ping disadvantage today, guys. If they can push towards that top 8, even online at 200, 300 ping is insane. That would be like winning a tournament for these guys, so look out for the mouse and keyboard combo of Rice and Scoob. Those guys can be the difference, but Barcode is the name out of these that you'll probably know the most. He is an absolute demon. Tried to sign him a couple of times over the years, Richie. The stars didn't align, but he is definitely worth the accolades and all the plaudits that he gets.
He kept on slipping the Navi net. What is it about Barcode that he brings to his team that makes them just that little bit better? They have that X factor in Barcode.
Yeah, it might not be something you guys get to see just from raw gameplay, but when you're in the pro player areas at these LAN events, you get to hear his communication, how driven he is, how much of a difference he makes. I mean, I remember conversations even with Coach Hoaxer I was having in when would it have been, year 3? When he was with Native Red, and I was just asking, how he was settling into life in America and whatnot, and he was saying, yeah, honestly, like, he's the biggest difference maker, biggest impact signing that we could have made. And it comes from his communication, his mentality out in and outside the game. He is just his playstyle is aggressive, he pushes the pace, but also somehow gets impact, doubles, triples. He is one of those players that is worth his weight in gold to a roster. So yeah, look out for Barcode. Even on 200 ping, he can be dangerous.
And it's one of those things when you have players like that who, when their communication is as good as it is, if their performance level takes a little bit of a dip, if maybe their shot's not on, they're not hitting the headshots with the sniper rifle, you can always depend on them to relay the information. Because let's say a player like Royal 2 of the past, who was maybe a little bit quieter on the comms but would always go about his business, if he was underperforming, you don't get the performance level and you don't get the communication. But with Barcode, you really do get the double package.
Yeah, you do. You don't get that luxury if you're one of those Royal 2 style players, you have to be putting up those numbers. And so Barcode, yeah, maybe he gets a bit of a pass if he's not performing consistently, but he is genuinely consistently one of the top performers. So it's going to be tough for Max Passion. Another thing we should talk about today, Richie, is the seeds. Because of DreamHack Birmingham, only 4, let's say it, North American teams were able to get travel coverage. So we had more than 4 fly out, but the majority of the competition was European. As a result, most European players playing in this tournament will be a higher seed just by proxy of being at a LAN tournament. It sucks. It's unfortunate for some of the earlier rounds, because it means that, just looking across the board, Super CC, Ryan Noob, Suspector, Tapping Buttons, they are 26th seed in this tournament. Now, some of them didn't play the earlier cups, qualifying for Birmingham, and obviously they weren't at Birmingham, but that is a roster that can make some serious problems. You also have the likes of Leo, Strikey, Noble, Rauch. Those guys are really good. They've made pool play at majors several times. They are 17th seed. That is quite low by my estimations. So there going to be a few upsets, some dodgy brackets here or there. It could be very interesting to see what happens this weekend.
Yeah, I think a lot of action. There's going to be a lot of teams locking horns for those coveted prizes. Of course, travel coverage is massive. And with the European teams already having a massive advantage, maybe some players out there, maybe the likes of Outcast, are thinking if I could just make it a few more rounds, perhaps that Atlantic qualification's on the cards for me.
Yeah, can you imagine? Wait, are we live? No, oh god, no, that can't happen. Come on, Richie. This isn't real.
Well, what we're going to do is we're going to throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, we will
Outcast,
have the first series of the day. We do love you, Outcast, and we do wish you the very best in this tournament. But we will have the first series of the day when we come right back. Don't go anywhere, folks.
are they from that we're not getting east? Do you think they're geoing? Like them? Yeah.
Capture the flag.
I go window. I'm doing snipe. Nothing elbow. They all snipe, they all snipe. Passing. I don't know where they are. Yeah, roommate. S1, S1, S1. S1 going on thrust, on thrust, on thrust. Ah. Can kill bro. Yo, window as well. Red BR. Red BR one. Yeah. One on Ray. We get 3, I can shoot flag. Flag dead. One more on me, S1. He's one shot this one. Yes, rocket maze, rocket red maze. Yeah, it's shining. Nice, one shot. Nice. Yeah, spinning.
Hello everyone, it was our intention to bring you a series, but actually a team was having some technical difficulties and forfeited it, so we're going to have to move on and pivot live on the scene, Harry.
Yeah, sorry to Team Saving Slays and Team Smiling Friends. We wanted to commentate your match, we really did, but one of you forfeited, so instead we're going to have to just hang around and just watch the margin stream while we wait for our round 2 match to catch up. So rather than just leave you guys watching a stream, which you could go and do anyway, we know, loads of people here are here to support Straight Ripping. We've got the amazing co-streamers. Shout out Eli, shout out Reclaimer, shout out Stress, shout out Trunks. Love you guys. We figured we'd give you something, to listen to. I did say maybe we should do like a Sudoku or something, or like a crossword, or, start a game of Monopoly. But we can't do that, apparently. Like, the technology is just not there yet. So we can take a look at SLG's stream while we just hang around and, get a chance to watch a bit of Halo and chat with each other and hopefully make it a little bit entertaining. I don't know.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, rock, paper, scissors is even difficult to do on camera. It's really, which hand do you use, right or left, and then home and away. But anyway, there's Halo on our screens is what's mostly important. I know what you're thinking. Did the European commentators put on a European stream? Listen, we're not really in charge of all of that. That's not where we don't pick where the gameplay goes. But anyway, we're on board with SLG, and what better place to be?
Yeah, Origin flag. I believe margin are up. And by the way, is it margin? How would you pronounce it?
I think it's tomato, potato.
Gotcha. Well, they're up 2-0 in games, 2-0 in flags. So this should be the series winning capture the flag score. And we were just chatting before we came on air. You were asking, where's this player? Where's that player? As far as I understand, Glory was on this team instead of the Mighties. And there is the series winning capture. So it was Collect, SLG, Glory, and Wootum. first of all, great to have Wooten back.
Always.
My son, I love him. But Glory was on the squad, and apparently I just dipped into SLG's chat while we were waiting for, you know, the series that never even happened. I mean, poor Smiling Friends and Saving Slaves. You guys don't get to be commentated. Sorry, guys.
Go series.
Again, really sorry. It's devastating when your series get pulled from main stage. It's horrible. And SLG said apparently Glory got himself a job, and I said, a job? What is that? I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
Do you know what are these job things?
Are you supposed to go places? Does that commit your time to things? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
I'm not sure on the grounds of it all, but one way or another, Glory cannot attend DreamHack Atlanta, which is a shame for us Irish fans. He is, you know, the pinnacle of Irish Halo at the moment, and unfortunately for him, he has found pastures in you.
All I'm saying is, Legend recently got dropped from the Margin Call of Duty team. His whole squad got released. I'm just saying, SLG and Legend could reunite. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. It could be a pretty cool squad. Imagine Wooten and Legend on the same team, dude.
Legend, SLG, and Sika all available, plus a chick. We almost have a certain green team with a capital Q letter. Almost. We're almost there, right? There's players available. All I'm saying. And by the way, if you're going to say Majin, I will say Majin, just so we cover the bases here and we're being correct one way or another.
Yeah, but then there's Majin, there's Margin, and then there's like a third way I think you can say it.
We won't be doing that. We will not be doing that.
The easiest way to distinguish,
way
right? Just don't call your thing like an ambiguous name. Call it straight ripping. That is a great way to distinguish yourself. Look at this beautiful branding. We haven't had a chance to commentate on any Halo yet. That's fine, don't worry. We know everyone here is very patient, but you can just enjoy the surroundings. Look at this. It's beautiful. It's blue, my favorite color. And Straight's back, and they're supporting HCS and Halo in 2026, the big 2-6. It's brilliant.
And if for whatever reason, you know, you get tired and Harry and I start to grate on you, just know as this stream rolls on, even more qualified people end up on the stream. We've got national champions, we've got world championship winning coaches, and Harry, by the way, you're a player who's also had some accomplishments along the way, but also you started as a player, turned talent, turned coach, and now you're back to talent again. You're a Swiss Army knife, a man of many tricks.
Observer. I was observer for a season.
He wears a man that wears many hats.
That's right. I do it all. I'm back here now. Listen, when straight ripping come knocking, all right, it's a different kind of knock. You have to listen to it, and you know they pulled me out of my cryo chamber like Master Chief, and I said, you know what, straight ripping, fine. When Daddy T Squared from jail uses his one phone call a week and is like, Wonder Boy, come and commentate, you have to answer it, and you have to agree, otherwise, you know, he's going a week without speaking to anyone. So yeah, I was like, fine, I will do it, but only if we get to watch Team Saving Slaves versus Team Smiling Friends, and it never happened. So Tom Taylor, if you're watching this from prison, all right, we're gonna have words next week when you call me, all right?
But well, he can't be Mr. T. So is he just Mr. 2 when he's in prison? Is that how they do things over there? I'm not sure on social protocol.
I mean, listen,
prison and jail
I'm
time.
not sure how long the stream can be if we're going to debate the American prison system. We don't have that long, so we should maybe switch subjects.
Well, like you say, you did shout out the wonderful people that doing the watch parties as well, and I think it's always great that Straight Rippin' are here supporting the scene as best as they can and throwing on this broadcast and giving us an opportunity to speak and to throw some words out, because it's been a long time, Harry.
It's been too long, mate. It's been too long. I do love Halo, and it was fun for me coaching for a few seasons, and I'm in a bit of a weird predicament when it comes to the next game now. It's like, do I cast? Do I coach? Do I try and play? I mean, I don't know. It could be fun to do all three at the same time. I don't think that would really work out, though.
That is a juggling act I would love to see.
Yeah, I'll have to
you
work.
Die, run behind the chairs, call out the camo time, run back to your chair again.
Yeah, do some hype casting in between like the death screen, and then just throw the headset down. It's been a long time, and it's great to be back. I live and breathe this game. I love Halo Infinite. I think it's honestly one of the best Halos for me since Halo 3. It's something I've said consistently throughout the title, and back when I used to stream, you know, a couple of years ago, I would always say, for me, this game, sure, the population maybe not where it should be, but from a pure gameplay feeling point of view, for me, the most enjoyable also to watch since Halo 3, which is where Straight Ripping obviously came to the forefront. I know they won tournaments in Halo 2, people, alright? Listen, you can't see it because it's cropped in the camera, but I got a big Halo 2 rug, like right here. You can see it's the disc. You can see that's Master Chief right there. So I know Halo 2, I know Ball. But Halo 3 is where I fell in love with Straight. Oh, there we go. Oh, thanks, Infinity. Yeah. Look, that's Halo 2. You can't deny it. You know they had the original Xbox disc, alright? I love Halo 2. So I know Straight Ripping were around then, but listen, Halo 3 is where that came up, all right?
My memory is different as I get older. Were Halo discs always that size?
Yeah.
Right,
The original
okay.
Xbox was huge.
You could actually climb inside it if you needed to. I suppose
Yeah.
it's probably a good opportunity, Harry, to talk about your coaching career and the many successes, the highs and lows of everything that went on. I think you seen great success with Navi, top 8, but you even beyond then you picked up a mouse and keyboard player, and he seemed to do pretty well for you as well. So overall, big picture, your coaching experience at Halo Infinite, how was it?
This is what I was hoping this stream would turn into, just like a glorified, all about me.
It's a podcast.
To keep it like super short and sweet, because obviously the big thing this weekend is what's going on this season, who's going to qualify for, DreamHack Atlanta. From my perspective, obviously Navi in year 1 and year 2, I mean, we struggled to break into the top 8. I think we broke into the top 8 once, and that was at the very last tournament we were with Navi. That was 23 Worlds, I think, when we picked up Snipe Drone. We finally broke into the top 8, and then Navi left. And I was like, okay, great. So now all our players getting poached, and then we pick up Wootum, who's the mouse and keyboard player you were talking about, turns into one of the best players in the world, which was, pretty lucky, I think. Definitely not a calculated
He was
risk.
scouted from Finland. We know your roots run deep. Your connections are all over
right.
Europe.
I plead the fifth on that one, as the American friends would say. And then, we were without an org, and then we found an org, and then the CEO of that org got found guilty of embezzling funds. And it's probably, that's an ongoing trial, I think. But anyway, then we found another org, and then a whole big split happened. But basically, top 6 is where we peaked. It was a fun journey. I look to hopefully better that in the next Halo title. But for now, we can maybe look forward this weekend, Richie, because no one wants to hear about my, quite frankly, average coaching performance throughout Halo Infinite's year. We can look at the round 2 maps and modes we have coming up next. Oh, look at that, seamless. We don't know who we're going to pick yet, all right? So we don't know who will play whom, to be grammatically correct, but we can see the maps and modes. Aqua Flag, Live Fire Slayer, Recharge Ball, and then if we need them, Lattice and Streets in 4 and 5. If I get this game mode rotation at a major, Richie, quite frankly, I'm fuming. I'm absolutely fuming.
I like these map mode combinations. What is it that you don't like here?
From map 1 onwards, it's kind of downhill. Live Fire Slayer is fun, don't get me wrong. But Recharge Ball, in my opinion, my teams were never good at Recharge Ball, so I'm slightly biased in that direction. Lattice, I actually retired before I got a chance to coach and really workshop this game mode. We played it online, but I never got to coach it at a major, so I don't really know how it works. And then Street Slayer, oh my god, put your pad down. Just put your pad down until camo comes up. That's all it is. You don't play. So
I thought for a second you were going to suggest that Lattice was the reason you had stopped coaching entirely. You're like, nah, I'm not doing it. This is the straw that broke the camel's back. I'm no longer coaching. Lattice King of the Hill, not for me.
Yeah, sometimes, Richie, it's the words that you don't say. It's the things that remain unspoken. I was heavily implying that. Definitely, Lattice. Oh, it's not fun to play, but the pros seem to, they welcomed it. It's a fun game mode, I guess, for them. Not my personal cup of tea, but gives some good transition between the hills opportunity, maybe. I don't know.
Well, what we do have is this series layout on the horizon, and we will be picking the teams very shortly. Don't go anywhere, folks, because we will be right back.
Let's just give us that one too.
Okay,
Unfortunate. Typical. My game's been crashing so much. I have no idea what it
they
is.
didn't want me to drop 50 on them. I respect it.
Not even surprised it crashed over this shit now. I guess I think I need to update my drivers. I think the drivers.
2023 drivers, and I have never crashed one time on this game.
I think like my shit like automatically forced me to update them, and then now it's just been. Thought you wasn't playing. I'm not. I'm not competing. Is that? If that's what you mean? I'm not a competitor. I'm playing for fun. Some people have asked me to play just in the qualifiers or the cups just for fun, and Dream likes it. People have been enjoying it, so I decided to just play for fun. Good content. Good content. Come on, people.
Hello everyone and welcome back, and we've actually got a really good series on our hands here, and relatively early on as well, Harry. We've got Max Passion up against Legion Gaming. We touched upon Max Passion a little while ago, Barcode, you know, the Aussie boys, but Legion Gaming, they've also been making some noise and causing some ruckus in the bracket. So this team have been impressing me very quietly.
Yeah, well, bracket gods have blessed us. We had to sacrifice Saving Slaves versus Smiling Friends, but they have rewarded us with this tasty match. You can see here these four, they've been a team for a little while now, Richie. Let me tell you, they made it out to DreamHack Birmingham and they placed within the top 8, which is very, very respectable. They're the 6th seeded team. Uzi, Common, Little Gators. I really like this roster. I feel like they're a team that if you underestimate them even slightly, they can be a real banana peel in your bracket. You always have to take them serious. On the other side, this is a team that was pushing the top 8, pushing the top 6 last season, and they find themselves playing as 31st seed. Barcode, Scoob, Sways, Rice, a team that actually took maps off of us last season, which was kind of surprising, Richie. We underestimated them in... Where would it have been? Where was it was the DreamHack Dallas, the second event. They came into our pool. They won map 1, which was one of our best modes, and we were looking at each other like, oh, guys.
Like a deer in the headlights now. Maybe.
Yeah, it didn't feel good. But then we won the next 3, so it was fine. I'm looking forward to this match, Richie. It's a tasty one. I can't wait. I did pop into the Aussie stream just to hear what the vibes were like, and they're head casing a little bit already, I can't lie. I'm pretty sure it was Scoob that said, guys, make sure your matchmaking search region is set to local, just in case. I don't think that's how it works, buddy, but 200 ping gameplay is about to be what we're going to see here from the Aussies, I think.
I think it's highly commendable for the Aussies. I mean, you talk about teams that were forced to do it the hard way time and time again. Of course, running the open bracket every single event, making it into pools and making it sometimes out, other times struggling a little bit, but always seem to be progressing. And now Barcode, Rice, Sways and Scoobmeister, they find themselves on 200 ping. They don't like doing it the easy way, and against Legion Gaming, this is going to be a banger of a series.
Listen, between years 2 and 3 of the HCS, LBT were running some cups, and we were interested in Barcode at that point. He was subbing in for us, and we placed 2nd in 2 consecutive cups, I'm pretty sure. So it's not impossible. I mean, that was only Barcode on, what, 300 ping. We would have been on about 100 ping. But it's possible. It's possible to get up there. It's going to be a tough ask for them. I think that this will be really, really close. If this were on LAN, this is a series I would see going game 5. It's really close between these two. So the network, the ping difference will be a big factor here. What also is interesting is that Legion Gaming, despite being higher seed, if our graphics are to be believed, chose Cobra, which is kind of interesting, Richie. I'm not sure you've been privy to this. Typically, if you're higher seed, you get to choose. Are you Eagle or are you Cobra? On the maps in this series, I mean, the first map is Aqua Flag. Shouldn't matter too much. This is a symmetrical map. But on maps 2 onwards, I mean, what? We have Livefire Slayer, Recharge Ball, Lattice King of the Hill, Street Slayer. Those 4 in a row are all asymmetrical. So Legion Gaming clearly seeing something on one side of each of those maps that they prefer. Typically, I would say Eagle is probably the more favored side. So the fact they've gone Cobra is clearly a preference thing. Maybe they're used to scrimming higher seeded teams on the lower side. I mean, I don't know. Worth keeping an eye on here.
There was me thinking to myself, you know, maybe there's some sort of honor code in place where they're thinking, listen, we'll give you the better spawns. You're on 200-300 ping. Let's have some honor. Let's, you know, a gentleman's agreement, shake hands, and let's duke it out. You're starting to think maybe it's because they've been scrimming and that's what they're used to. So either way, they picked the spawns they picked, and we were asked to do some predictions, and I'm going for the underdog here. I'm going for Max Passion.
Wow. Explain your workings.
Well, I'm thinking to myself, listen, I'm thinking to myself, if I have to show you where I carried my ones, okay? This is a team that have been battling through these open brackets, battling through the passion pits. They're a battle-tested team. Now listen, ping is going to be a major factor, and the odds are heavily stacked against them against this Legion Gaming squad, who are a very good team, and by all accounts are the favourites. But if I don't back them, who bloody will?
I respect that from you. I went Legion Gaming. Come on, these guys placed top 8 in Birmingham. They flew across the world. It's Uzi, man. These guys get hyped. They get loud. I'm looking forward to this one. I think it will be really close. But for me, it's Legion Gaming. These guys. Oh, I got a good feeling about them. This could be the tournament they really pop off.
let's talk about the series layout. Of you spoke about spawns and how important they can be in the series, but Aqua Flag up first, and you said this series layout wouldn't be your most favorite in the world, but you did mention Aqua Flag as being one of the good ones. So what is it about this map mode combination, not only that you like, but maybe you see Legion Gaming getting the better of Max Passion?
It's definitely one of those ping game types, purely based on the fact that if you're on a rough connection, which, let's be honest, Max Passion will be, based on the fact that they are playing from ANZ. This is a map all about winning fights and staying alive, and when you're at that ping disadvantage, everyone who's been watching, going all the way back to Halo 2, Halo 3, if you're on yellow bar host, if you're on 80 plus ping, you could die around corners, which seems like funny business, like shenanigans on your screen. That is impactful in matchmaking. At pro level gameplay, it can be the difference between setting your team up for success or being spawn killed on the other side. So this is one of those game modes I think that maybe Max Passion were hoping not to play against the top team on. They will have to come out swinging here. They'll have to perform some miracles. I do think with Max Passion having 2 mouse and keyboard players, the thing that goes in their favor here, Richie, is those BRs. You get 1 BR per base. If you can get Scoob, if you can get Rice just pitching a tent in those bases, locking down all 3 center lanes with the battle rifle, with that extra bit of scope, that extra long range damage, it can be really, really tough to break.
And it is something we don't talk about all that often. Is obviously in most maps it's close quarters, it's up in your face, but mouse and keyboards can tend to struggle in those close engagements. But when you have got those longer lines of sight, that's where the mouse and keyboard rises just a cut above, right? You got the battle rifle you speak of for good reason as well. You can lay down that damage, be that anchor player for your team, sit in that base and fire across the map, and that could be, like you say, the difference maker here. And if Max Passion need a win condition, it's going to be those 2 mouse and keyboard players firing all cylinders.
Just generally speaking on Aqua Flag as well, if you have an anchor in your own base, you know that there's no one flanking behind. That's a rule we put in place after year 2 when we played Ryanu for like the 100th time. And he was sneaking behind us, somehow getting in our base, shooting us in the back. I mean, we were just having a torrid time of it. It's important that you look after your own side first. So that's a good rule of thumb, whether or not you have a BR, if you have a mouse and keyboard, if you're playing controller, whatever the input, whatever the weaponry, if you lock down your side of the map, you're going to have success all around. Look out for those overextenders on Aqua Flag game 1. And hope you have a win. Hope you have a win going into maps 2 onwards, because you don't want this to be a very quick day at the office. You're here on stream, on the straight ripping stream. You've got the co-streamers watching you as well. You got Eli, you got Reclaimer, Stress, and Trunks. They're all judging you. You don't want to lose maps while those boys are talking over your gameplay, let alone me. I mean, come on. I know I'm a harsh critic, but those boys, jeez.
They will be lighting you up if you have a bad performance. But I think what we can speak about as well, I think I can almost see in my head, Harry, when you were talking about we need to have a player who anchors the base, and you having that conversation with your team, and before you'd even finish your sentence, Snipe Drone saying, "I'll do it." You're almost halfway through the sentence. He's like, "Oh, that sounds like something I'd like to do, actually." Because we all know Snipe Drone. Okay, carry on.
Drone would usually be the player. I mean, obviously when you have the anchor in your base, you're pretty clear to push up through car, right? Usually it would be Drone wanting to push up through to car and get to the enemy's bridge and shoot backwards into the map. So have those 2 as kind of like a pincer, crossfire kind of movement. Usually it would be Drone moving up. We'd usually have either Wootum or Chick in our own base. It's kind of situational though, depending on who spawns up first, what the pecking order is, so to speak, the spawning order. You can see them lobbying up here right now. Rice is in the lobby. Shout out to Rice, missed that guy. And let me tell you, I wish this series was on LAN. I really wish this series was on LAN, Richie. This is really, really close to call.
I think there are a lot of people who would probably echo that exact sentiment, that we wish this game was on LAN. We're being robbed of some very good Halo. Some of the best players in the world. And certainly the best players in ANZ are on our screens right there. Barcode, Swade, Scoobmeister, and Rice. And I think they've got stiff competition, and this series is going to be a banger. But I'm looking forward to it because it's been too long before I've been able to cast a series of Halo. So really looking forward to jumping into this one.
yeah, I'm really interested to see, you know, what directions the weapons are in. You know, are the shields, what temperature are the shields? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'll have to find out when the obviously series gets underway. Slight delays. I think I just saw our observer Reed just saying something about who needs to be party leader. So, you know, I mean, it's all above board here in the HCS, guys. Come on. Either way.
See a map loading up, Harry. Hold on now.
I'm excited. I'm excited.
Everybody, hold on to your seats because guns are going to be firing in just a moment.
Richie, it's been 1 hour and 5 minutes since we started the straight ripping coverage of DreamHack Atlanta's qualifiers. And I think we're finally about to load in. Oh my god.
Look at these fly-throughs. Look at those graphics. Hold on a second. I didn't realize straight ripping were working like that.
Oof. Is this legal?
I don't know. Open up an incognito tab when you're firing up graphics like this, let me tell you.
Get the VPN on.
Real quick. Aqua Flag is going to be the stage. 2 top teams going to lock up, lock horns. Like we spoke about for the last hour and 4 minutes. Somewhere in there, Harry and I did mention about the stakes and what's up for grabs in this tournament. It's qualification, and it is travel coverage for that Atlanta tournament in DreamHack. So, underway now, and the shields are up, and the weapons are hot. We promise. Barcode's already getting mixy down bottom middle.
Yeah, the biggest kill of those two is definitely the camo player, but Max Passion, 4 down straight away. 2 assists for Uzi. He's able to run that flag, and for Rice, you need to give this flag up. No way you stop this. I mean, there's no way you should be getting that far off the map, and well, now you have to wait another 10 seconds to get into the map. That's a bit of a optimistic push there from Rice. Could put his team on the back foot, but for Barcode's good positioning on the map here. He's snuffed out as well, though. Oof, this could get very nixy here soon.
An optimistic push is probably the nicest way Harry can tell you you've made a blunder. But Uzi got hands on the flag once more. Rice from the base putting down that damage from the window. Suzy last man alive for Legion now, as he does just fall, so this flag should get sent back now. Max Passion just starting to find their feet.
Yeah, I wondered if Rice might just try and move past that flag rather than recover it, but he saw 2 of his teammates pushing up here on the car side. Sways and Scoob, I believe it was. So now you have Sways behind the enemy. You need to kind of find the overextenders before you think about moving this flag. Oh, he's managed to get out of danger, though. Flag's in a very unorthodox position here. And with Rice last alive, I think this should be a dead flag. Good moves, good jukes, good wiggles by Zuzi. And now it's all going to be fighting over here towards the car side. Common needs to check his corners, though, because there's a player here nearby. And, well, he's chasing shadows.
Sounded like you were suggesting it was good movesy from Zuzi and Uzi.
Ooh, maybe.
Here's Scooby-Doo over on that car side, putting down shots onto Uzi. Should be a relatively simple kill, and is. Shields have been taken down and are now starting to recharge, so he can look to venture forward and provide some cover fire for his team. Common's going to hit the respawn screen. That means map control should be there for Max Passion, but having said that, Little Gators pops up from the swamp and latches down on 1.
Yeah, Barcode last alive, right as the camo's coming up here as well. You might just have another phase to play with here if you Max Passion. Oh, they spawn car as well. Wow. That really caught me off guard. And now Max Passion, they're in 2 minds. Do they give up this flag and play camo? In the end, I think they've tried to do both. And yeah, a bit of a miscommunication there. The flag should go home, and you've surrendered camo here to Common. I don't know how Legion Gaming survived that car side spawn. That should have been, well, punished. But in the end, Legion Gaming, they survived. They have camo. They have another flag on the move.
This is just the thing we talked about when it comes to the ping and how difficult it can be. Your timings are off even a touch. Those walls seem to be made of paper. You get shot around walls consistently, constantly. Rice trying to be a thorn in the side here. Gets 1.
That's big.
Opts to try and send this flag home, but the player comes in, gets a touch as well, keeps that flag alive. And Common has still got a bit of camouflage to play with here.
It just ran out there. They need a Legion Gaming. They'll get it fairly handedly, but yeah, I think we're just seeing the power struggle that comes with playing off of ping in this kind of global setting. With all due respect, of course, to Legion Gaming, they're playing this flawlessly, but I do feel Max Passion there not able to win the ones in the disadvantaged positions like there. Usually on LAN, you'd see them not whiff beatdowns like that. Usually they'd have a lot more success. And Barcode, his mission now is to stay alive, pull as many of the resources back to Legion Gaming's base as possible, and hope the cavalry come here soon.
He did draw 2 players onto him, unfortunately for him. Not enough damage done, and Flag will get punched in. That's 4 to zip. Max Passion also with 2 players up on the map looking to take a claim for their team. With Sway's position top middle, 8 goes down. Gators though will back him down from the bridge. Sway is in a very difficult and precarious position now. Does venture forward, does just about claim a little bit of territory on the map. Scoobmice is in big trouble, down to no shields, and thankfully for him, he has a teammate on hand to keep him alive. Uzi over towards the fridge. Being a real tricky customer here. Pulling 3 members of Max Passion over his direction, and that will mean Legion Game on the other side of the map, they can push forward. Rice big nade goes down. Shields completely evaporated in an instant. This push might be stopped by Rice. Little Gators will continue to jiggle peek, and great bait and switch here. And Legion Gaming laying siege to Max Passion's base.
Yeah, tough games from Rice and Scoob. The 2 mouse and keyboard players, not the ideal map for them. But with 6.5 minutes plus a little bit of change, sure you have Uzi with camo here. If you're Max Passion, just settle into the server. Get some warm-up reps going. See if you can get a cap on the board. I mean, listen, a comeback is not impossible, but highly improbable. So you just want to get used to the server here, get used to shooting your guns. For Legion Gaming, they are putting them to the sword. They are taking every single advantage possible. And it's easy street for them at this point. They're overextending for touches. I think that was a fake touch. The flag moved, but the reset progress continued. And that's a recovery for Max Passion.
For Legion Gaming, you almost have to say, Harry, you're playing against a team on the ping that they are. There's almost no glory in this, because if you win, it's an expectation, and if you lose, well, then you really have to get some questions asked of you. So, Max Passion, or Max Ping, whatever you want to call them at this stage in the game, they have it all to do. Down by 4, and maybe, like you say, just about getting some reps in, shooting your gun, and getting acclimatized to the ping you're playing on.
Yeah, it's almost a throwaway at this point. It's a free hit. I mean, Legion Gaming, I've been really, really impressed. No reason to do anything other than exactly what they're doing at this point in time. No reason to push into the base. When you see that first spawner, spawn back flag, Richie. It's your bread and butter if you have a top middle shooter. Well done, Legion Gaming. No reason to go block that spawn. No reason to do anything else other than win game 1, 5 flags to 0. A very, very impressive performance in game 1.
A clinical performance. I think you said they were putting Max Passion to the sword, and that's exactly what we've seen. And taking a look at the stats there for Max Passion, not a lot of things you want to be writing home about. Rice currently struggling with an 8 and 17, and of course we always do. We don't want to keep harping on it, but you do feel bad when it comes to the ping side of things. But when you talk about Max Passion and what they did right, looking at Zuzi 19, 12 and 9, involved in a lot of gun engagements, and Little Gators damage 4.5k. A lot of good work being done by the boys on Legion Gaming.
Yeah, as we get a chance to admire some of their handiwork, we have to stress that while we are talking about being disadvantaged, this is a global tournament. Legion Gaming, there's nothing else they can do other than just win. They don't have time for sympathies here. It's not their fault. They don't control the server. They don't control the rules. They don't control where Max Passion are playing from. They have to beat whoever is in front of them, and they've done so in game 1. Now, as we move in towards map 2 here, Richie, the big question is, if you're just joining us, Legion Gaming higher seed chose, in my opinion, the less favored side going into map 2 to start Live Fire Slayer. If you're Cobra, you spawn Mud, I'm pretty sure. And if you're Eagle, you spawn inside A. So clearly wanting to spawn tower side going into map 2 is something Legion Gaming might be more happy with. I mean, they might have set strats. They might, I mean, I don't even know. I personally think that they're clearly playing for tower here going in towards the start of map 2. We'll have to see how it plays out for them. Clearly more comfortable on Cobra, Richie. That's all I can ascertain.
I think there probably is some credence in the fact of the thing that you brought up before. Maybe they're accustomed to practicing from those spawns, and so when they do play teams in which they have the higher seed, they don't want to switch sides. They have the setups, they know where their opening strategies are going to be, and they don't want to flip the script because they know when they come later on the tournament, when they're looking to cause upsets, they want to be playing from the same consistent side. So they're controlling the things that they can. So for Legion Gaming, if they feel more comfortable spawning from this mud side, then that is absolutely the decision that they should make. Boomeister though, he'll have a peek out over towards top. Middle Barcode trying to secure this sniper rifle for his team, but he does get backstabbed from Little Gators. Little Gators not good with one, knocks in the second one as well, and immediately applies pressure. This is great from Little Gators.
Yeah, it is great. He secures the kill, but more importantly, you want to prevent that squad spawn here in A. You don't want them spawning near this power-up, which is just about to pop. I believe it's going to be Zuzi with the camouflage. First camo of the game. And yeah, you get the +1, you isolate the spawner, he's all on his own. But more importantly, you don't allow Max Passion with their spawns to fight for this power-up. And as a result, Zuzi pushes the lead to 7, almost 8 kills now.
Immediately you put yourself in that situation, almost like we were in on Aqua Flag. It's not insurmountable, but it is implausible. Conditions that they find themselves in, down by 10. Camouflage in Zuzi's hand. He's just going to be looking to get information here. Gets one. Traded out elsewhere, but Little Gators will answer back as well. 3 dead now for Max Passion. Scoopmeister trying to evade the attentions for now, and Zuzi continues to apply the pressure while also staying alive. Down to no shields. Barcode spawns up and tries to provide some cover fire for his teammate. Runs straight into a melee. What traditionally might have been a trade there will not be rewarded for Barcode.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my brain there, Richie. I can't lie. If there's a way to abuse a ping advantage, it's through the quantum translocator. But regardless, I mean, this is absolutely dominant from Legion Gaming. They're happy to prowl around. You're seeing subtle signs of respect from Zuzi. Obviously, when you have camo, you don't want to take 1v1s, especially when you know there's a player around. But as soon as he saw it was Barcode, he thought, I don't want any of this. There's a chance, even on 300 ping, 200 ping, it could be my demise. So net camo in 15 seconds. Sway's last alive for Max Passion. If they spawn B here, this could be really detrimental to Max Passion's slim chances of coming back here. 5 seconds, big fight coming up here, Richie.
Nade goes down for Common.
Oh,
Players at the no shields, gets a double kill. The work of that nade doing massive damage. All 4 dead from Max Passion. And just touching upon what you said, it is obvious that Legion Gaming respect them and they're showing great discipline, not just rushing in, taking their time here, dissecting Max Passion. Another kill for Little Gators here. Make it 2. Perfect 5 shots. Camouflage will go down. So much damage put down on the map, and Max Passion here caught between a rock and a hard place. A lot of work to do, and Legion Gaming just do not look like they're in the mood to give up an inch.
how fast was Zuzi on this snipe? I was looking at the numbers when this power weapon spawned. Hits both bullets under pressure. And it was practically a 50-50, Richie. I thought, oh my god.
Let's not talk about numbers. Let's not talk about numbers. Uzi ripping faces.
What's crazy is that I thought it was a 50-50. But Zuzi was so quick and so fearless just moving towards the snipe as it came up that he was able to grab it, and he and his brother putting it straight into effect. We're seeing subtle signs, subtle kills that chip away at this lead, but at this point, 9 kills away Legion Gaming from going 2-0 up in this series in fairly dominant fashion.
If by any chance you folks at home are enjoying the stream, please do show some love to Straight Rippin' who are putting this on. Whether it be on socials or in the chat, get active. Again, we can only thank them for giving us this opportunity to talk about the thing that we love, and that is Halo. On board now with Common. but only for a brief moment, as now we switch POV over to Little Gators, who has been having a pretty decent time of things. 14-4 with only the 7 deaths, so double positive and not done just yet, as they do lock in that stake and double their series advantage.
Yeah, well done to Legion Gaming. Absolutely clear daylight between the two teams, regardless of the situation. You could tell from how they were playing, how confident they were in their decision making. They knew every single fight was going to be, well, pretty much guaranteed for them if they played it correctly. Only 5 minutes was that live fire slayer. That's one of the quickest slayers I think I've seen in a long time. Barely had time for 2 camouflages on the map, or rather 3 after the first one. But yeah, that is something special from Legion Gaming. This shot that we saw, oh yeah, there it is. It's like a jump scare. You barely got a chance to catch it, and Scoob sent into the death screen.
Blink and you miss it. That one as well. Sways just taken care of. Proceed with caution.
No scope.
Because Uzi was in no mood to be giving up any sort of territory. Scoobmoist though, he was still hitting some nice shots, and you can see absolutely nothing wrong with Max Passion's gunny. That's not where the trials and tribulations do lie. But Legion Gaming, like you said, all they can do is beat the team in front of them. And right now they are doing that. 2 to the good, and with Recharge Oddball on the horizon.
Yeah, Recharge Oddball, difficult game mode when you're down in a series to come back from. And I hate to, make it about me again, Richie, but there was a time.
You do find a way. You do find a way.
There's always a way. There's always a way. In year 3, when we were foe, and it actually in front of, I can link it back and make it relevant, in front of Tom T Squared Taylor.
Oh, very good.
We were 2-0 down in games and 1-0 down in Oddball Recharge, and we brought it back and completed the most incredible reverse sweep you've ever seen on Proton Gaming back in Arlington. That was a fun time, Richie. I managed to make the link there, but Oddball Recharge, my least favorite Oddball, but good memories at least.
Give me your favorite Oddball.
That's classified. I can't tell you that. I'll let you know when we see it.
Understood. What we're seeing right now is Sways from Max Passion, the shock rifle in hand. Crosshair was positioned over towards top tower, but he repositions and takes out one of the brothers in Uzi. Gators almost loses his face. Sways now will pick up that ball, toss it towards gold, and scoop it up for himself as well. Doing a lot of work over here is Sways. A pretty decent start for him as well. Currently with 3 kills and no deaths. Uzi gets taken care of, but not before Sways does fall. 3 dead. Make it 4 now for Max Passion, and an opportunity now for Legion Gaming to really plant their feet, put some serious time on the board.
A super clean break as well, only losing Uzi. And honestly, when you break and you kill all 4 and you only lose 1, sometimes it's better than just breaking completely cleanly, because you have that spawner to tell you. The game basically tells you where the strong side is from the opponent. Not the Halo 2 and Halo 3 player, of course. I'm talking about the stronger side, where more the numbers are from the break of the opponent. So they use that advantage there, and now they're rotating the ball away towards blue. It looks, though, as if Max Passion are getting the slays. The ball's been thrown off the map, unfortunately. They've overextended, they've chased into blue, and now they have to do it all over again. But for Barcode, Spidey Barcode with the grapple. Huge!
How many times has a situation looked pretty perilous only for Barcode to step up and step on site? Just handle business. Fortunately, though, speaking about handling business, Zuzi with a beautiful grenade gets a 2-for-1 meal deal onto some Max Passion players. Sways is in big trouble, down to no shields back blue, and I like this from Little Gators, playing discipline, gets a double kill, doesn't chase that one back blue, instead opts to provide some cover for his teammate. I like everything I'm seeing from Legion Gaming.
Yeah, and honestly, Max Passion there looked like they were kind of shaping for camo. It was a 2v2, but one of the Legion Gaming members was holding the ball, so like it's a fake 2v2. They should have upped the pace there a little bit. Maybe they weren't in position to do so. Would love to know what the call was in that situation. They do break in the end. They burn the camo that Legion Gaming grabbed, but Gators has continued his reign of dominance over here in blue. And that should enable more ball time. New shocks coming up. That could be a real chance for Max Passion to come back in. But come on, I can't even hit that stick when I'm on equal ping, let alone some 300 ping gameplay we're seeing here. It's optimistic, Richie. We'll put it that way.
You have to throw those plasma nades into the future. If you're looking to land onto someone. Common though, in pipes, backs up. Azuzi in tow. Whose shields were looking a little worse for wear, and they have lost Uzi in the meantime. So ball in a neutral position after that reset. Of course, we did see it getting tossed off. Little Gators putting in work back blue. What's the play call here? They're hearing footsteps down long. They've taken care of Sways. Job's not done just yet, because here comes the push from Max Passion over towards gold pipes, and 2 bandit rifles beats 1 shock rifle every day of the week. Trades for Barcode, that's good enough for now. They have still got control of gold pipes, and here comes Sways off the respawn.
A chance to pin Legion Gaming here, Richie, into A. If they can finish off these kills, they've won the territory fight over towards tower. And if you're able to pin a team into A, it gives you a chance to kind of scutter away with the ball. But Legion, recognizing they're about to be trapped, pushed into tower. They've successfully pushed gold here as well, but they're being flanked. Here's a wild Barcode.
Where does Barcode come from? Never mind that question. The answer is double kill, and could be about to be a triple, and is from the Aussie. Aussie. Oi, oi, oi.
Unofficial.
In roars, Barcode.
Unofficial triple.
I'm calling it a triple. I'm calling it a triple.
We'll give it an honorary. We'll make a little badge for him. The problem, though, Richie, with all these slays that have been going down, it benefits Legion Gaming. Look at the neutral clock right now. 1 minute and a little bit of change left. But a 20-point advantage to Legion Gaming. They are happy with these kills. They're happy playing Slayer, seemingly. With only 1 minute left.
Yeah. All the meantime, that squabbling was happening. Only did it benefit Legion Gaming. Because time, it's not supposed to choose sides, but right now it's well and truly on Legion Gaming's side. It's supposed to remain a neutral party, when that is not happening right now.
They can win 2 ways, Richie. That's the big part of the puzzle here. Max Passion have to get things perfect in their breaks. They can't afford too much desperation. And with only a minute left, Legion Gaming can win by getting to 100. They can win by just dropping and slaying if things go south. And it just puts Max Passion under so much pressure to get this right. 55 seconds left.
I think it was Elvis Presley who sang something like a little less desperation, a little more action, and that's exactly what Max Passion need. But having said that, in slides Little Gators once more. He got a double kill and making another unofficial triple kill onto Rice. Ball down, no longer in the hands of Max Passion, and again, it looks as though the play call is going to be from Legion. Let's just play time.
Yeah, they're caught in a trap. They can't turn back, can't look back. I can't remember the next lyric.
And hold back? It's one of these phrases.
I'm not great with Elvis lyrics, I can't lie. Rest in peace. Rest in power, King. 20 seconds left. This one should be a formality at this point. And the big question, Richie, is are Max Passion going to do the 2023 Arlington foe reverse sweep from 2-0 down in games and 1-0 down in rounds? I mean, no. The answer is no. But it would be good if they did.
Is that also in front of the Tom Taylor T-squared? Straight rip.
I hope he's watching from jail. I hope he is.
We need to try and match the conditions as best we can. Off the break. Chance to go again here. Up against the wall are Max Passion. Can't fault them for their passion. Can for their ping though. In slides Little Gators, who has been having quite a successful series thus far, and settles for the trade onto Barcode. And that means Common can scoot on up, toss the ball up, and should just be able to. No, Sways hits him with a perfect 5 from bottom tower.
Max Passion punish. Sways and Common last alive. Common decides to try and throw the ball up to Uzi or Zuzi? I can't remember which one it was. Spawning glass. One of the twins. Max Passion able to get the kills. What is interesting though, I think Legion Gaming here has got a side spawn. May have been pipes, may have been long haul. Either way, they played the territory around the ball. And despite losing slaves coming off the respawn, Max Passion were not fast enough to capitalize And now Legion Gaming in commanding scoring position with everything you could want, plus Common with a shock in behind the push. Oh, this could get real tasty.
Here comes the pain then. Common slides in, gets another kill to his tally. Spins around, probably reacting to some information from his team down long haul. Sways gets his shields tickled just a touch as he heads towards pipes. The ball being rotated. This is expertly done by Legion Gaming, continuing to keep Max Passion at arm's length, and Max Passion chasing shadows right now.
Yeah, so difficult to get a decent break underway. That triple from Slays will help. Don't think the overkill will present itself for Little Gators. The plan here is to milk and survive as much as possible. No, Richie, that's not unofficial. We can't give that. But one thing Legion Gaming have done here, which is quite a big mistake, is go 4 down back to back. So they have to get their break correct here. That is completely insane from Zuzi. No one from Max Passion was watching Big Door, and now there's so much map to be gained by Legion Gaming if they're brave.
I do like the idea of having to calm that to your team. Listen, lads, what we don't want to do here is go forward dead again. That's what we don't want to do here. Here's Carabine though, barcode top tower. Thought about spinning around and dropping down, but decision's been made to remain where he is. In soars Zuzi and is put to the fists of Barcode, the mighty Barcode. Somehow Common finds himself in a backstabbing position once more. He has been a thorn in the side of Max Passion all series long. 4 dead for Max Passion, and again they've got hands on that ball.
I mean, listen, that was super messy. I'm not sure where the camo went. The camo did spawn, and I was thinking to myself, if Barcode survives, he's got grapple, he can go blue pipes, he can play camo. I'm not sure if camo is alive. All I know is Little Gators has had an incredible game so far. He's currently scoring with the ball, and Max Passion 4'd out again. This is last break territory. You shouldn't need to worry too much about this pipe spawn. It's now for Max Passion, now or never. Their series and winners bracket life depends on this push.
Little Gators continues his reign of terror, continues feasting on Max Passion. It's only a matter of time before he becomes at least medium-sized Gators. Oh, it's only a matter of time. 11 seconds left. What do Max Passion have? The old cliche, it's got to be perfect Halo. How often do we feel like that presents itself in a series? You're almost down and out. Do they have another bit of magic in the wand? What can they muster up here? Common though with the ball in his hands, trying to whisk it away towards blue. Sways, try as he might to put down damage. The ball is just evading him. The ever elusive oddball gets away towards blue, and Legion Gaming do lock in their 3rd and final map to make it a clean sweep on our Aussie brothers.
Listen, GG's Legion Gaming. There's a reason why they place top 8 in Birmingham. There is a reason why they are favored to do well, not only in this series but also this tournament. The 6th seeded team. Forgetting about any kind of upset, you can see the statistics here. But one thing that impressed me the most about what we saw from Legion Gaming, how confident they were. You can just go back and watch that last play. Common running the ball bottom middle. I mean, he was what, bottom A, kind of on stairs towards Mangler with the ball. And he got the call from Uzi that, hey, I've spawned long, you can run the ball. Look at where the ball is here. You can run the ball towards Stacks. I will get this kill. Barcode's over there right now. He's last alive, but Common can run this ball all the way towards blue. He gets it down the tunnel and finishes the game, all from listening to Zuzi's call out, saying, don't worry, I'll kill this guy, I'll take the heat for you, you get the ball into blue and win the game. That's the type of chemistry, folks, that wins you series, it wins you games. And Legion Gaming, yeah, they had a ping advantage, but the chemistry was cooking right there, Shurs.
Absolutely. And if you're just joining us, you've missed pretty dominant display from Legion Gaming, as you can see in the scoreboard, 3-0. And from an individual standpoint, Little Gators absolutely stands out over the course of that series, but Uzi put in a very good performance, particularly in that last game. 26 kills, 13 assists, and 25 deaths. So influential throughout. And you know, both these teams have different ambitions as this tournament does progress. And Legion Gaming, with the state that we're currently in Halo, these 4 players they have every opportunity, Harry, to make a name for themselves here and really create some opportunities for themselves going forward.
Yeah, for sure. It's this type of tournament that you want to, when perhaps the spotlight has dimmed slightly in the grand scheme of Halo Infinite, really propel yourself going into the next game. And I know Uzi, Little Gators, they were really coming to the boil towards the end of HCS's lifespan in Halo Infinite. I mean, obviously we're still running tournaments, right? But in the major era, if you will, of Halo Infinite, these guys were really coming to the boil. So yeah, they definitely want to carry on the momentum going into the next Halo title. And I'm going to reiterate what I said before this series started. If this was LAN, the series between these two teams would be unbelievably close. I would love to watch it. It'd be the type of match that would decide on a late Friday night at an event who would make it into pool play. And it would be passion. It would be on Xbox. It would be in the passion pit. There'd be crowds around them. It doesn't do it justice what we just saw. I mean, Max Passion are so much better than their ping allows them to be in these types of tournaments. Let's put it that way. Great series from Legion Gaming, but those guys, Max Passion, I hope to see them at a LAN this year.
Max Passion, they do drop down. Of course, we've got Legion Gaming carrying on, and both teams, like we said, different ambitions going forward. But what we do know is Legion Gaming looking very impressive, and they will march on. And we're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, we'll have the next series. Don't go anywhere.
Double. No scope. No scope. No scope. Double kill. Defeat. Spectacular. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. All dropped. Double kill. Spectacular. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. All drop. Double kill. Ball drop. Double kill. Enemy has the ball. Ball drop. Double kill. Killing. Double kill. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Double kill. Double kill. Spectacular.
Big beer. Yeah, maze. Window. Window weak. Window and silver. Bottom in, bottom in. Cave. Nice. I'm here. One's weak. Red bar, max. Red bar going is on my X, He's flag window side. He's shunning now, shunning. He's going window, yeah. He's going elbow actually, 2 elbow. Yeah, we good. We have snipe. Nice. Snipe soon. Yeah, maze, weak. Nice. We good, we have snipe. Yeah. Elbow weak. One's weak. Trench and elbow, both weak. Yeah. Two. Yo, I'm out blocking cave. Just let's hold it. I'm okay. Yeah. I can flag. One more me. It's you.
Capture the flag.
Yeah, you two can play rock, or you can play west if you want with two. Up to you. Yeah, you play rockets, okay? Zero spin. Okay. Have snipe. Snipe one, S1. No noise. One shot S1. Okay, we have OS, we're good. Snipe down S1. Nice, sniping top tower. Yeah. Snipe down still S1. He's looking at it from top tower, be careful. Yeah. Top tower, one. Nice. 2 dead. We kill the snipe, I'm going fast. I hear the training and sword. I'm looking training. Above me. Banana, nice. One with sword. Here. He's one shot runway. One shot runway still. Sniping flag. He's okay, sword with repulse. There's 2 snipe sides. One more S1. Still S1. I'll push runway. I'm looking for S1. S1 one. Dead. Yes, 3 river. I'm one. That's right. Yeah, one. Dead. Flat and tuning pit. Last one. Yeah, last one. He's nice. Yeah, he's on me. He's no shield on the box. In the corner. Nice. We're coming fast. Yeah, we're coming. Come on. I can look runway. Greenwich, going training. Nice. One more was the first. One's going sword now. Sword on training. Yeah, one sword. I'm looking. Bridge glory. I'm looking. Banana, sister. 2 are training. Yeah, that's good. 2 wars of training. Banana weak. I'm looking. Yo, all 4. I'm looking. Dead. Yeah, all 4 weapons maybe. Only one up. Nice. Yeah, we're gonna be late. They're gonna have us. I'm fighting needles. Green weak, and one's the runway. The runway and green. Last 2. I can run it this one. Running it this one. Nice. Yeah, so I'm gonna die. I die with flag. I have a death cam though. Okay. Yeah, runway through. The last one was green or black. Long. No, it's training. Never mind. Training. Banana. No. Yeah, training now. Dead. There's a snipe up. I hear them. We're playing for the sniper here. I'm looking, dead. I have your cross. One shot that cut. Here. They're gonna play training on me, okay? Watch over me after. I'm looking. Yeah. I gone. I don't see sword. Could be runway or something stupid. Yo, S1. One shot S1 and sword. Yeah, one shot S1 and sword, kill me. Yeah, runway, one shot. Runway, you can chase him. He's with repulse, gonna repulse top sword. And there's 2 sword. 2 sword, yeah. Under bridge, half. Outshooting, one shot. I go. I can shoot. Running one shot. Here. I push through. I'm looking runway out. Yo, one green. Green on our side. One shot training. Yeah, dead. Yeah, I'm on the side. No shield. Fuck, one shot Molar. Yeah, one Molar, one flag. It's 2 spin flag. There's 2 Molar, 1 cut out. I'm here first. My OS. My OS, you can run. Yeah, I'm looking. OS. Yeah, easy runway. I'll get a kill. Dead. Avoué. Okay, I have damage.
Welcome back, folks, to the DreamHack Atlanta Open Qualifier coverage brought to you by the fine folks at Straight Rippin'. And we have got a pretty exciting series in our hands. We've got Beps up against Catsmile Gaming, and for Beps, Harry, it is the first time we're seeing them in an official capacity since 2023.
Yeah, if you're not sure, or you're just joining us, or you don't know these guys, well, they won a tournament back in 2023. They won, they did pretty well in 2023. Bound, formerly of Optic Gaming, Eco, Penguin, and Stella, all four represented Space Station. About 3 years ago now, they won Bound his first tournament before he went on to be an incredible talent, win a world championship, of course. So these guys are all pretty darn seasoned. I'm looking forward to seeing how they can come out of the blocks here against Catsmile Gaming. On paper, this doesn't sound like an intriguing matchup, but when you look at the seeds and you look at the rankings, Richie, this is 8th seeded Beps against 9th seeded Catsmile Gaming. Yes, that's right, 9th seeded Catsmile Gaming.
Beggars belief for the Europeans. They're up so high, their noses are starting to bleed.
No, sorry, Richie, I don't think you heard me. 9th seed Catsmile Gaming.
As in 0-9. 9th seed.
9th seed.
In the world.
Catsmile Gaming. Catsmile Gaming.
Well, what a series this one promises to be. You've got some household names, you've got some world champions on one side, and you've got Outcast and Warlord, who are some seasoned veterans in their own rights as well, you have to say, Harry.
Yeah, you fancy them to win this series, don't you, Richie? I heard you were saying
big favourites. Big favourites. The seeding doesn't do them justice. I think they're actually in for a pretty decent series here, and I expect this one to go game 5, but Catsmile Gaming just to edge it in the end.
Yeah, we can see by your prediction that you think Catsmile Gaming will edge this one.
That was my prediction that I did willfully.
I respect that. I respect that about you. There is a reason that you're on this broadcast, is because your bravery is respected by Tom T-Squared Taylor.
Yeah, him and maybe him alone.
Him only, yes, because quite frankly, that's despicable. Obviously, the winner is going to be Beps here. Come on, we all know this is a happy reunion. They're going to push all the way to the grand final, and they're going to win the damn thing, because we're turning back the years. It's 2023, Space Station, Overnight Oats are ready to hand out free samples. It's a big reunion in Salt Lake City here. It's going to be Beps all the way.
Beps to win the entire tournament, all to the soundtrack of The Boys Are Back in Town. That seems to be the way this one's been set up, and I think it's a pretty decent series to cut their teeth in here before perhaps a bigger test on the horizon. But for Catsmile Gaming, if I said they have it all to do, Harry, I feel like that would be the understatement of the century.
Yeah, then it's a very one-sided affair here. When you look at the rosters, obviously Stellar, Eco, Bound, Penguin, those are 4 players that have won tournaments. They've done, I mean, incredible things on the international stage, world championships. Then on the other side, you got 2 brothers from Kent in England. So it's, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm from Kent. I live in Kent at the moment, but it's called the Garden of England. I'm pretty sure I live where the dog does his business. We can look at the series layout though. Recharge Strongholds game 1. Another situation, by the way, where Beps are higher seed and the higher seed has chosen Cobra. Back to their old tricks. I love that from Eco Smith.
Is there a switching of the meta lately? Is that what we're starting to see? Or is it just simply teams like to start off where they typically practice from? And you spoke about the last series not being your most favorite in the world after the Aquarius flag. Does this one look a little bit better in your regards?
No.
Okay.
No.
Is there any map mode combination that Harry and Wonderboy Shannon does? Okay.
No.
Okay.
Listen.
Well, it looks as though we've had a false start, or as a matter of fact, Beps have already won.
No, mind games. That's what this is, mind games. You have to pull the wool over the eyes of seasoned veterans in the game. This is the dark arts of Halo Infinite. We used to do this all the time at majors. You'd load into map 1, you'd see all the fist bumps going in the other side, and I said, guys, watch this. And then I just pulled a cable out. It's perfect gamesmanship. Really well done. I'm going to presume it's... Oh, who have we lost here, actually? We've lost Eco. See, that's the veteran right there. He knows all the tricks. I was going to say maybe it's Ashen Reese, considering we can't see his emblem, but yeah. the ecosystem.
Well, is it Ash or Reese that's playing? Is it 5v4
It's
here?
a bit unfair, isn't it? You can't have 5 players. It's a 4-on-4.
You can't be
tournament.
doing that. It reminds me of times when you used to grow up and there was only one Xbox in the house and it was split between you and your sibling. So the gamer tag was just the both of you.
Yeah, yeah. Dare I say, even with 5 players, they might struggle to find a way through. I mean, that's how good Beps are. I mean, listen, I know they took a calculated risk on the lead up to Birmingham. It was Sirion on this roster. They've decided to go back to the old ways. It's a happy family reunion. Well, we hope it will be a happy family reunion for the former SSG roster. They're back to their old tricks. I just think it's a cut above. The American play style, the American pace. We knew it. It was a steep learning curve when my teams would travel over to America. Even boot camping, it would take you 3 or 4 days sometimes to get into a bit of a rhythm, get adjusted, and we can see what's to come. If you do speak French, this is Le Bracket, our French producer, Infinity in the back. Shout out Infinity, showing us that if, well, Cat Smile Gaming or Beps win this series, whoever wins, they're on a date with Destiny with a little old team called Rebellion.
Or Dark Inside, depending on who wins that series as well. We don't want to be calling things. We're saying it right down the middle. That's what we do around here. But like you say, for Beps, it's tried and tested, going back to a recipe that worked in the past. You've won tournaments, so players like Penguin, time to get back to business, back to winning ways, lifting up trophies. What better place to do it in this open qualifier and really get yourself some momentum heading into that DreamHack Atlanta. And of course, we know this team has been put together to try and topple the likes of Luminon Gaming and even beyond that Shopify Rebellion. They want to be in that grand finals conversation.
False
They
start.
want to be winning the tournament. Another false start here. And this is, like you say, the dark arts from Cat Smile Gaming. It's really commendable.
It is. I mean, outcasted. Get off Observer.
Accidentally
Come on.
on Observer now. Oldest trick
sorry,
in the book.
guys. Sorry. I was on the wrong
Did I
team.
not click that button?
Oops.
Speaking of Luminon Gaming, you see they're up against noobs at the moment.
Oh, look at the next round. Could be civil war in the Luminon camp.
Well, I'll tell you something. Luminon Black up against noobs. Noobs a very decent team in their own right as well, it must be said. That's Lure, Rorsch, Noble, and Strikey. So the Latam team who are no easy feat. So Luminon Black have it all to do in that one. And at the moment, Luminon Gaming waiting for the winner of Karma and another team that Infinity has scrolled by and won't throw our producer Infinity into the... Yeah, it is. It's going to be Karma and Melanin. And the winner of that will be heading on over to Luminon Gaming. So still all to play for at the moment. Thank you, Infinity, for
Brilliant
pointing that one out. As you can see where the mouse is, that's exactly where we are. Don't over scroll, don't under scroll. There we go. As we move on safely down, Undeniable beating Team Saving Slays 3-0, and that was after Team Saving Slays got that bye. Smiling Friends earlier in the day. Touch Academy, it's good to see them progressing nicely in the bracket as well. As we continue on down, as Infinity continues on down, we can see Imagine, our European friends.
Yeah, that's a fun match. Fun match. I know we
Fun
scrolled
matches
past it.
all around. Lots of plenty. Yeah, that's my fault this time, though. I will
It's
take
alright.
accountability. Kraken Seas have beaten Bittersweet 3-0 as well.
It's amazing
Seas
to
wait.
me that Bittersweet can both admin a tournament and also play 1v4 and win series in tournaments like this. I mean, well done, Celeste.
The girl is talented. You cannot falter for that. And Legion Gaming up against Ascending Baseline, which is TBD at the moment. Legion Gaming beating Max Passion, which we've seen 3-0, and Ascending Baseline beating their counterparts in Bounton 3-0. So that is how the brackets are progressing. That's the scores on the doors for now. And as we head back, are the Europeans finally prepared to play some Halo?
I mean, listen, it's getting late here in EU. I'm not sure if maybe... I know it's early in America. You know, we kicked off, what, 12 Eastern today?
Oh, look at us. Our sun and our day moves differently to yours. Yeah, grow up.
Yeah.
How about grow up?
It's just immature, guys. It's 2026. There's no need for
You're
it.
quite literally living in the past. Grow up.
Yeah. I can't remember my train of thought. I think you
Yeah,
summed
I
up what
sort
I
of-
wanted
I-
to say pretty
I
succinctly.
derailed us pretty quickly. I took a swerve. This is where we are now.
I
But
personally feel you summed it up perfectly, though. So I think we can move on.
move on we shall. And I'm looking at the score. I I don't know this to be a fact, but Reed, I'm pretty sure, doesn't play for Cat Smile Gaming. So if he could find himself in the observer slot, that'd be great. I'm just a man speaking from the outside. That's all it is.
It's a last minute substitute? I don't think that's allowed. I'm not sure. Oh, I see. Who's Bound? Bound's the party leader.
Bound.
So Reed couldn't change teams.
Tricks.
If you're wondering, right, here's a bit of knowledge on the inside for you. Whenever you're loading into, if you say you join a scrim, right, you're doing your warm-up FFA, and then you join the scrim lobby, right, you can't see any teams. It's because you were in an FFA. Because you were playing a game mode in your warm-up without any teams, if you join a lobby, which then has teams, you won't see the teams. So if you want to know how to fix it, put on a game mode like Team Slayer where there's teams. You don't have to load into it. Just join the lobby and then you see the teams when you join the lobby because you already had the teams like loaded. If that makes any sense. If you can translate that would be great. But if you understood it.
Here is what I want to say is you might join other streams and broadcasts, but not ever really receive any kind of real education. But over here at the Straight Rippins side of things, we start to tell you about how you not only get into a lobby, but how you get into a lobby and see teams at the same time.
Yeah, listen, there
That's
will be
all
a
thanks
test.
to our fountain of knowledge in Wonderboy.
There will be a test following the stream. That includes you co-streamers. Yes, I'm looking at you, Eli. I'm looking at you, Trunks. Stress, Reclaimer, you guys. You're writing this down, I hope. And this was a series on the bracket when we scrolled past. I wanted a little bit of civil war. This is a European roster we're seeing here. This is Margin taking on For Really. And Glory GG's was on this Margin roster. I spoke to SLG earlier today, and SLG told me that Glory is not playing because he cannot attend DreamHack Atlanta, so he didn't want to weigh them down, right? You don't want to qualify and play for an event that you know you can't attend. So he's like, you know what, guys? I'm bowing out. And now, look what they've matched up against each other. He's just double-crossed them, and he has a chance, maybe, to send Margin down to the lower bracket here. This will be game 3. I think this series is tied 1-1 last time I checked.
We had began to theory craft as the potential motivations that Glory would have.
Game 4, I
as to
believe.
why he would go and play against them. Game 4, so that means that Glory he's already responsible for beating them once. And he's maybe thinking, if I have to work a regular job and I can't make it to Atlanta, then nobody in Europe is making it out at all. And I will be the gatekeeper.
It's a bit rude.
For any sort of travel stipends. So
no need for it.
No need for it whatsoever. And I think Glory needs to be taken out a peg or two, and he needs to behave himself and allow Europeans to thrive. That's really what this is all about.
I have just heard in my ear from our wonderful producer, Infinite. Margin won
Wonderful
game 3.
to stretch.
Well, regardless, Margin...
Producer, that's where I'm willing to draw the line.
Producer, he says Margin won game 3, so this is Margin 2-1 in the series, but For Really have seemingly done well in transition, not only to win that B hill and force this P7, but also they're halfway capturing this tower hill here. I mean, this is a really, really close game here for Margin. We can ignore the neutral clock at this point, Richie, because it will go to sudden death. And SLG, oh, he's given away a pretty bad death.
At the hand is Zove, and that means it's all to play for here, and a lot of progression already on that hill. What can Ninja and Co do? Collect goes down at the hands of Flubs and that sniper rifle. SLG will push over towards tower and block the spawns. This is good resource management and indeed taking over control of the map, but receiving a lot of damage. Paying a heavy price for this tower control right now. Ninja gets a kill before being traded out. Glories is there, and he is actually going to take over the tower now. So, like you say, time is not going to be a factor here, but what is the final kills in these last few moments, because Margin Gaming in big trouble.
You had a really slim margin here. You can't think about a long flank, because if the enemy team read it, they will just finish the hill. And you don't want to be caught short in this type of scenario. That's actually 3 dead. So with new snipes spawning, you've got SLG here pushed out B side. I mean, there's a chance for progress on the hill, but they're not really making meaningful progress on here. They're losing time. They're losing numbers over by tower. I think they lost the game off this.
SLG's forced to back down. All of a sudden, that neutral time.
There's no time.
Again. Imagine, try as they might, they've been upset here, and we're going to a game 5 in this European Civil War.
Oh, glory, 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 glory. Glory, glory. I know you were never under contract, right, for margin. But there's... this would be doing them so dirty. You can't knock your former teammates. I know you only played for a week. Have we had another false start in this series? Come on, guys. What are we doing?
In this series of false starts, it currently sits 3-2 in favor of Peps.
Thank you for your patience, whether you're watching us on YouTube, Twitch, wherever else we're streaming. If you're watching us through the co-streamers, I mean, this broadcast is brought to you by Straight Ripping, and it's one of the many ways Straight Ripping is supporting Halo Esports this year. Shout out Straight, shout out Dr. Pepper, shout out the Straight Ripping montage that I've had on repeat since I woke up this morning. And thank you for your patience, because this main series that we're watching, Cat Smile Gaming versus Beps, has not played a single game yet. We've been in this lobby for around 15 or so minutes. So much so that we've seen this margin series go into a game 5, and that game 5 is loading in right now.
Shout out to Straight Ripping, and shout out to open bracket, insert your company name here, close bracket. Sponsorships available, I assume. Might be stepping above my quarters.
Slide in the DMs, guys. We're trying to post T-Squared's bail. He's watching from jail right now.
He's in trouble, folks. Those legal fees are not cheap over that side of the pond, let me tell you.
Hashtag free T-Squared.
I'm chilling.
Or the charges, that's not important. What's important is we free T2. Free 2.
Dead. I have you.
No, 4-2 actually.
Dead. Yo, Shock, play for Shock.
Kills going in their favor. Vacancy, a very interesting map, and another one of those Slayers that seems to be very snowbally, Harry. You seem to be able to get the middle of the map and just continue to put these teams into a spawn cycle, and again, Glory spawns up, doesn't last very long, straight back to his demise, and Ninja will also fall. So this is looking pretty good for Imagine Gaming.
Yeah, I know this map's one of your favorites, Richie. You always love when you load into...
I've always said that. I've always said that.
Vacancy Slayer. Oh, nice piv onto Zove. The former coach, of course, just got absolutely pived off the map. And, well, it's a 4 timing of the score. 12-3. There's a quadrant pun in there somewhere. I can't quite make the connection.
I'm not going to do that either. What I will do is continue to talk and wax lyrical about SLG, a wonderful Frenchman. Very talented Frenchman. Something else Frenchman. 15-5 the score. And if I said a lot of work to do, that would again be an understatement. Imagine Gaming, killing spree now for SLG. And he's rolling double now on the move. And all that hard work in this series that was put in has been very quickly undone by Imagine. Wootem and SLG combined to get yet another kill.
Yeah, honestly, good reps for Imagine at this point if they can just see this one out. You got a healthy lead. You know how to trade out in Slayers. It's very unlikely that the opposition will be able to out-trade you and put you in difficult positions just as you've managed to do to get to this point. The big sticking point here, Richie, 15 seconds. New shock rifle will spawn top middle. The big fight, and honestly... Oh, no, I lied. It's 40 seconds. I lied to you there, Richie. I lied. Just ignore me. 35 seconds time that will come up, but for now, we can just... You know what? Forget about it. Forget about it. We're loading in. We're loading into our main series. Forget I said anything. I'm so embarrassed.
The potential is we will not be loading into our actual series because this is going to be yet another false start. Push our score 6-4 in the false starts.
Yep, true.
We will keep an eye on it though, so if we do get a proper start, a full start of Cat Small Gaming against Peps, we will transition, but we're going to keep SLG up as a break in case of emergency, just in case things don't go according to plan, because you know, online broadcasts and online Halo are not always a thing that mesh very well. We are live, people are moving, people are grooving.
Shields up, weapons hot.
Nailed it, absolutely nailed it.
Thank you for your patience. 8C taking on 9C. Cat Smile Gaming versus Beps. Recharge strongholds. Key thing about this game type, Richie. I mean, trap the enemy team. Kill them. Don't let them move. Trip cap. Win the game. Importantly, if you're on the back foot, the game type doesn't start until you hit 200 points. If you're getting trip capped and you're 180 to 0 down, it doesn't matter. You've got to keep your head and focus on what the next step is in the progress, in the process to get out of the trip cap, as it looks like Catsmile will have to do here.
Aim of the game. Try attempt. Potentially don't go down 200 points, but if you do, don't panic. There's always a chance to turn things around. Warlord with his tippy toes inside the hill, but Stellar heads on in, clears out the riffraff. Double kill for him. He keeps on moving. And I have to say, I am excited, even a little bit nostalgic looking at this team. It's like looking at one of the old Bulls teams getting back together. I mean, I don't think Scottie Pippen and the boys can ball as hard as they maybe could, but the point remains. Bound and Penguin, another couple of kills in the feed, and that small game. And not to panic right now, because still not down by 200 points.
Yeah, what's happened with spawns here? Okay, all of Catsmile spawning glass. This is a nightmare scenario for them. Really, the best way to get out of this situation, if you're Catsmile, you have to kind of fake that you're going towards C and then just walk out big door. Try and get a guy wrapping around pipes. Try and double fake, but this is just so fluid from Beps. You see Bound here, full confidence in his team that they're hitting the A spawners, and even if Catsmile managed to secure A here, which it looks like Beps will give them a really, really good go of it, they are going to get slaughtered. It will get recaptured, and yes, we see first points on the board here for Catsmile, but I'm thinking that this should turn into a trip cap again here soon. Outcasted and Mufushi will be in a 4v2 and be collapsed upon really quickly here at C. Next big thing to fight for, camo in 10 seconds, Richie, but I think for Catsmile, they can't be distracted by it. As we just get a little peek into that other series, looks like Margin will quite cleanly close out game 5 and advance in the winners bracket. That was close over there.
And their attention turns back towards our featured
Oh,
matchup.
oh,
Mufushi with a lovely triple kill. Almost outshoots Eco as well, but Eco might say it was never in doubt. He was still up by 2 shots. So, Mufushi attempting, try as he might, just to give Catsmile Gaming a foothold in this one. Ash and Reese hitting some shots as well, cross map. Outcasted backs up, but unfortunately he has his back to the danger. Don't really want to do that when you're playing against players of the quality of Beps.
you can kind of see there though, Richie, sorry to just cut in, you can see exactly what I was saying through Beps and how they're trying to break out. Fake over towards C, walk out big. We saw it there from Penguin, the attempt, but Ash and Reese just was hitting some shots, wasn't he? Mufushi last alive, 1v1 versus Penguin. Problem for Catsmile, well, they weren't scoring. They're going to trade A and C, and you'd much rather A in this scenario. Need to walk out a big, as Warlord is doing right now, get into gold, and just try and live, make something happen. Get Mufushi and Outcasted back into the map here. That's the plan.
You're wondering about the lore behind Ash and Reese. Well, I've got a tidbit for you, because it's Ash who actually plays on the left stick and Reese on the right stick. And now that I have said that, it has become fact and it cannot be refuted.
All right.
In the meantime, a triple cap now for Catsmile Gaming. And you will look at the scoreboard, they are not down by 200 points. Wonder Boy knows what he's talking about.
Exactly. No need to panic until they're past 200 points, and then you panic. Then you panic. If you're getting tripped and they're 200 points, you've got one break pretty much. But they're getting kills right now, Catsmile. And they're punishing Beps from some sloppy pushes. I can't lie, they're dying one by one. They need to get their numbers back. Also, Catsmile, you're being tested here. And your resolve. Is there a split spawn anywhere? That's what Beps are trying to do. They're trying to push up the map, try and pull Catsmile members and contort them in a way that will allow a cheeky split spawn. But in the end, Beps said, you know what, we're just better. We'll win the fights, we'll gain the map, we'll get scoring back in our favor. Camo here, coming up in 5 seconds. Could be a big fight, you never know.
Shots being put down. Stellar's under a little bit of pressure here, down to no shields. A camouflage has popped up. Warlord will venture forward, and that's going to be a camo burn, and you would have hoped and liked to see him survive just a little bit longer. Maybe play his life down bottom middle, but perhaps the pressure's where he had to move over towards the top ridge and try and get away towards Whirlpool. Unfortunately for him, his life was cut short. And a triple cap back in full effect now for Beps, and they're really starting to crank the pain.
Yeah, one thing Catsmile have done really, really well split 2 and 2 on their pushes. Because Bound and Stella, they're in a 2v2. But Eco got completely run down in pipes. That will allow some breathing room towards Catsmile Gaming. Outcasted got swung into the atmosphere there. But now look at the score, Richie. They're past 200 points. It's panic time. You need to make something happen here soon if you can't smile. And Stella has been the boogeyman over here at Blue.
We're hitting the Mayday button now of your Catsmile Gaming. Ash and Reese trying to jiggle people around that pillar. Has got a little bit of help somehow, some way. Stellar manages to get 2. Somehow Stellar gets 2, I repeat.
It's the MVP.
Mafushi. He loses his fight to Eco. Warlord will manage to get the better of those trades in the end, but as Warlord tries to contest over towards C, Penguins inside of A, and they will continue to score. Catsmile Gaming giving this a pretty good bloody go. Beps just a cut above. The quality just a little bit too much as it stands.
Yeah, they're contesting B though. May not be over just yet. Warlord's got the cut on the mid-map rotation opportunity. And they do cap B. So the show goes on for now. But you have to be perfect with how fast Beps are rotating. It's just a matter of time until they get the cycle that they want. And I'm not talking about Shopify's cycle. I'm talking about the cycle of spawns on the map and positioning. That's what Beps are doing. They're forcing and, as I said before, contorting. It's almost like a game mode that's similar to Jiu-Jitsu. You're just pulling and pushing and trying to get the right leverage. But here we go. It's time for Ash and Reese to try and contest it. And he does get it.
Needs to win this fight though. 1v1 against Penguin. Just about. No, he doesn't. And if you're talking about Jiu-Jitsu, the armbar has been set. 250 points to 87. Catsmile Gaming tap out in our game number 1. And I liked what I've seen from Catsmile Gaming, but ultimately Beps just had a little bit too much.
Yeah, they did. That's really vintage Strongholds gameplay from them. It's like a time machine. How quick were they rotating there? Even on the back foot, even when they weren't scoring. The rotations, liquid, they were fast. Even when they were down in numbers, they were always doing something in the big picture that was beneficial to them. Really well done by Beps, and a tough pill to swallow there from Catsmile Gaming. I mean, Recharge Strongholds, Richie, it's like kissing your cousin. It's got to be done, but no one's going to enjoy it. We all kiss our cousins, right? You know,
Gotta be done.
Let's move on. It has to be done.
All right, we're moving on. It's on.
Some people enjoy it more than others. I mean, I don't know. Let's move on.
Circumstances that you have presented. I will not.
Move on swiftly.
We're moving on. Here we go. Game 2 on the horizon. And it will be Origin Slayer. And of course, that is your favorite Slayer, you said before we came on.
I actually quite like Origin Slayer. I know you're trying to drop me in it, but that's not like kissing your cousin, let me tell you. Origin Slayer, I mean, it's got snipe, it's got rockets, 2 bases, 2 towers. What more could you want, guys? It's perfect.
See now Cast being shoryukened into the water. And no, cats don't like water. I doubt Outcast likes it much better. He did have to slash down. Well, can fortunes turn around now is going to be the question for Catsmile, because if you look at it in the grand scale of things, the big picture, you look at the stats that you put up and some of the routes you're able to cut off. There were some bits and pieces there that I really did enjoy about Catsmile Gaming, and if they can maybe work on some of their issues, and again, you've got to be a little bit easy on them here. Playing against one of the best teams in the world, 4 players who have won tournaments together. You're also trying to do it on a pretty high ping, so all of the circumstances really are against you. So any signs of life you can show, you will take. And for Catsmile Gaming, we're competitive enough in game 1 that we're now currently sitting at 5-3 in this Slayer. Backstab for Penguin. 2 players isolate over towards the cave, and Penguin might not be done just yet. Big shot from Mafushi.
You need to be careful about giving up more than half of the map here to Beps. Mafushi needs some breathing room. When you're a sniper, you never want to be playing close quarters. You want to have the lion's share of the map in your team's favor, so you know what side is safe and you know where your escape routes are. Right now, you can tell he doesn't feel comfortable, but he's trusting the process, Mifoshi, and he's deciding that blue will be where he pitches a tent. That's a nice headshot onto the former MVP Stella to tie up the game.
add more of those headshots to the basket if you can. Unfortunately, he cannot. He is relieved of his duties by Eco, the very man he had killed just a couple of cycles ago. In this very position, Eco will fall again. Outcasted now with snipe control. Members of Beps positioned over towards red. And that's where they're going to spawn as well. Stellar over towards the Rocket Street, applying pressure. Penguin down bottom middle. Bifushi doing a lot of decent damage here. Waiting for a player that is not going to materialize. Penguin does a lot of damage back, forces Bifushi to put it in reverse. He obliges.
Listen,
This is
Richie,
good map control for Catsmall.
I was just about to say the exact same thing. This is very, very similar to the shape that we utilized against Optic in Arlington when we beat them in 2025. Obviously, that was pool play. They don't beat us in the bracket, but we won this game 2 just by doing exactly this, just controlling Snipe Tower, controlling the height side of the map, and just holding a base, a bridge, and top snipe. That's the area. If you can get to snipe and live, oh man, it can be so tough to retake if you're the enemy team. That's why rockets are coming up in 10 seconds to try and balance the map. But so far, so good by Catsmall. They hold a 4-point advantage going into these next set of rockets.
I mean, you talk about setups and like what's optimal. There is a case of stretching yourself too thin when you're playing against some of the best players, and holding snipe side, a bridge, and a base sometimes, and it is not only is it all you need, but it's all you can manage against these best players. It's like you need to try and keep the high side, shooting down, having that advantage, but also not spreading yourself too thin and being able to trade each other out. And that's why we're seeing some success from Catsmall game. And this game's all tied up as we head to the halfway point.
There was a lead change there for just a moment, but Stella's got his favorite toy, and now he can just scutter away. He can get out of dodge, and this is what we were talking about. With a snipe, you want to have this kind of clear lane. You want to have this freedom to know where your escape routes are. Invite the pressure in. You don't want to be playing kind of mid-map with this. You want to be holding down a base, controlling long-distance, untradeable kills. And there is that lead change. Beps in commanding presence now on the map. You have Stella with snipe, plenty of ammo to work with, and well, he's going to put it to immediate work. This could be the demise here for Catsmall.
Stellar with safety at his back and the whole map in front of him. That is the optimal conditions to get the best out of any sniper rifle. Position now as he swaps over, allows him to spawn red. Heads up play from Beps. This is where we can see things go from bad to worse for Catsmall Gaming as the collapses continue to roll in. Now Stellar's starting to use a sniper rifle as a shotgun against Mifushi, and he's not done just yet. Looking to increase the tempo and pick up the pace.
Is that a misread maybe from Beps? No, they designed that. Eco came back to cave, but Penguin and Stella wanted to just make sure there wasn't any of the Catsmall spawners over there at blue, which was their safe side. So, okay, the difference now is 7. No more snipes in play. Make it 8. The real big game plan now for Catsmall is retake snipe and live. That is what you have to do. You've got new rockets in 30, so even if you fail in that mission, you have a second chance. But don't hemorrhage too many deaths here. You cannot allow this to escalate to, I mean, say a 10-point lead. Players like Betts will not let that go on this map.
You can see Warlord was desperately trying to close down and get Bound, but somehow, some way, Bound ends up with a trade. And they're trying to do just what you asked. They're trying to control the snipe, but unfortunately, they are hemorrhaging that kills that you advised against. Any of it, much of it, not through their choice.
Rockets.
Decisions being taken against them. Rockets have popped up. Rockets down in the basement. Stellar's gotten 1. Penguin gets another. They traded 2 for 1. A remote detonation from Eco as well over towards the grass, just to add insult to injury now. Into the final knock-ins we go, and Beps are in cruise control.
Yeah, that's just levels, I'm afraid. For all the resources Catsmall put into retaking snipe, they forgot to look across at the rockets, and as cheeky as Stella is, he was brave. He grabbed rockets and put them to decent work. Now, it is not over here, but it is very unlikely we will see clean kills from Catsmall without trades. Beps win game 2, they go 2-0 up, and they are 1 game away from a potential date with Shopify Rebellion. That would be a win and secure travel coverage match, by the way, in the next round. Coming up soon.
So, scores on the doors as the ink starts to dry in games 1 and 2. 250 to 87 and 50 to 43 in the Slayer. And it has to be said, if I'm Cat Smile Gaming, we looked pretty competitive in games 1 and 2, more so in game 2, only losing by 7 in the end, and a pretty decent performance from Warlord. But on the other side, Penguin 15, 10 and 9. Great performances from them, and it really came down to not only the setups but the pace that was being played, and Beps just able to output more than Cat Smile Gaming in the end.
Yeah, for sure. We saw the two outliers damage-wise there were Stella and Mifushi. Those, by no coincidence, were also the two players we saw with Snipe for the majority. This was probably the highlight of Mifushi's game. He said, you know what, if you cut the replays from this point, we're good. Don't worry about anything else. Just remember that headshot.
Pretty good game.
Had a great game. But Stella was the one who really took over from this life here. I mean, look, they're down by 1 bet at this point, 25-26. Look how this escalates just by holding a side of the map. They're up by 2, about to be up by 3, all thanks to the snipe.
Beautiful shots from Stellar. Teammates were there.
Now they're up by 8. It's just, that's how easy it is on this map.
As quickly as you can get them, as quickly as you can give them away. Cat Small Gaming found that out the hard way. Once they gave up snipe control, it was all one-way traffic. But we head over now to Empyrean capture the flag as our game 3 and perhaps our series decider. If Cat Small Gaming cannot win this one, they will find themselves in the elimination bracket. Beps will roll on. Penguin overshield in the chest and immediately picking up the pace. Stellar got the sniper rifle once again.
How bloody great is it to see Pix and Straight Ripping on the same screen in 2026? Boys, we're rolling back the years. What a... just special feeling. Obviously, a bit of a difference on this map compared to the Halo 3 days. Those that are maybe joining us after a, 20-year hiatus. I mean, we've got...
You haven't missed much.
You haven't missed too much. The map's pretty similar. Ash and Reese going on a bit of a tear. The major difference on this map, of course, now is there is a big open side of the map you can fall off of. So, got to be careful over there. Make sure you stay with boots on terra firma. And other than that, honestly, the game type plays pretty well. It plays pretty similar to how it did, 15, 16 years ago. Just similar styles of play. Hold the high side, spawn them low, and try and dominate.
In the meantime, it's a pretty decent passage of play for Cat Small Gaming. All said and done, they had control of the map, they got the flag out. Unfortunately, Outcast was forced out and evicted from the territory. All 4 dead now for Cat Small Gaming, so what was pretty good might go pretty sour very quickly here. Outcast has managed to spawn over towards the Mauler, and he could have just stayed alive, but now he's being hunted. He's been alerted. Position given up.
Just enough though, Richie. Just enough to delay and make this timing kind of awkward for Beps. Penguin's doing well to survive, but there's been a flank, I think, by Warlord. Yeah, he takes down 2. So I think Outcasted has done just enough, maybe to stop this flag. He misses the shot on Eco. Does clean up Stella. Okay, this will be a skirmish. This will be a bit of a scrap now. If I'm Cat Smile, I try and get this flag stopped as soon as possible, because in 20 seconds, you've got OS rockets. Oh, no. The cap's going to go. And Beps, I think we'll cap this. No. It's a goal line stand. It's 4 down, and within 10 seconds, you got Rockets OS. This could be a complete coast-to-coast capture.
Ashen Reese has got his Nikes on. He's trying to move. He's got some pace. Down he goes through the long haul. Overshield has popped up, like you rightly said. Stellar's going to pick it up, pop it into his chest, and now engagement goes down. Rocket was going to be a swing and a miss in the first attempt. Second one will find a home, but Stellar's still pretty healthy here, but it's Cat Smile Gaming who take the lead, but a counter cap opportunity here for Beps.
Yeah, maybe could have thought about running this low. Let's see how it plays out. But new snipes coming up. We know Eco's teams typically like to control power weapons. And if you control the enemy team's snipe on this map, it can be so difficult to break out of. Looks like they're just going to run the conventional route. Seems like a good play because they get the capture. Now, is there anyone watching Stella here with the snipe? I think it'll be Ash and Reese maybe on the other side, but yeah, the MVP is going to pop off.
Ash and Reese answers back though onto Penguin.
All right.
Trying to line up Bound. Bound just evades the crosshairs for now though. He's so reptilian as bound. Keeps on the move, but the body shot will connect. Eventually gets there. It can be so disheartening for Cat Small Game and putting in so much good work, getting that flag capture only for it to immediately be cut away. But still very much in this map, still very much in this series, and things are looking pretty good for them.
Stella under so much pressure. Ash and Reese coming off the respawn will get his sniper back. There's a fun little dance between him and Penguin. Penguin baited out the Chow with a shoulder peek and then re-chowed himself. So Ash and Reese off the respawn. Takes down Stella, grabs the snipe, and recenters his aim really nicely. I'm pretty sure Ash and Reese is a mouse and keyboard player, so it will be difficult to de-scope and unsettle his aim. But Mifushi last alive. He's low side. That's going to spawn Cat Smile S1. Gotta be perfect off of these respawns, Cat Smile, if you want to stop this flag.
That'll leave nothing up to chance. Shoots the plasma grenades so they cannot be used against him. Still one there though. He will get this flag moving. At the help and the assistance of Penguin. Just going to look to backstab now. Outcast no longer for this world. Mifushi fires down some shots. Was not able to connect. And an overshield's going to pop up once more. And Penguin's going to push ahead of it. Flag's already punched in. And Penguin's thinking about another.
Yeah, rockets as well. Want to try and win both if you can. Definitely at least one of the two. And yeah, Cat Smile, they're falling apart here. They did manage to make a play on the rockets. Warlord, I'd probably waste this second rocket if I was you. Just to make sure that Beps don't have that immediate killing machine to work with. But I don't think he got the other rocket off, did he? Will Eco find one here? He's scanning around. Yeah, he's not sure.
He's confused.
I'm fairly certain Warlord shot both. So no rockets in play. OS has now been melted as well. But I think Eco is looking to try and put this game to bed.
On he marches. Got help from Bound. Stellar's gotten the kill. There's two in the respawn screen for Cat Small Game, and so trouble on the horizon. Stellar sends one off the map. Can he get the kill while he's soaring off? No, he can't. Outcast is sent into the nether realm. All on Warlord now. Needs this kill. Bounce just going to be able to duck his head. And Beps do slam in that third and final flag capture. And the score sits and remains 3-1. A pretty good attempt, but all anyone will care about is the final series score reads 3-0.
Oh, that's brutal. Brutal for Mifushi. And then this angle, it's one of my most hated angles in all of Halo. Back when I used to play and compete in Halo 3, I'm pretty sure we lost like a major tournament game with that angle, with the enemy team scoring the last flag. Oh, dude, it's brutal. Been brutal for some time, as has Beps. They have completely annihilated Cat Smile. 8th seed versus 9th seed was more like Atomic Bomb versus Coughing Baby. I mean, it was really just one-sided throughout.
Your cousin again.
No, I mean, I don't think.
How many route?
I can't say it again, Richie. I mean, there's monetization routes that will be blocked to us if we continue talking like that. But let me tell you, Beps, they look really, really good. I can't wait to see them play Shopify, because Shopify, let's assume they take down Dark Inside, which is fair to say because, you know, it's Shopify. This is going to be a huge match, because Beps look like they're rolling back the years.
More high quality teams we get playing, the better, as far as I'm concerned. Competition's looking pretty hot, and Peps are going to make a statement. It will be in this next series. Well, they beat the team that were put in front of them 3-0 pretty comfortably in the end. But again, I think if I'm Cat Small Game and Harry, and I go back and look at the VOD, I'm pretty happy with a lot of the stuff that we did do. And we speak about ping, how that could be a difference, but what they could do, what they could control, it did play pretty well.
Yeah, there were definitely moments. There were definitely moments in there for Cat Smile. I think definitely in the Slayer, they'll regret letting Stella just grab the rockets. If they're able to keep their shields or have the wherewithal in the moment to turn and look at the rockets that just came up, maybe you punish Stella being brave. Maybe you get that kill. Then you get the rockets. Then instead of it being what was it, 47, 42, something like that, then it's probably more like 46, 46. So, you know, it's the small margins, and it's so difficult in the heat of the moment when you're playing against these top players to remember all the things that are happening during the major team fights while you're on the back foot and spawns are happening. Yeah, that's something the Beps have definitely put into practice over the years. They've perfected the timing windows, which is why I'm really excited to see them play Shopify next.
Well, we do not have to wait very long. That series is coming up right after this very short break. Don't go anywhere, folks.
Double kill. Defeat. Steak-tacular. scope. Double kill. Return. Enemy captured your double kill. Double kill. No scope. No scope. No scope. Double kill. Defeat. Spectacular. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Killing. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Captured your flag. No scope. No scope. Double kill. Enemy flag returned.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the DreamHack Atlanta Open Qualifier. This one's brought to you by Straight Rippin', and I've got two fresh faces. I did promise that as the stream went on we would have even more qualified people in the building. We've got Wes, Touch and Goofy.
Hey, what do you
boys.
mean,
It's
man?
good to have you on board. I'm speaking personally about myself, alright?
Okay, right, fine.
Thank you, Shares. Yeah, really excited to be here. Excited to cast some amazing Halo matchups. I know we're gonna have a good series coming up, Beps against Shopify Rebellion, but we'll get there. For now, I'm just excited to be here.
Yeah, honestly, just stoked to be a part of this, and stoked to be a part of it with you boys. I haven't casted with Faisal in a while. Good to have him back. Good to be alongside of him. Sure, is always a pleasure. And Wonder Boy, it's been a long time, but we always miss you.
Ah, thank you. I miss you as well. I'm not sure whose idea it was to put you above me, by the way. I'm kind of a little intimidated, but it's okay. I'm only here.
It's just
for
like
a
in
couple of
person. It's just like in person.
Wes will always know if it's gonna rain first, I promise you that. Such as the stature and the size of the man. But we've had some really good series, and Faisal, you talk about it. Up next going to be Beps up against Shopify Rebellion. Did you see anything that from Beps in that last series that gives you cause for optimism, Wes, that Shopify Rebellion are in trouble here, or do you think it's going to be relatively smooth sailing?
I would say that, Beps has done what they should have done up until this point. They haven't dropped a map. I think the competition kind of speaks to that a little bit. Against Shopify, though, they're just one of the best Halo teams of all time, honestly. They're just such a good roster, and I don't know if Beps is going to be able to kind of string together some of that momentum that they've had to beat a team like Shopify, but I'm not counting them out in this qualifier altogether. Just this matchup's going to be tough for them.
Wes, we've seen the last couple of weeks, Luminon Gaming, they've really put Shopify Rebellion to the test a couple of times, getting the better of them, but when it came to that grand finals reset, they just didn't have enough to get the job done. Have you seen enough from Luminon Gaming these last couple of weeks that you think that eventually this win is going to come?
I think it can come in series, especially best of fives, but Shopify's still the best team in the world. Shopify's still able to rebound and wake up when they need to. It feels like whenever we need Shopify to play at their best, they always do. It's going to be a loaded task for a team, any team in this bracket, and I think Luminon's got to be your favorite to create an upset, but I still think that there's a boundary there, and Luminon would have to be playing at a ceiling that we haven't seen yet in order to get it done in these grand finals that are best of sevens, that are back-to-backs, and making sure you can actually eliminate a team like Shopify Gaming.
I think Wonder Boy, we've had the opportunity, the privilege of casting over a couple of games early in the day, but is there any team you're looking at to be a wild card that can really challenge these top two, maybe top three teams? Someone that we're maybe not talking about enough.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Beps, baby. I'm an old romantic, all right? It's like the classic week in sports. They're putting on the old SSG jerseys. They're rolling back the years. I'm telling you, these boys, watch out for them.
Well, I know that we're loading up into a game, and I know the two boys are itching and chomping at the bit to get into some casting. So, boys, you two can take it away. Have a good show.
Bye.
Thank you, Shurs. Let's get into it. I'm here with my man Clutch. It's been a while since we've casted together, but it's definitely going to be, as Clutch would say, a banger of a series. So let's get into game number 1, Oddball and Lattice. Clutch, tell me a little bit about this game type, what you're trying to accomplish, and what you're thinking, how you think this game is going to play out.
Yeah, Shopify are a very strong Lattice team, and I haven't seen a ton of Beps so far, but every roster we've seen from Beps before they added a player like Penguin has been kind of lackluster, has been leaving a lot on the table for me to want. To see them be able to compete with Shopify here today would give me a lot of promise, but this is one of their best map modes in Shopify. They have been losing it to Luminon, so they are vulnerable at it, but already Shopify off to a, 20-point lead right now, and you're seeing Beps on the ropes here early on in round 1.
Yeah, and that's what makes this Shopify team so dangerous. We've seen it time and time again. Aside from their slaying prowess, they're just such an objectively efficient team. Even though someone like Royal 2 obviously is known to be that slayer type of player, but I feel like on the Shopify Rebellion team, he's really stepped into that all-around type of role. As we're loading in here with Penguin, trying to get last shot off of that ball time, and like you said, Clutch, it's been a rough start for Beps so far.
Yeah, even if you get this kill on last shot, it's still 39-1. It's almost a 40-point hold off the opening break for Shopify, even when Beps got sniped. So things are very difficult, and you need to be able to break these setups a lot quicker if you're on the side of Beps. That's a big question for me coming into this series, is how put together is this Beps roster? Yes, we know Bound, Stellar, and Eco have championships under their belt when playing with each other. Penguin, alongside them, a lot of the history in Halo Infinite has had success with this roster, but it's been a long time since then, and it's a new team on top. How do you deal with the Shopify team? They do have 18 points on the board. They are starting to get some slays. 3 go down for Shopify. This is everything you want to see if you're a Beps fan.
Reversal.
Nice reversal by Bound, taking out Frosty as we hop on board with Eco. Couple members down for Shopify, so like you said, Clutch, could be a good opportunity here for Beps to really kind of gain that map positioning and try to take the lead here. And it's going to be really important for a team like Beps against Shopify to come out swinging, right? We always talk about how important it is for, it's crazy to call a team like Beps with their roster an underdog, but how important it is for the underdog in this series to come out strong. And if they could win round 1 or even game 1, that could be a big, big statement from them.
Yeah, it sounds weird to say they need to prove themselves in the server here early on in the series to make this really feel like a contested opportunity, especially for players like Eco and Stellar and Bound, players that have all been there. I mean, even Penguin, the entire roster. But you kind of have had this Shopify team dominate over the past year or so. So you want to see Beps really step up on the server. Eco picked up a big kill, followed by 2 from Bound there, and it got this game actually in Beps' favor. 60-50 right now. Shopify having their own setup and a chance to respond here, but it is a great round so far from Beps.
Sniper in the hands of Bound. Let's see what he can do with it. We've seen him put on a show time and time again. Dodges some nades, misses a shot there on the ball. Trying to take out this player, being a nuisance, but chooses to just leave him, keeps the sniper out, and just running around, Bound doing Bound things, trying to hit a no-scope, but gets taken down by Roll 2.
Yeah, dude, Bound doing Bound things is just right? He's trying to push the pace, trying to find these players, but doesn't have the information. He drops down bottom middle with the snipe. There's 2 players ice side. He's kind of caught with his pants down there. Not only does he lose his life, he loses the snipe, and you don't want to lose the snipe against a team like Shopify, especially when it falls into Royal 2's hands, and you're finding out why.
Royal 2 with the snipe, with the QT, that's out though. Now it's just a sniper trying to stay alive. A Stellar with the big double kill, looking for the triple, putting down some good damage on last shot. That's 3 fresh dead on the side of Shopify. So once again, an opportunity for Beps to take control and perhaps try to squeeze out this round 1.
2 bullets for Stellar. Can he make him count? Frosty's not to no shield, but I don't think that kill's going to come through. Roll 2 doesn't get body shotted there, but good damage from Stellar, and I like this. Switches to the Bandit, and obviously helps his teammate out. Does slide out front red and cost him his life, and it's lives like that that are going to be punishable. It's the Bound wipe with Snipe, it's that wipe with Stellar. You kind of overheat trying to make a play, trying to push the pace, and all of a sudden you lose your setup.
Yeah, Penguin did a great job being the last one alive, playing that ball, trying to give his team an opportunity to spawn and maybe keep Shopify off, but Last Shot does a good job moving the ball off spawn, running around, trying to get a better angle, getting some damage with that QT. Great use of it, able to get out of harm's way. Only an 8-point difference right now in this game, but it's all about control at this point.
All neutralized top mid here. Last Shot is actually going to try and opt to pick it up. Nobody on Beps contesting that ball, and Last Shot's actually going to get it into blue for free, but 15 points is all they need. A couple of slays will end this round in Shopify's favor, and that's exactly what they get. 3 go down, all 4 alive for Shopify, so this round should be ending shortly. I say that. And Cycle rotates into blue. That's going to block the spawns, and actually Bep spawns towards that oddball, making it a much more difficult opportunity for Shopify than it should have been.
Couple members fall for Shopify. Cycle and Royal 2 get taken down. All in the hands of Eco, putting down some good shots on Frosty as he gets taken down. Last shot gets a kill of his own, but a couple dropping on each side. But look at that scoreboard, Clutch. 86 to 84. It's about to be all tied up.
You got one push for Shopify right now. This is a great spot for Beps. Can they get the opening slay is the big question. 4 on 4 on the map still. Last shot knocked down the no shield, but making him work for it. Nobody's got a grenade for him. He does lose Royal 2, and last shot goes down as well. Bound on the other side of the map will go down. The ball neutralized. It's a 2v3 situation that Beps can take advantage of and win this round.
Enemy has the ball.
Frosty goes down. Stellar and Eco on the side of Beps go down. Cycle trying to put this pressure on Penguin, but he takes him down. Bounce still has the ball. 3 seconds left to go. And Beps may surprise us all and win round 1 of this oddball. Wow, what a performance.
Yeah, we saw some blunders along the way too, which gives you a lot of promise for Beps. I actually love the idea that they were able to win that round, and it didn't have to be perfect. It didn't have to be everything that Beps could put on the table for you. So even with some leftover scraps, Beps able to close that round out. I love that pick up from the oddball, getting it into blue and turning the corner with the Penguin picks it up after and ends the round. A huge momentum advantage here for Beps early on in the series.
Taking a look quickly at the scoreboard, you see Stellar 15 kills, Bound only having 7. So I mean, when Stellar is playing like we know how he can play, it's really hard to stop him. So again, he is that bit of an X-Factor type of player, trying to take down Cycle. Hits one no-scope, not able to finish him off though. But so far the slays are relatively even, but you know, it's been a neck-and-neck game.
Yeah, you'll take the round 1 win if you're Beps right now. It is going to be another early lead for Shopify, however, because the no-scopes don't come in. So often do we see Stellar hit those shots. He can hit those shots later on in this series. It could be further extended, but right now, 29-0. 3 go down for Beps as well, so it's going to be a very strong early setup once again for Shopify in round 2.
Yeah, maybe Beps poked the bear a little bit and woke up Shopify, because so far it's been flawless. It's been a flawless round. Frosty just holding down his position. Last shot trying to get some cleanups here, but this is a great setup on the side of Shopify.
Strong position from Frosty, gets information, does jump out the window, and actually great timing because there was a player behind him. I'm not quite sure if he knew that or just was able to kind of feel the presence of players missing on the map to where he felt the need to go forward. Cycle going to jump up into the sneaky window, and a no-scope melee. 2 go down, Cycle with another body shot, and this is why this young man was the MVP last year. Just can deal the damage, get back to the objective, do it all really for this Shopify team. And that's just a piece of the puzzle that makes him such a threat. 60 points now unanswered in round 2.
Last shot takes down one, does damage on the other. Frosty here to clean it up. That's 2 fresh dead on each side, but ball still in the hands of Shopify Rebellion. You have Cycle, like you said, the former MVP, just such a good all-around player. As you can say that for anyone on the Shopify team, but Cycle really kind of broke out, obviously, in Halo Infinite, and has just been such a superstar. 73-3, finally some points on the board for Beps.
Yeah, but it's all for naught, right? Bound's going to get taken down. He was the last player alive. When you're the last guy with the ball, all of Shopify's alive. You know your life is about to be shortly lived. An unbelievable thrust to make Cycle allow himself to get that damage and get traded out. Ball still in the hands of Shopify, and now only 15 points to tie this game up and go to round 3.
Roll 2 playing a bit of ring around the rosy here, trying to stay alive in that screen, and does a good job buying time and doing damage, and actually gets the trade. What a play from Royal 2. 4 members go down for Beps, and that's going to do it. Round win for Shopify, all tied up, and like we said, Clutch, they may have just poked the bear.
Yeah, I mean, it does take the Shopify team kind of some moments throughout the past recent events to really wake up. That round 1 was a wake-up call. It's a perfect round in round 2, and now if you're Beps and you're rooting for Beps as a fan, things got a little bit more dicey. Although it's a tie game right now, you really wanted to see more fight after some momentum was gained in round 1. Unfortunately, no fight was given in round 2. You do have round 3 to play for, but it's already looking like Shopify are going to have an early advantage once again.
Yeah, 3 members go down quickly for Beps, and we all know that Halo is a game of swings. You know, we saw it in that first round. Beps was able to take advantage of some of those some of their positioning on the map and squeeze out that win. But so far since then, it's been all Shopify. Now we're seeing it once again in this round number 3.
Roll 2 able to get a kill, making it a 2-on-2 situation. Michael's gonna have to drop the ball, but I mean, when your ball guy can just drop it when his gunfight, that just gives you everything. So much time being wasted on the side of Beps right now. The cycle continuing to find kills. Does eventually go down. A big kill by Eco is going to neutralize that ball. Nobody really in a position to get it. You know, Frosty wants nothing to do with it when he has the S7 in his hands. The map is all about the slays right now. He can't hit the no-scope on a bound, and that could be the opening Beps need.
Enemy has the ball.
Last shot takes down Eco with some perfect shots. Bound not able to get that cleanup. We were talking about the scoreboard earlier as well, and what seemed to be an even scoreboard now is totally lopsided in the favor of Shopify Rebellion. They're really getting their slays. What a no-scope right there, but that's really, again, in these objective games, sometimes you can squeeze out a win being that scrappy, you know, team, but ultimately the slays tell a large part of the story, and we're seeing that right now.
100%. These players know how to take advantage of this, that the kills they're getting on the map so well. It is a little bit different of a story here in round 3. So far in the first 2 rounds, Shopify have jumped out to very large early leads, 40-point-plus early leads unanswered. Beps does find 11 points earlier on the board than normal here, but right now this setup from Shopify, how strong is it going to be? Because this is where Beps have kind of struggled early in the round. If they struggle once again, this game could be over quick.
Agreed. Every time Shopify seems to hold a setup, it's so difficult for Beps to do anything about it. And once again, we're just seeing player after player fall on the side of Beps while Shopify is getting their kills. A Penguin with a nice break there, taking out last shot. Eco there as well gets the kill on roll 2, and that could be the break that Beps needed here. Let's see if they can take advantage of that.
It's an odd situation, however. Look at where everyone on the map is for Beps. They're in blue, they're on crate, they're in red with the ball. Everywhere across the map, you're going to end up getting some weird spawns here for Shopify. How do Beps deal with it? They're able to find last shot, but unfortunately, roll 2 with the double is going to break everything that Beps had right here as a setup. 24-47 still within striking distance.
QT in the hands of Royal 2. Let's see how he puts it to use now. Being aggressive, trying to push into this Beps setup, which ultimately is broken already. 47-24, using that QT to get out of there. And time is on their side, right? They just got to continue slaying, continue putting pressure on this Beps roster, and they looks like Shopify's in good position.
Yeah, not an ideal setup right now. It looks like for Beps, they do lose Stellar. Ball is in the middle of the map right now. Penguin no shield on top of it. Eco also no shield. It's an easy double kill for roll 2. All 4 players go down, and the ball being rotated to blue is a very big red flag for Beps fans once again. Crate spawns for Bound. He's ahead of his team right now. Look at where the rest of his team spawn all the way back river. That's Frosty's cue to go get that kill and continue to stagger the respawners of Beps while they calculate and add up some time.
Yeah, Frosty just going for the trade there, and it was a good play. Last shot with a nice quick scope on Eco takes him down. That's 2 members dead for Beps. Frost, last shot with another no scope takes down Bound. A couple body shots looking for the double. Nice double kill there for last shot. Killing spree. He is putting on a show.
You know, with the prolific snipers that are on the Shopify team, you know, I'm talking roll 2, probably the greatest sniper in the history of Halo. You got Frosty, one of the biggest human highlight reels we've ever had. It's last shot that I fear the most with that thing, and it's for that very reason. He has consistently been able to do what he was just able to do. And look at the lead now. She pays him 83-30. It's 53 for Shopify.
This one has blown wide open. 33 kills for last shot, 30 for Royal 2. They are just putting on a show right now. Penguin trying to do everything in his power to keep his team alive. Runs into Frosty here, and Frosty does good damage on him. Let's see if Penguin can take him down. Not able to. Frosty just chooses to leave that fight, which is actually a great play. Bound gets taken out. Royal 2 goes down as well. So a bit back and forth, but 3 down for Beps, and that could be all she wrote, as they only need 7 more seconds to close this one out.
Yeah, that's going to do it. Frosty makes an unbelievable play. Goes from blue, cuts off 2 players trying to angle him out. He actually is able to get one, get another player to no shield, and that's everything Shopify needed to end game 1. I like what we saw out of Beps.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure how this series was going to really kick off. Shopify, we know the juggernaut they are. Beps has been struggling recently. The players on this team, although they've had different force, they've been subbing in and out players, trying to find the right mix. That was a promising game 1, especially for a game type like Lattice Oddball, where we saw how strong Shopify setups were. I think that was the big difference for me, was when Shopify gets a setup, are Beps really fine-tuned enough as a team right now to break those setups in time? It doesn't look like it, but the scrappiness, they were able to keep up with Shopify and some of the scrappiness of that game, that gives you a lot of promise for this team in the future and maybe going forward in the series.
I agree. I couldn't agree more. I think if you're Beps, you'll take that. I mean, obviously you would have liked to win the game, but that's not a bad way to lose the game one, right? I think being able to win that first round should give them confidence and, you know, and trust in each other that they can do some damage in this series. Game 2 is going to be a big one, though, Wes. We have Vacancy Slayer coming up, and if you're Beps, you got to win this one just to give yourself some breathing room, and it could be one of those, you know how it goes, the Game 2 Slayer, sometimes, you know, anyone can win that game, right? So if you're Beps, you really got to come out and try to get that Game 2 win.
Yeah, this goes for every team in the league, I think. For Luminon, if they're listening, for all the top teams right now that are in Halo Infinite, I think you have to beat Shopify and the Slayers if you're going to beat them. I think Game 2s are so important when trying to stay in series, get these series to a Game 5, and try to win those games in Game 5. Obviously, I think Luminon beat Shopify 3-1, but if you're able to win these Slayers, you just take away a lot of the momentum that we know Shopify loves to play around.
Definitely. As we're getting into game number 2, 3 members make that 4 go down for Shopify, so a good start. 4 down versus 2 for Bep, so they were going to get that initial map control. Let's see if they could kind of put this some spawn pressure on Shopify.
Big plasma by Eco to just delay these players pushing top high. He's able to actually find one, get a melee onto a second. I mean, this is everything. Eco making hella plays right now with the double kill. It looked like he was going to be dead to rights with 4 players sprinting off spawn at him. But a good crossfire from Beps allowed them to extend the lead 7-3.
This is what makes Shopify champions, though. They never kind of panic in any sort of situations. Even when they're, you know, get a bad start on the Slayer or they get 4 down, they're so good at playing their life and playing off their spawns correctly. Right now, though, Beps does have a 7-kill lead. We got Stellar on the screen doing a lot of damage. Frosty goes down, and 12-5 continuing the run here is Beps.
Yeah, look what the difference of a strong start on a map can be. We saw 3 straight rounds that felt like Shopify were able to get the advantage in game 1 over Beps and really use that advantage to gain a comfortable lead. Right now it's Beps in the lead off of a strong start, and they've been able to turn this into a 15 to make it 16-8. Shock rifle in the hands of Bounds, and I love the pace that they're playing at. It's scrappy. This is exactly where they had success in game 1 as well.
Good damage there from Bound. He was dead to rights, but able to hit that shot before going down. A couple members on each side go down. Frosty trying to do some damage as he gets taken out as well. 22-11. Beps continuing to put on the pressure. They want to stay alive in this series, and they understand how big of a game this Slayer is.
Yeah, I like the pace that they're playing at, and I like the fact that they're slowing it down right now. This is a cheeky play from Bound. He's crouching under the jump up, gets a lot of information that 2 players are in red, and they're not going to expect him to be here. Roll 2, get caught off guard. All he does is 1 bullet of damage. It's a double for Bound that keeps the pace going and map control in Beps' favor.
Beautiful flank there for Bound, getting that double, not taking any damage either, allowing him to stay aggressive. That's 4 kills essentially that he's gotten in a row. And Bound, that's what makes him such a special player, his ability to read the map and make those sneaky flank plays. And what a play that was, finally going down after getting 4 kills.
Yeah, I like the pace still. Even though he loses his life there, he's doing the right thing, right? When these players are trapped, they're trying to get those kills. Unfortunately, they lose a few players here, and this is where it could get dicey. 25-18, but on a map like this, it could fall very quickly. Your lead can disappear if they put you in the right trap. Bound picks up a big kill to release a lot of the pressure Shopify wanted to put on.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You got to be really careful here if you're Beps. You got to keep your foot on the gas and not allow yourself to give up silly deaths and let this lead shrink. 8-kill lead, though, still pretty comfortable. Kills are being traded left and right, so there hasn't really been much of in the recent interactions, much of one team favoring the other. It's just been Beps able to keep their lead and continuing that pressure.
Yeah, honestly, for Beps to go 3 down and then find ways to trade effectively multiple times right there, that was everything for Beps to keep their foot on the map right now. They have a 5-kill lead. It still is getting dicey right now as they're starting to lose lives back to back to back. And this is once again an area where they're going to have to find trades that are at disadvantageous positions. Unfortunately, they are able to find 2 in the kill feed, making it 4. So we're seeing Shopify claw back into this. They're probably going to be spawning back yellow here, and this is once again a very difficult position with Frosty with the shock rifle posted up top mid.
3-kill lead now as Royal 2 takes down Stellar. Bound able to get the trade. This is going to be a big swing moment in this game. Is Frosty going to stay alive with that shock? No, he gets the trade. Couple members fall on each side, 31-35. Stella putting down good shots on Royal 2. choosing to drop down and play a little sneaky here as Cycle is pushing him, trying to win this interaction. At least a trade will be good, and he gets the trade. 4-kill lead. You're getting to that 40-kill mark, so this is where you wouldn't really mind trading so much if you're Beps, but you got to be careful. As I say that, it's just a 3-kill game.
Beps had the height advantage right now. 2 players pushing from jail, but Eco gonna focus on top mid, tries to get out of there with his life. Unfortunately, he felt that he was being surrounded. He very much was. And with that, another difficult position. 2-kill game, 1 player stuck back red. It's gonna be bound. He gets taken down. The map gets flipped, and all of a sudden we're looking at a nearly tied up game here as we go into the 40-kill mark.
And you can see just the body language of these Spartans, the confidence that they're moving around right now. Even though they're down, it looks like they're in the driver's seat right now as Shopify is looking to hunt for their kills. Bound gets taken down with some good teamwork.
Traded out.
Traded it out, 41-39.
Bull 2 trying to be aggressive top mid here. They flipped the map once again, but still a 3-kill lead. Make it 42-39 right now. The push into red. 2 players, Penguin and Bound, both knocked in a shield, and Roll 2 finds both of the kills. Nobody there to trade out Roll 2 right now, and that's a dangerous spot here as 3 go down for Beps, a 1-kill game, and everybody's spawning top cuts.
Royal 2 making an absolutely insane play there, getting a double kill, staying alive, and then trading with Bound. That was such a huge series of events that was led by Royal 2, but still lead in the hands of Beps, 46-44. 4 kills left to go, and Beps can tie the series up.
46-44. Game probably going to slow down here a little bit. 1 player stuck Bound by himself, but Eco finds a kill across the map. It's a massive kill. They got a lot of information that these players are top cuts. Bound doing a great job to stay alive here. Does a ton of damage. Nobody's going to be able to trade this out. It's going to be a 1-kill lead. Stellar does find a kill across the map, but it's a double as Roll 2 and Frosty make their way top mid. Frosty's going to have the shock, and if this game slows down and allows Frosty to get an opportunity to post up with the snipe, it could get dangerous. But a 49th kill is everything for Beps right now. They need 1 to trade out. Frosty in a lot of trouble, and that's going to do it. Stellar presses pedal to the metal there, finds the 50th kill, and Beps right back in this series, winning the Slayer. Everything you want to see.
Yeah, big win out of Beps there. It was a nail biter, right? We saw Beps have quite of a comfortable lead up until that 30-32 kill mark, and that's where Shopify really kind of crawled and got back into the game. And for a second there, it looked like Shopify was going to get the upper hand. Roll 2 making some big plays. Ultimately, Frosty going for that shock rifle, not able to get that headshot on that player towards the end, and then ultimately gets chased and taken out for the final kill. But looking at the scoreboard here, 17 for Royal 2, continuing to dominate, but unfortunately not enough to get his team to win.
Yeah, and on the other side, it's Eco, and the way he started this game, it was just phenomenal. I mean, this play right here, being able to find a double unanswered, this was everything for Beps to find a lead and play from the lead this entire game. It was the opening break for Beps that really went in their favor. Eco starts off the game 5-1-3, and that's massive to like be able to play from the lead in a game type like this. We saw how many times it came down to like, can you just find ways to trade from difficult positions? Beps was unbelievable at doing that throughout that game too, led by Eco, of course. But the fact that they were able to do it from the leading spot and not having to feel the weight of what a deficit would be, I think was everything for Beps in this game. I'll be interested to see how the rest of the series plays out, how the very start of these games are going to go. Because if Beps can find some momentum at the start, it's going to benefit them so much. Yeah, I felt like in game 1, a lot of red flags when you're losing 3 straight starting strats to a team like Shopify. On a game type like Live Fire Strongholds, everybody's been playing this for over 4 years. So I'm excited once again for this game type because I think Beps is going to have an opportunity to start off strong once again.
Yeah, Shopify is just so dominant at these objective game modes. It's gonna be a tough one, but Beps coming off a good win. They have some momentum. They're really gonna need to control the sniper, control the camo, just control the power-ups and power weapons. I know we say that time and time again, and that is what makes the difference when you're playing at this level of Halo. It's those, that dedication, that commitment of the power weapons, of the power-ups, that will really make the difference here in game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have we seen Stellar just take over a game type like Live Fire Strongholds? Unfortunately, I do think that Shopify's one of their best game types has got to be Live Fire Strongholds. So often do we see them just dominate that 250 to double digits a lot of the times against some of the best teams in the world. We're getting an opportunity to look at Luminon Gaming versus Luminon Black. A little bit of Luminon action here. 32-22 right now. Luminon Gaming actually find themselves down 1-0 in the series. You got to think that they're the favorite here coming into this series, but Luminon Black, obviously not a pushover team. If you've been paying attention to the Halo scene this year, Envoy starting to make a serious push towards the top here. Piggy, Descendant, Boobadooboo, all household names at this point in Infinite. But a comfortable lead for Luminon Gaming here in Game 2 should be able to tie this series up as well.
35-24, Descendant on your screen, trying to locate Piggy. He gets taken down. And just like that, 35-25, and I'm surprised, like you said, Wes, that Luminon Black actually leading in the series 1-0. Looks like we're hopping back over to the Shopify and BEPS series 1-1, all tied up as we go into game number 3.
See how this opening break goes. Frosty finds 2 players going bottom middle, and that's everything for Frosty to hit the slide towards him, finds a kill. The snipe drops down bottom middle, and you know Frosty's licking his chops as he picks up the S7.
3 members fall quickly for BEPS. That opening start is so important, and it goes totally in the favor of Shopify. Now you have Frosty with the sniper rifle, Stronghold control totally on the side of Shopify right now, and Frosty just running around his playground with that snipe.
Yeah, interesting start right there as Shopify got all 4 down very quickly. Even Frosty gets the S7. He's trying to wait for the camo, sees everybody spawning towards that tower. He's not able to hold that position, and because of it, BEPS kind of sneak in and they get that camouflage. Maybe a blunder from Shopify. You'd think that they are able to snowball what was complete control of the map into that first camouflage, but it's actually Stellar who's able to get away with it, and now he's under pressure here over at B.
Yeah, definitely agree. Camo was a bit of a slip there, but ultimately Shopify able to get points on the board and take out that camo player, so no harm, no foul, as last shot doing some damage. Still now control of B and C on the side of Shopify. Just not really giving any room for BEPS to be able to make a play. It's always 2v1s. You're always seeing the Shopify players have such great teamwork. It seems like it's almost suffocating BEPS at the moment.
And Cycle able to hop into B. You saw how his jiggles over towards the elbow are so strong in order to get the control over towards green. It's going to be last shot once again, getting a kill on the Stellar. A is going to be transferred over, B transferred over to Shopify. It's a 45-4 lead here early on, and once again a very strong start for Shopify.
Still trying to rotate over from the nest, but he gets taken down. We got a player bottom mid, that's Penguin, trying to stay alive, throwing some grenades, able to get out of there. Frosty just going to happily rotate over here, trying to stay alive, continuing to take damage, but he's just going to camp out here while he gets his shields back and make sure that he is defended, as looks like BEPS is in there.
Frosty not done a no shield from several players that he's not necessarily focused on or prioritizing. Playing his life so well. Does get eventually taken down. Cycle and Roll 2 will find kills in the feed. It's a 2-2 split right now, but a trip cap momentarily for Shopify. C's going to be transferred over to end that. The second camo of the game has got to be the prioritization, but Stellar doesn't know Cycle was dummy doors right there, and Cycle was able to get a no shield. Did the nades come home, though, is the big question. Stellar hits the jump to top mid, and that's going to allow him to keep his life here. Huge live from Stellar here should be able to get BEPS some momentum. 3 go down for Shopify. Stellar, even though he has camo, he's going to be sprint sliding towards B, knowing that his timing window has got to be capitalized on.
Trying to get some control, down by quite a significant amount, 96-4, but finally able to convert that stronghold. A and B now in their possession, but as I say that, Shopify already on top of A, converts it back. Sniper goes down bottom mid. Let's see who picks it up, and that's Eco.
Did Eco give us a couple of shots here to get BEPS right back into this game? It's 96-5, but these score lines can get right back into it pretty quickly. B's going to be the focus for now, and unfortunately, Eco doesn't expect the player to be dummy door there. It's taken down. The snipe goes into Cycle's hands. 2 back green, but Cycle finds the first. He's able to split off, making it 2 1v1s. The nade comes through for Royal 2. He's going to be able to pick up that kill. The snipe now on the ground, but the pressure still on BEPS as the slays from Shopify coming off respawn are true.
Royal 2 playing super aggressive, just soaring past top middle, gets the kill on a player on A, trying to look for the double, plays aggressive once again and takes him out. Nice plays out of Royal 2, such a confident shot. Like you said, arguably the best shot in Halo history. Royal 2 doing what he does.
Stellar split spawns outside by camo, and Royal 2 actually Misses a few right there. Stellar expects him to be in the window, gets the better of him. Stellar, one of the best shooters in the history of Halo as well. Creates an opening that allows them to get A. And they find a couple more kills. Unfortunately, here comes Frosty and Cycle to back green. They're able to pick up the kills. No harm, no foul. Get the reset on to B as well.
Well-oiled machine is Shopify Rebellion. Oh, always making the right plays. And look at that. Frosty gets a nice snipe cleanup. Able to almost get the double kill as well. But Eco is there trying to put some pressure on Shopify, trying to convert this B stronghold. Let's see if he's able to successfully convert. He will. Now, finally, Beps has B and C control, but you know Shopify's already rotating.
Unbelievable play from Frosty over the green tower. Not often have I ever seen that attempted. He hits the shot, of course. It's Frosty, the human highlight reel himself. 125 now to 35. Frosty does get a taste of his own medicine, a repulse stick for Eco. It's the first camo of the game for Shopify going into Cycle's hands, however. And how do they deal with this? Cycle wants to play this slow and ends up going back tower.
First camo actually in the hands of Shopify. First two were controlled by Stellar, and Cycle putting that camo immediately to use, gets a double kill. That's going to open up the map for his team. You see Frosty already capturing that C point. A will be converted by Bev, so we're going to see Cycle and the Shopify boys rotate over towards B here.
Yeah, one of the big differences is look at how successful this camo has already been. We saw Beps land 2 camouflages earlier on in the game. Neither one really had a ton of success. So far, Cycle's done everything. He's gotten his team strongholds. He's gotten 4 kills to cap it off. Perfect shots from him allow this camo just to be felt so difficult by Beps right now. And Cycle, I mean, continuing to rotate with this camo. It's beautifully played. He's going to play his entire camo out here, transitions it into the Quantum, and that's going to give his team a 100-point lead, or like still in this game. And right now it's starting to really be felt by Beps. They got to get out of this trap, and I'm not sure how they're going to do it.
Yeah, that was all Cycle all day. He, like you said, Clutch, he put that camo to perfect use, and because of that, his team had a momentary trip cap, and now they're controlling the map with B and C. He's got QT control, just posted up in nest. Great Halo being played by Cycle and Shopify right here.
And that's one of the things that makes Shopify the demons that they are, that has successful, the world champions that they are, I should say, is every time they get a sniper, every time they get a power-up, it feels like they're able to min-max it so well. Cycle plays perfectly with that one, and if you're not doing the same with the same opportunities, Shopify are going to find ways to beat you, and right now it's a beat down, 200 to 52, and this is exactly what I kind of feared when I saw this game type, because this is Shopify's bread and butter, and they're showing you why.
Now we got Royal 2 in his happy place right now with the sniper. Top tower takes down Stellar's face. Cycle gets a couple as well. That's 3 fresh dead. Last player alive is in front of Royal 2. Easy pickings. Eco sit down as Royal 2 with the no scope putting on a show here. Trip cap for Shopify Rebellion, and there's no stopping this team right now.
It's a tale as old as time. Roll 2 top tower with a snipe. How do you deal with it? Unfortunately, when he's got a repulse in his back pocket through the Halo Infinite sandbox, makes it even more difficult. They are going to be able to hop into A, but at the same time, it does look like B is going to be the transition for Shopify, the response. They do spot this player back mud, I believe, and it gets taken down. So the flank is already dealt with. It's a 4-on-3 as the collapse comes on to B, and Roll 2 now with the second camo for Shopify. We saw how successful Cycle was. The killing spree for Roll 2 gives you a lot of promise that Shopify are going to end this game in their favor soon.
Yeah, this should be it, Clutch. Camo control, map control on the side of the Shopify. 4 seconds left to go. Bound trying to desperately get in that stronghold, but he gets taken down. And there you have it. Shopify Rebellion, absolute bloodbath. Take the series lead 2-1.
That's the Shopify you fear. That's the Shopify that we've seen over the past year. They're starting to wake up. Obviously, game 1, closely contested first round, where Beps were able to have an advantage. They were even able to steal game 2 in the series, but this is the Shopify that you didn't want to see if you're a Beps fan. 250 to 67. And if you give snipes away every single time to a team like Shopify, that's probably going to be the scoreline 90% of the time. It's very difficult to reel it out of their hands once they get a hold of it. You got to make more with the early opportunities you were given if you're Beps. I know you lost the opening break, but those early camos really didn't transition to the success that we saw Shopify then display later on with those same camos.
Taking a look at some of the replays, we had Frosty here from the beginning, setting the tempo, setting the pace of this game, but ultimately it was cycle, right? I think him picking up that initial camo that we were discussing and really putting it to so much use, that's where the game just totally broke open. And then after that, we saw Royal 2, of course, have the sniper rifle top tower and just do what Royal 2 does. It was just a lot of just, you know, controlling the QTs, controlling the repulse. He's just kind of always moving together around the map. Shopify really kind of starting to play the Halo that we expect out of them, and that's a scary thing.
Yeah, one of the things for Beps, I think, that we've seen so far throughout the series and something that they're going to have to improve on is being able to play once they are all 4 coming off respawn, because I feel like that's when we see the best of Shopify. They can push their advantages. They are so strong when they get 4 down on how to continuously keep you in a stranglehold. We got to see Beps be able to respond out of those situations a lot more efficiently if they want to have success against a team like Shopify. Right now, I don't believe that they're there as a team.
Yeah, we're quickly looking at this Luminon brother versus brother battle. Luminon Gaming versus Luminon Black. Luminon Gaming went down 0-1 in this series, but able to rally back and take that 2-1 series lead.
Yeah, and no surprise there. We're going to see Luminon Gaming having the better of Luminon Black, but it is good to see that Luminon Black team really trying to contest them, push them further in that series, because that's a team that I do think has upset potential throughout this year. That mix of players has a ton of individual skill, has some pop-off potential. The perfect storm has to happen to create upsets, but it can happen. I think we've seen that even at the LVT San Antonio LAN earlier this year from some of those players. So I'm excited to continue to watch them. But right now, it does look like we have that 2-horse race as we continue throughout the winner's bracket. It's Shopify Rebellion, Luminon Gaming, and they're going to play in the next round if both teams can close out these 2 series.
Taking a look at this bracket right here, like you mentioned, we have Shopify versus Beps, Luminon Black versus Luminon Gaming, and then on the bottom half of this bracket, we have Undeniable and Majin and Kraken Seas and Ascending Baseline. So some familiar names, a lot to fight for, a lot to prove. You know, the top 4 out of this qualifier, of course, are going to get that travel coverage to DreamHack Atlanta, which is always a big help. But ultimately, these guys are playing for their pride. They're playing for the competition. And of course, you know, they just want to prove that they're the best in the game right now. But Shopify Rebellion is definitely sitting in that catbird seat.
Yeah, Shopify trying to continue their dominant run that has been over the past year, and I think everybody else's goal should be to try and knock some of that confidence off Shopify going into some of these larger tournaments throughout this year. That's the big question, is can somebody take down the juggernaut that is Shopify? We've seen it in individual series, especially online, but Shopify have always responded. If one of these teams can find a way to actually knock Shopify out of one of these tournaments, that's where these events will become so much more exciting, where the bad blood will come, the rivalries. But right now, no rivalries to be had as Shopify continuing to dominate here for the second year.
Taking a look at Game 4 on the bottom here. Capture the Flag Origin, this Battle of the Luminons. And again, Luminon Black, your backs are against the wall as you're down 2-1 against the fired up Luminon Gaming squad. And ever since Snakebite joined this roster, they've just kind of taken that next step. They're speaking about Shopify, this Luminon Gaming roster has been giving Shopify a run for their money. They're definitely competing with them at a very high level. So we'll see what they can do for the rest of this qualifier and for the going into DreamHack as well.
Yeah, a lot of pop-off potential. We've seen the highlights from Precision, from Trippy, from Talik, and the addition of Snakebite's got to be one that can never make a team worse, you'd think. So you love the idea that this Luminon Gaming team is doing everything that they can throughout the year to try and take down the team that is Shopify Rebellion, to try and humble the Shopify Rebellion team. But so far, Shopify should still have that confidence. We're refocusing on the Beps Shopify series here, and it does look like it's an early start for Beps as Eco finds himself with a snipe 3 go down for Shopify. Last player alive, last shot. Rockets in the hands momentarily for Penguin. It's a trade, and Eco with a lot of responsibility here to try and hold snipes out of the map. He's actually going to back up and try and help Stellar across. Not able to do much work with that snipe. Frosty finds it now in his hands, and this is where Frosty made a name for himself back in the day on Halo 5.
Yeah, just like that, the Beps had a good start. They got snipers, they got rockets, but they weren't able to do anything. Again, that seems to be a common theme here, where we're seeing Beps do the right things. We're seeing them get the camos, get the snipers, get the rockets, but they're not able to put them to work. It's because Shopify is just so good at pushing their advantages, and it's really it's hard, even when you have power weapons and power-ups against them, to put them to work sometimes.
Yeah, they're not going to give you any free kills. They're not going to get caught off guard. They're so good with their communication, with their strategy. They know you have snipe. They know they're not going to give you free kills. Eco's still trying to find success now that he's got the snipe back into his hands, but can't spot any of the Shopify players right now. He's able to take down roll 2. That's 3 down. Last shot, trying to overextend towards the elbow. Eco in a one-on-one with last shot here. Needs to find a way to find this kill because last shot's going to be dealing damage across the map. Unfortunately, last shot has help from respawners, and Eco can't find the stick. Penguin not going to be able to cap this flag until kills come through.
Yeah, that was such a big fight to lose there if you're Eco, because now last shot is just staying bound with a big win right there. He might have just clutched up for that cap, but I don't think it'll happen. And it all started from last shot staying alive and winning that 1v1 against Eco, and now we actually might see a counter cap.
Yeah, difficult spot. You get all 3 down. Last shot, the last player alive, overextending. It's how can you kill that overextender? So often have we seen that be the story in Halo, right? And this flag's still contestable.
Oh, wow,
the kills are coming through still. No return from Shopify. Keeps this flag alive. Bound's done some incredible work to get some great damage done to stay alive. Find kills. Can he punch it in? Last shot's still there to be able to take him down. Where's the rest of Veps here as they look to have all been snipes out of the map? Roll 2's going to be in their window right now. Roll 2 getting some free damage is never a good sign. That return is not the focus for him. He's going to actually get this flag out of the window, but he's forced to keep it there, and once again, the stalemate continues.
That was incredible out of Roll 2. He was the last one alive, gets a double kill, single-handedly almost saving this cap for his team. But it's just a chaos right now, trying to get the return so they can cap the flag. But ultimately, Shopify able to get the flag reset. And once again, everyone on this Shopify team making a play. But Royal 2 really clutching up there with that double, pulling the flag out window.
Yeah, so much time passed throughout that stalemate that Frosty was able to pick up the rockets. And when Frosty got the rockets into the enemy base, that was going to guarantee the return. Big kills coming through. Flag on the move, however. And Eco able to find the kill himself. 3 go down for Shopify as they try to get that run. Eco is going to be by himself, but he's going to have that flag all the way towards the snipe. There is one more player overextended cycle towards Veps' elbow right now, and that's the same position last shot was in last time they had success. Cycle is going to get taken down in the feed. Stellar also finds a kill under Rule 2. A 2-on-2 situation. This flag stopped at the snipe ramp as 2 players still left to deal with. Nico's going to try and go for it.
Eco trying to run in the flag, and there it is. Punches in the first cap of the game. Could have been potentially a 2-0 lead, but they'll take the one. A nice stick for the trade there. A couple members on each side fall. Cycle now with the sniper in his hand.
That stick is honestly a massive stick from Eco. Not only does it get the flag and find the window of time that Shopify were kind of lacking in order to get that cap, but that stick stops any counter cap opportunity. If Eco dies for free there, Roll 2 is going to be running this flag out the window with Cycle top cap with snipe, but Eco with a big cap and a big kill to get his team the lead here in game 4.
4 down for Shopify Rebellion as a big kills out of Eco, now spawning those locating those spawners back to base. This could be a big opportunity once again. We know Shopify is really good at spawning and playing out of their base, staying alive, but this is an opportunity for Veps to really put the pressure on.
Yeah, can the players from the base stay alive? Roll 2 is able to find one, Cycle is able to find the other, so now Bound and Stellar by themselves over here towards the snipe. They're going to slow play it. Roll 2 trying to flank over towards the snipe. He's going to jump up, and Bound loses the fight. Roll 2 able to get away bottom mid, and Roll 2 stops what could have been another potential flag on the move for Veps.
Big plays out of Royal 2, back-to-back big-time fights, big-time wins. Just such a nuisance on the map right now for Veps as Royal 2 bottom middle putting down shots, top snipe, rotating towards the rocket side, and Cycle able to get those rockets and get out of there.
Yeah, dangerous spot right here because the flag about to be pulled by Roll 2. One rocket in the chamber to play around right now. Cycle's going to actually shoot that rocket a little bit too late in the cave. Those players rotated towards the sniper. If he'd shot it earlier, it would have been a double. But big kills. Somehow, Veps get out of that situation. When Roll 2's on your flag and Cycle's in your window with rocks, you think that that's going to be an opportunity for Shopify, but Veps fighting out of their cave. The rocket doesn't find home. Veps get out of there unscathed.
Yeah, that could have been disastrous for Veps with Cycle in your base with rockets. I don't know if you want to call it luck, where they rotated out of the cave towards the other side, or you know, Cycle not shooting the rocket in time, but that could have been really scary. Great job by Veps neutralizing that threat, but Frosty says no to the triple.
Eco trying to go for another triple this game. Him and Bound leading the team in kills 15 apiece, but that was a kill that Eco needed to get onto Frosty that could have really opened up what would be potential 2-0 lead there. Bound trying to get a touch on this flag, but unfortunately Respawn is going to deny that. They got the death cam on him, and it's an easy kill. But on the same side, at the same time, I should say, that's still controlling the snipe side of the map. They're doing a great job to control the right side of the map, which is predominantly where I like to think the power position is. A couple of kills come through as well, so they're doing a great job making this mixy and finding kills along the way.
Don't let them get to a game 5, Clutch. You know, we talked about it, right? If you get to a game 5, team player, anything can happen. And right now, Beps is looking like they are controlling this game. They, of course, have the lead. 5 minutes left in regulation here. But, of course, it's still a long way to go in this game number 4.
A lot of time left. 5 minutes. Penguin back sneaky right now. Roll 2 hunting him down. Able to get some help as well. Big live from Penguin. Unfortunately, Cycle able to trade it out eventually. Cycle able to find 2 somehow. 4 dead for Shopify, however. Stellar, the only guy alive on the map. Spots last shot coming off his spawn. Forces the split spawn's elbow side. Needs to find this kill on the last shot cleanly. Unfortunately, it takes him a couple more shots. And last shot buys just enough time to reset Stellar, and now that's going to be the map as well. Rockets are going to be coming up. That's the name of the game right now, and you can already see Shopify trying to prioritize those.
A big kill on Frosty, because you know if he stayed alive in that Beps elbow, it would have been a thorn. So that was huge for their real estate, for their map control, to get rid of that Frosty in their corner and their elbow. Eco goes down to some perfect shots out of last shot. Kind of struggling this game, 10 and 17, which we usually don't see out of him. So, you know, good job by Beps kind of keeping him, you know, uncomfortable all game. If you look at the other side, Bound at 20, Eco with 20. This has been a back and forth game so far.
Big kills from Beps to keep them in this game. Unfortunately, it's the 3rd set of rockets in a row. It feels like that's gone to Shopify. And if you play with fire long enough, eventually you get burned. The flag being pulled out the window. 2 players stuck in cave. A kill from Frosty. He leaves the 2nd player in cave. Eco spawning back flag. This is going to tie the game up here momentarily. You'd have to think. That flag on the move, nobody in a position to stop it. Shopify respond with some rocket control once again. If you're Beps, a little bit of power weapon control could have had you at a monumental lead here in game 4 to push this to a game 5, but it's Shopify's focus and prioritization of those power weapons that have really kept them in this game long enough to tie it up.
And it's really, a lot of it is Shopify just being really good at staying like low, bottom middle, towards bottom rockets, flanking your elbows. That is, they love doing that on this game type, and we're really seeing it pay off for them. Once again, 3 go down for Beps, make that 4 momentarily, but Penguin just spawned and roll 2, pulled in the flag. This looks like a great opportunity for Shopify to take the lead.
Yeah, Eco can't go down, unfortunately. Last shot hits him with a nade. He does. The flag carrier does get killed. Roll 2 tries to go across the silvers. Respawners had an angle on him. Cycle trying to find that player front to base, knows he's there, but can't get an angle around that pillar, and that's a big kill by Bound. Potentially stop this. Can Bound find a double? Bound does find a double. 3 go down. This could be a counter cap opportunity now that Bound's able to find a couple of kills. Flag out the window. Cave spawns for Shopify. Can Bound find a couple of headshots?
Cycle doing a great job just getting that easy pick, right? Ooh,
Oh
nice 2 for 1 there. Takes down Frosty, does damage on another. Last shot gets a kill as well. Cycle here towards Snipe. If Bound can take him down quickly, this could be a good opportunity for Beps to continue getting control. But once again, Cycle just doing so good at staying alive. Finally gets taken down. There is a player towards that rocket side, and these next set of rockets are going to be huge.
Nice shots from Bound. Every one of these body shots bringing for Beps' opportunity to go to game 5. Rockets are coming up, and that pick should allow them to get those rockets. Roll 2's hiding right below Bound. Does Bound played this a little bit too fast, doesn't check his corners like we know Bound to do, and Roll 2 gonna punish him, playing like a rat. Able to find that kill. Rockets are gonna get Penguin a double here, but it's just gonna be the map being reset. Even Stellar, last player alive, coming off respawn for Beps. Somehow they get rockets, but it doesn't transition into any control. Perfect shots from Roll 2 once again, really starting to take over this game.
See Bound trying to sneak through bottom, but gets taken down right away. Roll 2 says not to save Bound. Eco spawning in that cave. Really needs to take down Roll 2. Finally takes him down. Now he can get some control of that map. But Frosty is right there, gonna pick up that kill. Fountain. Stellar is low as well. Can Frosty get a double? Putting on the pressure, but Stellar able to stay alive for a little bit longer. Finally gets spotted, but that grenade explosion hurts him. Frosty takes him down. Bound once again spotted there, takes down to 1 shot. Penguin as well in the cave. This is just not looking good for Beps as they are really cornered here.
Big kill by Eco though. Releases Frosty from the situation here. Penguin, the last player alive, not able to do too much as he's no shield in the cave. The flag carrier going to be going across the Silver's elbow spot. They're going to have an angle on the flag, but Down gets taken down. Nobody on that side of the map. Cycle running the flag up. 40 seconds on the clock, and Shopify take a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, that was just perfect execution right there at Shopify Rebellion. And like you said, Clutch, with only 30 seconds left to go in this game, that could be the final flag cap and the deciding factor in this series. Big double kill once again at a last shot, spotting Eco in the cave for the triple. Big shots there at a last shot for the triple, and now running a third flag because why not? Frosty takes down Stellar. That's 4 dead momentarily. All players on BEP spawning across the map, and this should actually be a third flag cap. So they're going to beat the clock. Oh, they do not. 4 seconds left to go, and there you have it. They get the third cap, win it in some dominating fashion, not letting the clock run out. They want that third cap, and wow, what a series and what a performance out of Shopify.
Yeah, Frosty with 31 in Game 4. He puts a punctuation on this series, and Beps showed you a lot of promise throughout some of these games, but not enough, obviously, to take down Shopify. Shopify, once they had that control, something, a consistent message throughout the series. When Shopify have full control, how dominant can they be with it? We saw the double cap there at the end. They didn't lose control from the second to the third cap. That's what Shopify are great at. When they have that level of power and control, how successful can they be? How far can they push these win conditions? And we saw there at the end that was the story of the series. Game 3, very similar in Wildfire Strongholds. For me, if we're looking back on the series and we're Beps, you're saying we were scrappy with them. We could contain them when the game was about a 50-50 mark. But when we lost control, that's where we really struggled. That's what they need to prioritize fixing for future series against a team like Shopify. But I mean, it just shows you that this team that's been together for so long, they have such a dominant strategy when it comes to pushing a lot of the control and opportunities that they get. And I mean, that's why they're the world champs. That's why they're the best in the game.
Yeah, I agree. I think, I mean, if you're Beps, you're not. It was a competitive series, right? I don't think it was as much of a blowout as maybe some people might have thought. Even in game number 1, we saw them win that round in the oddball, ultimately losing the game. Losing that game number 1. Same thing with game number 3. We see them cap the flag first, hold the setup and hold that advantage up until 5 minutes left in the game, and that's where Shopify gets basically 3 caps in a 5-minute span. But again, if you're Beps, it was a solid series, not your best performance, but you can definitely keep your head held up high and feel confident in the rest of this bracket.
Yeah, Shopify versus Luminon, that's going to be the upper semis 1. Majin versus Kraken sees in the upper semi 2. I believe that's going to go down tomorrow. But Luminon Gaming punching their ticket to play against Shopify here in the winner's bracket.
That should be a good one.
Yep, they got the job done, and we saw those two teams clash last week. We've seen these two teams clashing ever since they were Luminon's picked up Snakebite. And this is where really the winner's bracket starts to get hot. For Beps going into the Elim bracket, they should be confident. We should be able to see them have success down there. And I'm wondering how quickly can they fix some of these little mistakes that they're making in order to really rebound and become some of the great players that we know that they're capable of.
Yeah, I'm excited, right? We to watch that Luminon Gaming versus Shopify matchup. The Snakebite versus Royal 2 storyline is always a fun one to watch, and of course, Royal 2 has gotten the better of him and more recently in these tournaments. Royal 2, obviously 4 championship rings. You got Frosty with 4 championship rings. That whole roster is stacked. But Snakebite trying to do something new, trying to do something different with this roster, and so far they're definitely looking like a threat.
Yeah, looking like a threat. How quickly can they get up to speed and compete with Shopify on the regular is the big question, because Shopify, I feel like when they get momentum and confidence and start to really push, we've seen them just dominate even the best teams in the world, the Optic Gamings of last year. So tall task for anybody in this bracket to try and take down Shopify, but if anybody can do it, I'm thinking that Luminon team has got to be your favorite right now.
I agree. I think Luminon definitely has what it takes to take Shopify to that pushing point, to that breaking point. And we saw Beps give them a run for their money as well, right? So don't count that team out just yet. Of course, we are here with Straight Rippin'. Thanks to them for putting on this broadcast in preparation for DreamHack Atlanta. Top 4 teams are going to punch coverage, travel coverage to the event, and ultimately, just we all want to watch some good Halo. So.
Absolutely. Wait to get back on LAN. That's where the excitement happens, right? When you're playing in front of a crowd, when the lights are on, when the connection is perfect. That's when you see the best of these players. So qualifying for that is the first step into having a successful tournament. So it's good to see all these top teams competing at a high level right now, showcasing some of their best, and still have some stuff to work on. And I think that's the exciting piece is how driven are these teams at this point right now to improve and actually take down Shopify, because it feels like if you're competing right now, Faisal, and you've watched Shopify have the run that they've had over the past year, somebody's got to take them down. It's a story as old as time. Time is undefeated, and eventually the pieces get put together, and players have had enough of this dominant force.
Yeah, and it gets frustrating too, as a competitor. These guys are all competitors. They're the best in the world, right? So just to see a team like Shopify just in an so late in the lifespan of a Halo game, right, where you would think that everyone is kind of at their peaks, everyone is playing perfect Halo, for Shopify to just be so far ahead and kind of in such the driver's seat, it's frustrating as a competitor, right? So if you're Snakebite, if you're Bound, if you're any of these players on these top teams, you gotta be gunning for these guys. But hey, they know that the target is on their back. Shopify knows that, and they're ready for it. And honestly, no one can do anything about it.
Yeah, as of right now, they definitely still look driven in order to push their best and leave the legacy that you hear Last Shot and Cycle always talk about. So I'm also interested to see how long can Shopify keep this run going. That's another big thing, is like, it's easy. They always say it's easy to win one, winning two is harder, and then continuously being the favorite, continuously having the chip on your shoulder, getting everyone's best shot. That's when it becomes more difficult to have a reign. Shopify's dealt with that reign so far, unbelievably, immaculately so far, ever since they won their first tournament. So yeah, I'm excited to see how these players continue their careers, leave the legacies that they want. And I think that's something Last Shot always speaks on when he's in an interview. He's like, I want to leave a legacy. I want my name written in stone. Well, right now, Last Shot's on the way to having his own statue.
Definitely, and that's the thing, right? You think about this roster, Last Shot and Cycle, like, they just got here, in the sense of like their Halo story and their gaming legacy. They're just compared, we have the NBA playoffs going right now. It's like the Oklahoma City Thunder, right? They're just this team with this depth, and every player just does everything so well, and it's like they're just kind of getting started. And of course, it's crazy to say that Royal 2 is like the veteran on the team now, but of course he is, right? He's been competing since 2009, 2010, so he's been around for so long. But Psycho and Last Shot, they're getting this thing started. They have a lot more to go, and of course we're all looking forward to the future of Halo. But yeah, these guys are definitely itching to continue to prove themselves.
Yeah, in a difficult spot in their primes. Obviously, they were able to capitalize on one world championship, but the big question will always be, how great was this team? Yeah, I think they want to make sure that legacy is written themselves rather than up in the air, left to the fans. And I think they're doing a phenomenal job so far.
Couldn't agree more. Like we said, we are going to have some more matchups coming up. I'm waiting to hear something from the producers, but for right now, we can continue. We're going to I'm hearing right now, we are ready to throw this thing to a break. So for now, Clutch on my side, Goofy over here, thank you guys so much for sticking around and watching these games, and let's continue watching some amazing Halo.
Double Double kill. Double kill. Double kill.
Nah, shit, my game crashed.
Alright, what do I do? End it?
Yeah, you can. I got texture. I have a fucking texture bug again, bro. How do I keep getting this?
I don't skip legs.
Welcome back to the DreamHack Atlanta Open Qualifier, day 1 of course. Clutch here, and Goofy has left me, but I've been joined by a more legendary player, just Mr. Straight Rippin' himself, Elamite. How are you doing? It's been a long time. I've heard you hurt your arm. Hope you're doing okay, but it missed you very deeply, and I just want to know how you're doing to catch up.
Hey, I'm doing excellent. Super glad to be here, Wes. I'm looking at our picture right now. We kind of got this like light side versus dark side action going on here.
It's a cold, damper day in Seattle.
It brings us right back to Halo 5 Pro League days and up in the analyst desk. So I can't wait to get some of these games underway. I've been waiting to jump in here all day, trying to watch where I can. But I've been good. I've been, clearing out some woods lately, actually. Going through honeysuckle.
It does not surprise me at all. Every time I ask you,
stuff.
Every time I try to catch up to you, I swear it's like the most interesting thing that I could imagine, and like the complete opposite of what I would ever guess. Also, big thing on the lighting here for the viewers. Notice how Elamite has a bunch of lights because he's showcasing his entire trophy case of all his achievements throughout. Couldn't fit him in the view. I have one achievement somewhere, probably behind the couch or something.
I found these in a box the other day, and these are from Halo 2, this place called Game Junkies, and they would give out
I've heard of this
trophies. So this is like a skeet shooter guy on a trophy stand. And so I threw away all my other trophies, like from sports and stuff, and I was like, but these are cool.
The real
I don't
achievements.
like baseball or soccer or any of this stuff. This stuff's dumb. This is cool. So
yeah, 100% with the Halo 2 logo on it. I don't know about the skeet shooter, but
yeah,
I guess
like
that's a mix.
Sticker. They put like stickers on it. So funny.
Unfortunately, I'm sure you had to take some of those from Aaron along the way. He wasn't old enough to team with you back then. Yeah, I guess you had Strong Side. You had Ace, obviously, and honestly, that entire Kentucky area, there was a couple more up there, weren't there, that were actually pretty cold back in the day.
I mean, my first local tournament I ever went to, and I didn't even know what MLG was, we played the Ogres and lost. So there you go. There's a nice way to get introduced to Halo competitive in a local tournament.
Yeah, welcome to the big leagues. I had that moment on my first tournament ever going pro. We had beat the Ogres in a game battles tournament back in Meadows 08, and let me tell you, I had a welcome to the big leagues moment on weigh-in at an MLG event where the crowd was going crazy. Side gets a triple. I can't hear a damn thing.
Yeah, why is the crowd going crazy in that scenario?
Yeah,
they're supposed to be doing this, right?
Yeah. Well, I thought we had a chance. I learned very quickly that there was levels to this. Speaking of levels to it, we're entering the elimination bracket now, and we're on board with APG. Great to see him compete here today. I believe he just has a pickup squad. He's going to be going up, I believe, against the Australian squad. And always love to see Barcode, Sways, and the boys go at it. And always love to see APG compete along. Long-time friend of mine, a long-time teammate of mine, and he's had some success along the way. One of the best to ever do it like yourself.
Oh, appreciate the love, Wes. Yeah, we look into these games. It's definitely glad to have him back. I mean, definitely some sort of timeline shift, because if you blinked, if you blinked a few months ago, you may have missed it. But everyone who's retired over the last few years has essentially just come back at this point somehow, some way. But we're here for it. So more power to everybody. APG back in the driver's seat here with his squad, and not a bad pickup squad, to say the least.
No, Sarion, one of those players that really started to make a name for himself later on in Infinite. One of the top amateurs players were talking about him, like, is he next up? And unfortunately, things didn't go his way on some of the opportunities that he was given earlier on this year, but finds himself alongside APG and King J, two players that have been there in the pro bracket, done some things that Sarion's hoping to do with his career along the way. But this is going to be an uphill battle right now, I'd say, as they're taking on the likes of Barcode, Sways, Scoobmeister, guys that are consistently in pool play, guys that are consistently getting to the top 12, the top 8 in the HCS events. So big uphill climb. They probably have a host advantage. I'll go ahead and say it as the team playing from Australia. But this would still be a big win for them. It's going to be several players down on both teams. Early control looks like it's going to benefit APG's team here. Melanin I believe is the team name.
I believe so. And actually, one question for you, Wes. Like, so how similar is this roster to the one that upset Optic with the Legend and Bound Renegade in the pool play?
Looks like they have. It might be the entire team. I
Is it
may
not
be
the same
mistaken,
roster, or at least 3?
yeah, I believe it is the same roster. With the addition of Barcode, you knew him going back to an Australian squad, a fully Australian squad. He was going to be the juggernaut that showed so much potential throughout his infinite career. But Scoopmeister started to make a name for himself on mouse and keyboard. Rice, one of those players that was highlighted in the top 10s from some of the top 10 clips of the events that I was always able to do. So he's a walking highlight reel in that sense. So a lot of individual skill, a lot of prowess here. And like you said, a team that took down the likes of an Optic Gaming last year, a team that consistently was placing second towards the end of the year. This team has serious upset potential along the way, and I'm excited to even see them continuing to compete, to your point of everybody coming back and still playing.
Ooh, but as we say that, nice triple kill, make that
It's
an
an
over
O.
from APG, like he never left. Trying to, as he misses the jump though, trying to continue to put pressure here. We'll see where these spawns start happening. They do get him out of hill for the moment, but they're about to take a 2-0 lead. So looking really strong here. You know, Barcode, one thing for him is he did leave the team, obviously compete in the U.S. He had a top 4 finish as well, and got a lot of great experience. And I think a lot of that great experience can go back, he can bring back with him to the rest of the team, as well as the rest of the team learning how to play without him, and then getting him back as well kind of just sets them up. Definitely adds a big confidence factor, I'd say. Ping, like you mentioned, going to be a tough obstacle to have to deal with, but just a scenario where you have to really kind of start looking at how you can overwhelm teams using teamwork. And while the PIV battles may be tough, there's definitely a way to win.
Yeah, positioning and teamwork, like to your point. The S7 in Rice's hand, APG spots him top blue here, able to knock him to no shield, but the collapse comes through. That's the teamwork that you're talking about, and a much-needed hill right now for Mindfreak. As they retake blue, that was a massive opportunity for them to stay in this game. Find themselves down 2-0, surprisingly, I would say. I'd still favor Mindfreak in this situation, as seems to be just a pickup squad on the side of APG, but this pickup squad comes with a punch. It's a lot of firepower. We saw APG with the overkill. Ice Kid, a player that hadn't really stopped playing since the game came out. King J, a player that's upset the likes of SSG in the past. So a lot of experience on this team. And then you got the young gun and Sarion really stepping it up. I say Mindfreak did a phenomenal job clearing out blue, but it looks like Melanin able to come off respawn and take over blue once again. This hill's starting to get scrappy. 2 minutes and 38 seconds on the clock, Kyle. And I mentioned that because if this hill does go in favor of Melanin, that's where this game can feel really difficult and almost impossible to win, as the win conditions will be out the window as time becomes a factor as well.
Yeah, being down 0-3 in King of the Hill is always a tough spot to be in, and clock is not your own or only enemy at that point, right? As backs are against the wall, no room for error at that point. This is a must-win hill, I'd say, for Max Passion to try to get back in this game. It looks like they will be able to lock it down, so big props to them. A couple big wins as they push out of blue base as well. Should be able to get feet in the new hill and start kind of cutting back more on this deficit.
Yeah, this catwalk hill can be so hard to transfer in your favor. How much time can be bought here? But it looks like early progression. Going towards Barcode and the boys, as a couple of slays do as well. They need to get rid of Ice Kid front the space. He's able to negate some of this hill time being acquired, but already over halfway just about on the side of Scoopmeister in the squad. So I'm excited to continue this pace because it looks like they're responding so well to what was a 2-0 deficit.
Yeah, with just over 2 minutes left to play, they have a quick numbers advantage here. It looks like they're still getting those blue base spawns that we're seeing both teams heavily fight over. Ice Kid in the base gets taken out as well. APG's going to try to make his move, but this is going to take a second to get across the map. Those player shields may be coming back. They don't see him, though. Bottom middle, he eventually gets taken out by Scoopmeister, who has that QT. And with a minute 40, Hill halfway capped, we may be looking at a tie game here.
Okay, so it is going to be Max Passion as the team name. That's my bad calling them Mindfreak. They used to be a Mindfreak team.
I said that earlier today already as well, Wes, so...
Yep, I had to learn the hard way. Appreciate you bearing with me right now. It is going to be a setup break, however. We saw Barco go down with the snipe. APG's trying to hunt down Scoopmeister. You want to block these blue spawns. APG trying to get there, but knows that he's got pressure across the map, taking him down. Scoopmeister does a good job of that, but Ice Kid finds a double in the feed, opts to get in the hill. Minute 22 on the clock. You have to think, if this does get transferred over, it could go down to just this last hill that spawns bottom ice once again, so we'll see if Max Passion's able to transfer this one over. A great job here by APG to just stall, delay, try and get this player out of the time. Is he able to win it onto Sways? No, Sways gets the better of him, and that's a big kill as Sways finds it onto APG. Looks like 2 go down. Not where King J wants to be bottom ice right now, and still back in the hill for Max Passion. They're going to be able to transfer this one over, it looks like, here momentarily, tying this game up, and now all the momentum that we saw Melon and gain early on is negated, and we're looking at an even game going into Hill 5.
Right, all tied up with a minute left, but Sniper is in the hands of Max Passion. They do push out and clear blue base, or as I say that, 3 dead. King J on a flank. Another nice snipe comes in from Rice. Slays pretty even across the board. Scoopmeister with a final trade. Now this is definitely a tough spot to be spawning in here. Front red tower. Luckily nobody can apply pressure immediately off spawn, but it is Max Passion in position and scoring.
You would like to see APG kind of wait for his team, or at least be able to stay alive in that situation, but good job by Max Passion to continue to stagger respawners. It does look like they've been flushed out of the hill, and blue spawns are where you want to be here. APG spawns up blue, gets a player bottom ice to no shield, can't quite finish that kill, and now he's going to have a couple of players to deal with. Rice knocked down a no shield, but APG gets collapsed on, and the kill's starting to go into Max Passion's favor.
Yeah, it's
I say
back
that.
and forth. 30 seconds, although time shouldn't be a factor with this hill being tied, obviously. Still back and forth, but they're getting, I think Max Passion's still getting blue base spawns as I say that, though. They're going a little bit too quickly. You cannot be getting taken out too early. They need to have this hill, like, enough time to fight as long as possible. Barco now getting some good shots, tries to live, but goes down. Blue base gets cleared out, and now they're going to be spawning red. They're going to have a longer push to get towards the hill. This is the moment of make it or break it here.
Yeah, one more round of sways for Melon, and then they're going to be able to take this hill and probably the game with just 27 seconds. Being able to deny this hill time as it moves to ice is so easily done. Slays are going to benefit them as well. They're going to flush out red as well. I love what we're seeing out of Melon, and right there, from Max Passion's point of view, they spawned into blue, but they didn't really wait for each other, so they had a staggered push continuously, which Melanin was able to deal with so easily, and now APG just posted up on this silo here in the back of ice, denying any time. Time going off the clock continuously. 5 seconds to go. One player is in the hill. He gets flushed out by perfect shots from King J, and that's going to do it. Melanin, we're going to take game one.
Really nice game one. Got Mixie for a moment there in the middle game as we saw them with a 2-0 hill lead to start the game. We saw Max Passion kind of show the name demonstration right there where they battled it back. There were a couple of hard-fought hills. I'd say they even had pretty good position going into that final ice hill. They had sniper. They had blue base spawns for a good point. But, you know, right at the end, things kind of crumbled. And although they were able to battle back, not able to maintain that momentum. And nice job by Melanin to close that one out.
APG highlighting the overkill that we saw, and that really was part of the momentum swing that we saw Melanin really gain throughout the early stages of that game. The first two hills go in their favor, and they got to play from the lead, or at least a tie game from then on out. It was really Max Passion trying to crawl back into that game, but when you find yourself at that deficit with the time starting to become a factor, you start trying to push a little bit too fast, and I think that's what we were seeing even when the game was tied up towards that last box side hill. And unfortunately, the timing didn't work out. The damage trades weren't working out. But Melanin as a pickup squad, very impressive performance here in game one. We take a look at the lower bracket now. As we see it, teams like Ascending Baseline, Beps, and Luminon Black all in the lower bracket. Beps and Luminon Black look like they're going to be able to match up. If they're both able to win their first series here in the Elim bracket in that match 6, and I think that that's going to be a highly contested series as well.
Yeah, of course, we'll see those matches kick off tomorrow here for lower bracket round 6. We do still have some matches left going on and still to be played here today. So looking at some of these series as well. I believe that was a 3-0 that we had just seen as well from APG's team.
Oh, wow.
Well, it was game 3 that they were just playing. With the new graphic up on board, I believe that is what happened here. But now we got Dark Inside versus Just for Fun. 2 live fires, 1 and 5. I'd love to see that.
Yep, a lot of snipes, a lot of S7s and shock rifles on the maps. We'd love to see that. Opportunities for highlights, for game-changing takeover, individual skill here. Taking a look at this bracket on my other screen right now, figuring it out who all these teams are, as we see so many changes throughout each of the qualifiers and whatnot. CSG Just for Fun. I can find them. A little help from the observer. You love to see that. Production, shout out.
See it.
Doing what I was struggling to do here.
I'm finding it now as well. Right here. So, Just for Fun is finishing their series, or just finished their series with Cat Smile Gaming. Dark Inside is Kid Nasty, Lidy, Magico, and Morgan.
Okay. Interesting mix of players, and I think that's something we're starting to see throughout this year 5 of Halo Infinite, is people starting to take risks, step out of their comfort zone, step out of the norm of who they've been teaming with this whole time, just to take a risk, just to maybe roll the dice once and see if there's some magic to be made here. I love a great example would be the Luminon Gaming Squad, where you have Talik teaming with Snakebite, Trippy, and Precision, guys that traditionally never would have teamed with each other along the HCS line, but all showed enough promise individually to say, hey, is this a squad we can put together?
I'm going Bravo.
I say that as we take a look at the barcode screen. It looks like they are going to be jumping into a Streets game, and I'm imagining that this series not over just yet, Kyle.
Yeah, not over just yet, so it wasn't quite finished
Plants
here.
weak. APG, offshore plants.
Take a look, Barcode.
Plants weak.
I've been playing Barcode a lot in the mornings lately, too.
Good,
So
PD.
this whole team has been
Nice,
stripping.
how many times? One shot. Ice
Searching.
kick,
Well, I guess mornings here, it's nighttime for him. Should be noted as well.
He's gonna get. Come on.
Yeah, prime time for
I'm going up
Australian hours.
So someone needs to look at it there.
You know, Elmite, a coffee and game kind of a guy in the mornings. Always got the stream on. Shout out. If you hadn't checked it out, check it out.
Yeah, this is game 2 actually as well. I looked at the wrong series here. So we are in losers round 4 with this one. Slayer Streets as we start game number 2. Another early lead though, so we do have Melanin kind of picking up that same momentum where we saw them close out last game.
Yeah, the pace of Melanin's really actually surprising so far throughout this game. Really starting to try and pick it up. Something that you'd think Max Passion would be able to deal with, but as you take a look, you got to note it out. 185 MS is not something you want to be playing on in an online tournament, but you know it's good practice for the Max Passion boys. If they're able to make it to DreamHack Atlanta, that is going to benefit them so much playing on LAN against these teams. This online environment, very difficult for these boys, so maybe not the best we'll see from them, but we'll see how contested they can make this series. 13-8 this game 2 is. Barco doing a good job of controlling back at Tram here. Spots a player to no shield, doesn't choose to overchow, and allows his teammates to pick up a couple kills, and now here comes the pinch.
Right, and I think it's actually cool to note as well, as we're taking a look and we're watching APG before, watching Barcode now, when we talk about that ping, you're seeing exactly, you know, what is demonstrated on the screen. As when you watch in theater or observer, you're not seeing necessarily the exact kind of maybe struggle or the exact scenario of what the first person mode looks like on the player's screen. So this is definitely a really cool way to watch the games, or an added kind of feature, so you can be more in the head of the player and see just exactly what they're working with.
Yeah, especially that player that was not to no shield bottom stairs, like Barcode, probably challenges that guy on land, but wisely backs down. A nice couple of kills come through for his team as they make it a 1-kill game here, actually all tied up. Now that they've been able to flush all of the PD side of the map here, is going to be a shotgun side spawn for APG squad, so we'll see how they're able to pinch. Camo's up and Barco makes his way towards it. Unfortunately, he's got players on both sides of top middle and bottom middle to deal with. He gets taken down. That camo gets negated, but great trades and a great response after an early start for Melanin in this game.
Yeah, great job to tie up this camo. I believe he burnt camo there, but
Yep.
not even actually. Okay, great. So he burnt camo there. Definitely worth, I'd say, to get it off the board, especially when you're playing off your back feet like this. Only down by 1. The map split roughly 50-50 here. We'll see how Max Passion decides to approach this with Barcode spawning back seat. Looks like we're seeing a P and Cafe push immediately. They got to be careful for B-Rail. Fortunately, those trades do not go their way. That is going to leave Scoopmeister here in a very rough spot.
Yeah, Barcode wanted to help his team's shotgun side of the map there, but was knocked to no shield from a player that was top B-Rail or top middle. Not to no shield. He's not going to be much help when he does that. They actually just give up a few kills there, making it a 3-kill lead now for Melanin. Still trying to play a very fast-paced game here, but the timings aren't working out for Barcode as he's once again taken out there. And you can tell that it's a little bit chaotic for a team that you think has so much experience together, struggling here to find their windows, understand where Melanin are on the map, and be able to capitalize on it. Getting caught off guard is a clear sign of just the game feeling chaotic from their perspective.
Yeah, but we see them battling back into this one. I would say it's, a couple elements to that as well. One aspect is, this is not a slow-paced team that they're going up against. You've got, a world champion and the likes of APG Sirion, who's made a name for himself as being an extremely aggressive player, even found himself with the likes of Bound and Penguin and some of these guys at one point here, or Eco and Stellar, I should say. Down now by 4. Not looking good, though, as this lead continues to build. But, they have it in them. The name says it itself. How are they going to approach this final camo here?
Yeah, I like their position on the map right now. They have control of all of the arcade side of the map. Great shots by Barcode. 3 kills come through unanswered, and Barcode needs to stay alive here. They could spawn PD on him. All 4 down. That's a clean wipe that's going to give them the lead. Spots the player's PD, and a beautiful job by Barcode to pick that up, get some initial damage. I love the shroud on the camo. They're going to have a camo to play around as well. Barcode needs to be careful. There could be a player that snuck behind him back tower, but it looks like they have a good pinch coming on to the arcade side of the map, and Melanin going to be trapped here.
Trap, definitely good sign. We see 2 go down by Rice. Barcode needs to get this kill, but he can't find it there. Huge win by King J. Rice will push through, clean up the 3rd kill. You can see the members of Melanin pushing out through driveway, sways with a double in the kill feed with a pistol, make that 3 with a melee. That's going to be a fresh 4 down and exactly what they need to close this one out.
Yeah, great job by Barcode to pick up that shotgun side of the map. He just was able to force split spawns once again. It's going to be PD spawns that are going to be trapped for Melanin. 47-40 now. A 7-kill commanding lead here as we close out the game 2.
They got to be feeling good about this. The trades and all this mixiness definitely starts boding well into their favor. They know there's a couple players here back A. They're trying to push through. Barcode taking a lot of damage from all angles. With only 2 to go here. It's trades that they're looking for, trying to play over each other's shoulders, but sways. He drops now. Here's a scary moment, though. They know where at least one player is. Barcode trades out damage extremely well. Scoob cleans up the kill in ATM. Fantastic job. Now with only 1 left, this is going to put them in a great spot to be able to just run at the enemy team with that numbers advantage. And as we see, they go ahead and take this one. Great overall job by Max Passion to tie up this series 1-1.
Yeah, especially after that game 2, how it started. And it looked like Melanin was really going to continue the pace of game 1 and roll that momentum into game 2, but a phenomenal job in the mid portion of that game 2 for Max Passion to get back on their feet, find opportunities to really start to control the spawns, to pinch, to use that teamwork that you said it was going to take in order to win a series like this in the conditions that this series is in. And they tied this series up, showing their veteranship, showing that they're a real threat here in the elimination bracket. They're playing against a lot of individual skill and at a deficit when it comes to ping, but they're dealing with it very strongly here to tie this series up.
And it is that veteran teamwork that really kind of shows, that brought them through and allowed them to clutch up that game. You could see the kill feed just being lit up all in favor of Max Passion as they run through. melees, pistol shots, obviously multiple double teams coming in all the time. And one of the great things is they maintain that pressure. You know, although it started to get a little bit mixy towards the end, they didn't play scared and they closed it out.
That was Melanin versus Max Passion. Now let's refocus onto the series at hand. Just for Fun versus Dark Inside. And I actually haven't seen either of these two teams play so far throughout any of the qualifiers, so I'm excited to kind of just sit back and be able to learn a little bit here on some of the young gun teams that are still trying to compete, still trying to make names for themselves. We're taking a look at the series layout, and Kyle, you mentioned it the last time we had an opportunity to see this. We got 3 shock rifles, 2 S7s, a lot of power on these maps in order for these kids to showcase what they got.
Oh, absolutely. And as we take a look at the two teams that will be matching up against each other here, like we said, Kid Nasty, Liady, Magico, and Morgan. Hero, Lunatics, Gorillaco, Tab Vol. Predictions,
Nice.
Wes? What do you got for me?
I'm predicting that I slaughter some of these names along the way. But if I had to guess where this series is going to go, I'm much more familiar with the names on Dark Inside than I am with the other squads. So I honestly will lean towards the players that I'm familiar with. But that being said, there's always opportunity for upsets. And honestly, I think that I'm going to sit back as a just true fan of amateur Halo and enjoy the show that either one of these two teams choose to put on.
Yeah, Dark Inside, a team that's been around both as an org for quite a while, with a lot of awesome people involved. And then, of course, the team that we're looking at, you mentioned some of those players, definitely some notable names. And they're notable names for a reason, is because they're actually pretty good at the game. And they've been that way for a while and been in the pro scene and been in pool play and have been in all these online qualifiers before. So definitely going to be a very hard match when you have a team that's experienced, well-known, going up against one where, you know, perhaps even if the name implies, it's just for fun. So I don't know if these guys are quite as locked into getting the win as opposed to like a, you know, winning is the only option, you kind of team name. I would say just for fun might bode well to the Dark Inside kind of people.
Yeah, one team with an org. When usually at a LAN, when one team shows up with an org, an owner, a coach, and jerseys, and the other team shows up in their sweatpants
and
and
just for
their
fun.
hoodies. Yeah, you can usually tell which side this series is going to go. Obviously, we're just talking about what we know here, and from my experience with the players on Dark Inside, I mean, these are guys that we play in matchmaking all the time, right? And Magico, a household name, he's been in Halo since the Halo 5 days. He was ripping heads and one of the staples from the LATAM scene. But Lido, one of those players that really sticks out to me. Morgan, a player that I've played a ton in the playlist. So he's earned my respect as far as a player and what I expect of him. We'll see how that goes. But in the meantime,
I don't know what you're talking about, Wes, because we're not even watching that series. We're watching Barcode versus APG as the head-to-head comes in and Barcode takes that one. Nice early start here for Max Passion.
Yeah, and they get a camo. Sarion's actually going to get the camo snipe. So although it looked like Max Passion's off to a good start, it's actually Sarion that ends up with both the power-up and the power weapon. A kid that is known for his individual skill. When you give him all of that control, you have to think he's going to start to take over. We're stuck on APG's point of view as we're watching his stream. Pay attention to the kill feed. King J's able to find one. The ball gets rotated into house. APG not able to win his fight against Scoobmeister. Is able to knock him down. And it does look like Sarion's going to be the last player alive. A lot of responsibility here with both the power weapon and power up to try and hit some shots. And he does just that in the third-person point of view there on the Scoobmeister.
That was even pretty sick from third-person point of view.
Yeah.
And look at the kill feed. So he has camo. He gets spotted out. But he's playing a pillar with a player in front of him and to his left. He walks away killing both players. So huge play by Sirion. That's exactly why we're talking about some of the dangers of this team and some of the threats.
Yeah, he's getting pinched there. Finds a way to find an exit after the first no-scope. Able to stay alive, and that's transitioned into this setup in-house. Still strong for Melon, and APG with the ball in hand. 21 seconds so far for Melon, and does get pushed. You have to think that's going to be traded out, and kills continuing to come through for Melon, and Sarion still on a spree here. He's going to be able to grab that ball as well and extend this lead even further.
Yeah, nice early ball time here coming out for Melanin. Nice 30 seconds to put on the
shots.
board. Barcode gets taken out. He had that repulsor, and you can kind of see, like, I think for Max Passion here, they're just a little bit staggered on these pushes, and they're falling into the trap of getting into some of these pivs, with Melanin. Ever since that double kill from Sirion, who had that sniper camo, he's just kind of thrown them off their pace. And like we were talking about in some of these earlier games, this is max teamwork that you're going to need to use in order to win this series when you're playing at these kind of disadvantages.
And it's hard when the individual's popping off with the S7 to really use that teamwork, because one of your teammates is going to be put back in the respawn screen. Their setup did get broken. As APG gets caught off at green, he's going to be able to find a kill and break this setup immediately right after. But finally, it feels like we saw Max Passion break the setup, but weren't able to hold a setup of their own, only adding up 16 points to their score line. It is going to be all back in the hands of Melanin. Two players spawning back green, both getting rocked by nades here, so we'll see if they get flushed out before this setup does. But unfortunately for Max Passion fans, it's going to be APG staying alive, using teamwork once again for Melanin, and getting that ball all the way rotated back green to be able to play it. 47 now to 16, and it looks like when you put together like such a scrappy team like this, a team that probably doesn't have a ton of practice together or play time with each other, and they're able to rotate correctly, play the ball, hold the setups as strong as they have, that's a very impressive start to this game 3.
Oh, absolutely. And I think one thing to be said is when you have a team that's full of players like this who are on that grind, they're able to just open up the map. When a Sirion gets a double kill and the rest of your teammates then come off spawn and you've got 4v2 scenarios going on, that's just making the game so easy here. So we see constant back and forth action.
Ooh.
Rice talking about making the game easy, switches to the S7, rips APG's face there, and we are seeing Max Passion bring this one back.
Yeah, a phenomenal couple of shots from Rice there. We saw him rip the face off of APG. They're not able to cut off this ball before it can get to back green, so they're going to have an opportunity to play it as well, showing the same rotation and now taking the lead against this Melanin roster, 49-47. So Sarion pops off with a snipe, gets his team an early lead. Then Rice that pops off with a snipe to get his team back into this game. A great setup to make this just a 2-point game.
Yeah, 2-point game, but it was a lead change in the first one of this game that we had seen. As we say that, though, back in the lead now, Melanin with some perfect shots from APG. Make that a double, but a nice trade. APG's face shows it all. Mouse and keyboard in full effect. Picks up that kill. The look of shock and disgust.
I'm a mouse and keyboard player myself, so hopefully I hadn't done that to APG too much, but got to get used to it. Mouse and keyboard is a viable option here. Halo Infinite has showed you that with the likes of Wu Tum, and honestly, a couple of these players for Max Passion are known to be playing on mouse and keyboard as well, and they've showcased their skill set along the way. 4 points separate the two teams, 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes on the clock, I should say. Ball neutralized right now. APG under a lot of pressure here in house. Wants to stay alive, wants to find himself a double. Can't hit the stick, but the insta-splode would make Walsh smile somewhere, as he's able to find 2. Once again, APG finding 2 in a situation where he's in a one-on-one and then another one-on-one has got to open up some doors here for Melanin.
Speaking of doors, I want to open up some windows here, Wes. Can you imagine 2 windows? We got APG and Barcode's face next to next, and we got some online player POV cameras.
That would be awesome.
Somebody write that down. We need this. Producer, write that down.
Let's stop it at 2, though. It could get pretty chaotic if we're able to add even more than that. But APG, known for his animations as well while he's playing. And Kyle, you were one of those players that when the cam's on, you're bobbing and weaving with your Spartan. You're showing a little bit of emotion.
Full body strafe.
Yep. They can't hit you in IRL. They can't hit you in the server.
Guaranteed 2 to 5% increased bullet dodgeability.
I didn't have any bullet dodgeability. That might have been my problem. Barcode gets his face ripped off. APG in a very strong position now. Finds an opening pick with this S7. Has a Quantum as well. Back turn towards A, and they know he's back green somewhere, so you know they're going to try and flush APG out. for trying to push this ball carrier. But there is a player back tower, a quick scope from APG, a Quantum back. APG playing it perfectly with this Quantum. They don't expect him to be inside green and just doing so much damage here. Can't hit the no scope. That would have been just the cherry on top of the play, but the ball still alive back tower. A 25-point lead for Melanin. 43 seconds and 10 points to go to win this round.
Right, you do have a camo coming up. It probably won't mean anything if they're not able to get this ball reset, but we do see that balls respawn bottom middle camo in 5 seconds. APG doing what he can. They only need 7 seconds, so not a lot of time to work with. They need to secure kills, camo, and get the ball away from any danger. Nice cleanup by Sways. The ball is escorted out of bottom center, but it is getting collapsed on very quickly. 30 seconds left on the game clock. Kill feed is lit up in favor of Melanin, but Sways and crew, they're answering back. What can APG do here?
Big shots from APG. That should solidify the first round. Perfect on the Rice. And what a difficult situation it was for Max Passion right there to try and deal with camo coming up, the ball being such a priority at this point in the game. 9 seconds to go. It's neutralized in a perfect spot for Melanin to claim round one. It's going to be desperate plays from the side of Max Passion. Desperation is going to get you nowhere here in round one. It's a 1-0 lead for Melanin as they rebound after game two.
Well, you can see Melanin, they're feeling good about that one. Happy they were able to close out that first round. Getting one step closer to making it to tomorrow, or making it to the next round, or making it till tomorrow. APG, nice damage here off the start. Perfect shots on to Scoopmeister. Will take out one, but it's even trades across the board.
APG still shooting like it's 2022 or whenever he won that championship. You know, I mean, something has staple from this kid throughout his entire career is he does not miss shots. He loves to take engagements, especially when he has the first shot. You got to do something special. Unfortunately, Rice is going to prove me wrong as he's going to get the better of APG there. Had height advantage, of course, but a rare miss from APG, but still shooting like he's in his prime.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't really miss a shot. He just didn't get the headshot on the last shot. So still not missing APG for sure. Sniper getting in a mixy situation. APG is back in the mix. Not able to secure a kill. Grabs himself an assist, but with ball time now being raked up here for Max Passion, we do see them in the lead once again.
Yeah, Max Passion trade out efficiently enough to where Barcode, the last player alive, able to get that final kill, ball back in hand, extend the lead here in round two. A much different story as we see them get to play from the lead here for what feels like the first time in game three.
Yeah, ball's being moved towards Big Door. I like this play. They recognize the aggression and pressure here coming over from camo side of the map. You can play through back B very well with some of these head glitches, the ability to play ball and get it reset on the map as well. We see now Max Passion taking full use of that. They do play the ball. It draws 3 members now from Melanin over here towards B, and they are able to trade out some of these kills, which is going to be fantastic for grabbing the new play ball.
Yeah, absolutely. You think when the enemy team plays the ball that you're going to be in an advantageous position, but Slay's coming through from Max Passion allowed them to not have to worry about that play ball. They actually are able to get it off the spawn, and they choose to bring it right back from into pillars, back to green. Wash, rinse, repeat this strategy. It does look like the setup's going to be a weaker one as it gets broken fairly immediately. I say that. Sways and Rice both pick up kills. That ball actually doesn't get played, and that could be a blunder here. This is going to be a one-on-one here situation. Ice Kid trying to find that kill. That player does turn the corner top mid. Ice Kid opts to go right back for the ball, but now it's going to be Melanin back green, and a bit of a blunder for Max Passion not playing that ball. Will reward Melanin with some time, but how much time is going to be the question. They have to rotate it towards tower. How often do you see that?
All right, well, the good news is even though it didn't work out the way they were hoping, it's not a lot of ball time picked up here for Melanin as well. I think I saw the vision. You know, you had 2 go down before he didn't play the ball, right? So they're like, oh, we got some kills, but then those kills get traded out so quickly. He's in a bad spot, not able to play ball, and it almost backfired big time. But luckily, after now a third play ball, once again through back B, and Nest side, we see the 50-point mark broken now for Max Passion. They're doing everything they can to milk every second of ball time.
Yeah, you can tell this is a completely different round 2 than round 1 for Max Passion. Great shots coming along. The Slays starting to follow suit. Scoopmeister with the snipe body on the APG. APG trying to find a kill here in what feels like a couple of minutes now. Needs to slow it down, wait on his team. You haven't seen the same teamwork that we know Melanin are capable of that we saw in round 1 here in round 2, and it feels like they've been pressed to try and apply pressure in situations where they're having trouble doing so. That's an opening pick from APG that could open up the doors and turn that story around.
Great trade out by Rice. I think APG might have been able to live there if he backed down a bit sooner, but the dummy spawn's coming in. Last player alive now, top middle, numbers advantage over now towards Melanin once again. Still a lot of clock time left, so no pressure really there, but at 70 points already for Max Passion. It's only 1, maybe 2 ball holds left, so we need to start seeing Melanin play perfect here.
Yeah, you got to have a strong setup here and now. The first kill comes through in their favor, and that's going to stagger the respawners and limit the push. But unfortunately, King J goes down there towards the rat tunnel. Sways is going to be pushing from top mid. A lot of pressure in the house. A kill does come through. But trades are going to benefit the offense here. You got to figure out a way to rotate this ball safely to keep this setup going. 28's not going to cut it right now, and APG knows that players are going to be coming from the big door side, so he's gun up, no ball time being acquired here. Camo in 15 seconds. If they can get a couple of kills, transition that to a camo, that's where this could become interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Holding on to this ball and securing this next camo would put them right back into this game here. 2 minutes 14 to play. A gets broken into. You see APG having to move the ball out towards front window, but Barcode, he moves so quickly across the map, flies in, cleans up that kill. Camo's grabbed by Sirion. He's doing his best to get out with it. Might be able to burn it. We'll find out shortly if he was able to, but I don't think so based on how quickly he went down there.
Yeah, he's not able to, and APG's lane gets picked up as well. You got to figure out ways to take back map control. He tries to take a shortcut into big door off his spawn at green, and it gets predicted and taken down. That's a couple of times Sways has taken that route from bridge, from front tower to cut off these respawners. He's able to find that first pick, and that's everything. 92 and climbing. The points continue to come. Trades are going to benefit the team with the eyeball in hand. 3 points to go. Back of the house, not able to get the kill, and we're going to a round 3 here in game 3.
Yeah, complete opposite of what we saw in round number 1 here. Max Passion comes back in a big way, and really it comes down to that teamwork. You could tell, like, it was definitely that dry spell we saw from APG as well. You could just see how many times he's trying to fight somebody, but he's getting killed by somebody else. It was only when he can get, or any one of the members here from Melanin can really kind of pinpoint or pick off and get some sort of pivotal, like, piv battle win, that they're able to kind of run through and build that momentum that they had in round 1.
You want to see them get into a flow. You want to see the teamwork come through from Melanin to make this a stronger opportunity for their team to take the series lead here. APG yet to die here in round 3. Playing his life, getting a ton of information. The battle for camo is underway, and you're curious as to where it's gone. It's gone into Barcode's hands. That's actually going to be the Quantum camo. Probably burned at this point, as no players in the area spotted with it. Barcode top mid with the snipe. Taking that in no shield, but hits a nice body to back APG up. APG needs to try and stay alive here. If he peeks rat tunnel, there's probably going to be a player. 2 players flying at APG from top middle right now onto screens. APG deals with both. Great teamwork from Melanin right now, and a 3rd player spotted no shield. It's a triple from APG that should reward Melanin with the first setup of the game in round 3.
I mean, every direction APG looked, there's just a player from Max Passion running around in what almost looked like circles at one point, but the beginning of this game just going extremely well for Melanin. 17 points on the board. They got Sniper off the start, but what looks like maybe a big door break. APG trying his best to get on the flank here. Takes a player to no shields. Help comes in. They start the push. It was a tough decision to pick up the ball, but they will drop it right away and continue to battle out here. Kill feed gets lit up. 3 members of Melanin go down. Last player alive. No shields top center. King J. What can he do?
There's a couple of players in house, and it's dummy spawns for APG. They're going to try and rotate this towards green, and we saw this from both sides throughout the first 2 rounds of this game. The ball does get shut down for now, but it's Slay's benefiting Max Passion. APG's probably going to try and bait this ball, but camo coming up makes it such a difficult decision. Can he cut the ball player off? No, a great job by Max Passion to flush out. Where's APG? Initial damage on the ball, not able to be capitalized on, and that's going to stagger what is a stronger push from Melanin as well. Ball's going to get played. Camo up, and APG in a perfect spot to probably pick this up, but there's going to be players spawning tower.
Yeah, it looks like he gets the camo uncontested, so this is going to feel really good. He's going to double back, try to progress on the map here back towards tower. Rice does not spot him out, but after APG shoots a few shots, he'll know where he is. He goes back for the rechal, not able to connect on the melee. He's definitely between a rock and a tough place there. APG doing what he can, doesn't want to risk losing this camo, and he may be. That's great plays here for Melanin. You can tell in the comms they must be communicating. Give camo player the sniper rifle here. This is what they want to do to build one of these big chunks of time.
Yeah, the difficult part of that is no one was picking up the dummy side of the map, so the ball carrier actually gets taken down. So what should be a good 20 seconds for Melanin actually negated. So APG, a lot of work to do with the snipe to regain that level of control. Green side of the map is where Max Passion started to spawn that ball finally in the back of the Melanin's hands. Game being tied up is great. APG needs to land some shots. Hits the first body. Sway's coming out dummy door. Ball carrier once again gets taken on cuts and just gets rotated away from APG. So although it feels like he's doing his job up here, the time and the strategy and the win condition is going to be in Max Passion's favor once again.
And he's only got one shot left in the sniper to work with, and he's not able to get it in line to pick off the ball carrier. 43 seconds and counting from Max Passion. Just so much what feels like almost undeserved time. You saw Melanin in such a great position top middle to get camo snipe and get the ball out, but it looks like they just kind of overplayed their hand a little bit and really didn't get anything out of it. What we saw in round 1 versus rounds now 2 and 3, everything is screaming Max Passion win.
Yeah, Max Passion making the scrappy plays in order to keep this game a lot closer than what it feels like it should be. Melanin feel like they're out slaying Max Passion here in round 3, but find themselves down 14 still. Ball in hand. And a lot of information as APG wraps house here that doesn't spot anybody. They all have to be green. He does start getting shot in the back, so there's going to be one flanking top mid, but the information is so good for Melanin right now. APG gets Quantum behind, and Barcode finds him kind of with his pants down there, but the other kills will come through for Melanin here as the time still going in their favor, finally with a lead now. And that round of slays was massive to get back into this. A tower setup now is what Max Passion are going to have to break. How long can Melanin hold this?
Yeah, and it's a really good chunk of time like we discussed. 60 points, make that 16-point lead. With only a minute 30 left to play. Now we are in crunch time here for both of these squads. See who takes the lead now in the series.
Oh my god.
They try to go for a repulse play to get the ball off the map, but Barcode, I think, catches that mid-air and keeps it alive. It's a lot of pressure now. They're trying to rotate the ball back B. They found a lot of success with this so far, but Barcode gets cleaned up. And what are these trades?
Trades are going to benefit what looks like it's a one-on-one at green, and they trade it out too. So
just
clean
benefit
white.
no one.
Yeah, respawners is who's going to benefit. It's going to be mud spawns and big door spawns. Everyone's going to be flushing out. Nades are going to be coming through. One's in green. Somehow full shield Barcode able to find 2, and those 2 kills could be the big ones that decide round 3 here. He is going to be traded out. The rest of Max Passion needing to find kills do have ball in hand. Are they able to play it this time around? It looks like it was thrown off the map, but still a 3-point favor for Melanin at this time.
Great pickoff kill by APG on Scoopmeister. May allow him to get the ball and get out with it. Barcode goes by the middle to contest him. Might be breaking some ankles as he grabs a kill and the ball. Only down by 3 seconds with 45 left to play. Sirion trying to make a play. Barcode reads the situation, doubles back. The player bottom middle gets cleaned up. The lead changes once again. Rice being an absolute nuisance on the map.
Such a heads-up play by Sways to not expose himself towards A-Plat and towards the open side of the map with the ball. He was no shield. He doubles back at the perfect time in order to get it around the corner, and now up 21. Melanin with a lot of work to do, and at APG with just 1 bullet in the S7, ball being rotated to tower, and Kenya hold a setup from the scrappy squad, the pickup squad. APG hits the first shot. That's going to be everything that you think they need in order to have an advantage here to get the lead in this game.
Only 1 shot left in Sniper, and APG put it to use. So mixy over here towards elbow. So many players. Ball guy trying to bring back the lead. They will change and take the lead once again with camo spawning. Only 15 points to lead. I don't think time's going to be a factor, even though it's also so short. As Rice drops, there's just not enough help. The players are so staggered, and I think Melanin may have done it.
Yeah, a nice nade from APG trying to take down Sways. It's too little too late, and beautiful plays by APG. I actually love what happened at the end there. Camo is up, and you think it's such a priority, but APG understands that the game can end before Camo is even a factor. Making sure your ball carrier has all the support he needs is the prime opportunity for your team to take a series lead here, and he doubles back without going for that camo. Make sure that nobody can get there from tower. A beautiful job for Melanin. They figured it out. And you got to talk about how scrappy that game was. It looked like Max Passion were doing everything right strategically to stay in that game, to punch that round 3 in their favor, but plays being made on the side of Melanin at the end, specifically APG. The headshot with the last bullet and snipe was everything for them to really solidify their feet on the ground and hold tight.
Yeah, and Wes, not only that, but got to give some credit to, I mean, I think it was Sirion, but I'm not even 100% sure. Somebody just before that had Sniper on cuts and sniped 3 people, right? And then died, and that's what left 1 bolt left in the Sniper that APG grabbed, and then essentially won then the game, connecting on that last shot onto the camo player Scoopmeister off of spawn there. So just with only 15 seconds left to play, they really just needed to have a perfect push, and that's just not what happened. So unfortunate for Max Passion, but you know, great news for the Melanin fans as we see them take a 2-1 series lead here now as they're in their final match of the evening.
Yeah, far from over is this series. With how close these games have been, how contested these games have been, I would not be surprised if it goes to a game 5. Looks like we have a CTF on our hands. It's going to be the remake of Kali. I'm drawing a blank here. Going into game 4. Origin. Yeah, I should know it, but that's a judgment, right? There's a lot of things I should know at this point in my life that I don't, but
there's one more match for them after this, by the way. Sorry.
Origin CTF, the name of the game. And we already saw how impactful the S7 was through Sarion's plays, through APG at the end there. So impactful throughout this entire series so far. It would not surprise me if the power weapons once again dictate the pace and how this series goes. Does it go to a game 5, or are Melanin able to close the ticket on this? As we take a look at the stats, it looks like Ice Kid with 42, Sarion with 47. The unknown kids, the up-and-coming kids on this roster, really starting to show out their gun skill, and why APG and King J felt comfortable enough to enter this tournament with them.
Right, and Sirion 47-27, so I think it was Max just doing absolute work here for the likes of Melanin to help secure that very tightly played map number 3 here. Let's see.
Do you better feelings? You better feelings than dropping the most lease in Halo, especially in a big game in a tournament. And you got to know that, Kyle. When you had the most kills, the most assists, the least deaths, you know you were popping off. And when you see that in the stat line, you're feeling good going into the rest of the day and of the series at hand.
Oh, absolutely. You know, stats are always an interesting conversation. You know, KD and everything involved into securing a map win. But, you know, one thing that can't really be argued, though, if you are max damage, max kills, max assists, max damage taken, just pretty much across the board, you are probably pretty close to the most impactful player on the entire map. So definitely can't go wrong there.
Good things are probably happening. I love the damage stat addition that we've had in Halo. That really tells a lot of the story of how impactful damage taken, damage dealt, making sure you're a hard kill, you're getting, like, you're playing your life, and also dealing as much damage as possible. Sometimes you're not rewarded for the assists, or those kills aren't cleaned up, but you are hitting them down, being an impactful player, like you said. As we wait for game 4 of this series to get started off, I want to ask a question of, as you take a look at the scenes layout right now with the teams and Shopify, and you obviously have Luminon Gaming, is there any team that you're looking to really surprise you as we go into Atlanta, into these qualifiers, to to place further. I asked that question, and we, of course, jump into a Dark Inside Just for Fun Game 3. So you might have to answer that later on. We can get into the gameplay now. It looks like the highly contested hill number 3 is both teams over about 70% of the progression here. Shock rifle in the hands of a name I'm not going to try to pronounce until you do.
Lunatics, I'm going for.
Okay.
It's just a little tricky with the V, but you know, it's called Latin. This is also just for fun, like we said, but they're doing pretty darn good for doing it just for fun here, as we see them take an lead here with just over a minute left in the game. You can see as the kill feed goes as well. I think they're winning in the slay department also. Trades go out, shot down momentarily. We'll see if they can go ahead and find that one. 3 dead now for Dark Inside, leaves Magico as the last player alive, and Wes might be the, you know, they say, you know, don't do anything unless, you know, you're having fun doing it as well. And maybe that's the secret.
They're having a blast. Up 2-1, trying to take a serious lead here in competitive Halo tournament style too. In a qualifier, yeah, that's something fun for me, and I'm sure they're having fun right now. Looks like Tabble? I'm going to struggle to pronounce any of these names, but he's 22 and 15, a player I'm unfamiliar with. Love an opportunity to get on board with what he's able to do, but right now it looks like the whole team having a lot of success to be able to have a lead here against Dark Inside with just 30 seconds remaining.
Right, and you know, also on the line of fun, like what's more fun than winning here? So with 25 seconds left, they are looking to close this one out. Lunatics in a pivotal battle with Kid Nasty. Both players decide to wisely back down, although the cleanup comes in for Dark Inside. Still a lot of hill time to cap, which gives Just for Fun some time to work with as they're trying to find the best angles to push in. One player for each squad goes down, but Lido pushes out of the base wisely and cleans up 2 kills. This is going to be huge to cap this with only 10 seconds left.
Yeah, the win conditions are so difficult for Dark Inside to try and tie this game up right now. The hill is over a 60-70% of the progression, but any time spent off the clock negated is going to be such a difficult thing to deal with. But a triple for Magico would help. He's not able to land the final headshots. Actually, Lunatics that's able to find a double kill himself, and that's actually going to call game, as Lunatics might be the bottom frag for his team, but actually just solidified the win for Just for Fun. Having a blast here, taking a series lead up 2-1 against Dark Inside.
Hey, and they got to be feeling pretty good about that as you take a look at the series layout and series scores that we've had so far heading into game number 4. Livefire Strongholds heavily in or going to Dark Inside, 250-65 victory, and then barely falling short for game number 2 and now game number 3 as well in the final seconds. They've got to be feeling pretty nervous about this, as like we said, we are in the lower bracket and everything on the line.
Back on board with APG and Melanin right now, 0-0 as the game just underway, 11:15 on the clock, so just 45 seconds. Rockets are still up, so nobody able to get control of those, but APG has his eyes set on those Asarion, finds a kill in the kill feed with the snipe. APG expects someone to be below him, expects correctly as Sways gets rocketed. A spawn rocket shot into the back of the base actually does do some damage, but a great job by Max Passion to find a couple of kills to relieve some pressure on what would have been an opportunity to get a flag on the move.
Yeah, but not going to be able to get that one out of the base. Nice defense here coming in from Max Passion. APG, he sees his teammates on Rocket's side and in the enemy team's base. Looks like they're electing to play a little bit of defense here, but as we see a few kills come in, Sways runs around the corner, no shields, but with 3 dead, that's going to be the opportunity they need to push up on the map, start applying aggression here to these spawners. You can see him falling in the kill feed as well. Flag is out. It's going to be a free grab for APG to pull this and start moving it.
Yeah, the fact that he's full shield across halfway now almost guarantees that this is going to be a cap. When 2 went down, the last 2 did get taken down by Ice Kid and King J in the kill feed. APG punches that flag in, gets Melanin a 1-0 lead here in game 4. It's a 2-1 lead for Melanin as well, so trying to end this series before it can go to 5. Max Passion trying to bring this to a game 5, but right now on the ropes, still trying to get out of their own cave and can't even do that with a nice nade from Ice Kid.
As you see, Barcode gets taken down. Sways gets perfected in the kill feed. Rockets are coming up shortly. Rice trades a kill, but there's another player from Melanin in position to pull that flag out. With this one moving and Rockets coming up, it's going to be a hard decision here for Max Passion to decide how they want to play it. Looks like they're going for a flag standoff as it gets pulled and starts moving across Rocket side of the map. Looks like the map gets split 50-50, but it's down vertically here as both flags are moving.
Yeah, well, it looks like Max Passion's able to get the not only the return, but Rockets are going to be in Barcode's hands as well. We saw one go across the board, find nobody, but the game gets tied up, and it looks like Max Passion have used this mixy position of pulling the flag, turning it into a flag stalemate momentarily to their advantage. They were able to capitalize in that mixiness, find themselves a way to tie this game and get power weapon control up until this point where King J finds himself a perfect kill in the kill feed, and he's able to actually release a lot of what would have been an opportunity for a double cap, and now they have their eyes set on pushing into Max Passion's base.
Yeah, kill feed, Barcode cleans up 2, but 4 go down. Don't know if anyone's in position to pull this. Looks like King J's trying to move up, but can't get there in time to block any of the spawns there. This should buy some extra time for Max Passion to align here defensively, but Ice Kid, he's playing extremely aggressive with that sniper. Gets taken out by 2 players who double push window. Scoopmeister not able to do much damage to APG here, but gets him a little bit weak. They really want to get this flag out of the base. They're trying to identify where these spawners are going to be coming from. Rice takes out flag carrier. APG also drops, and all of that here may be for nothing.
Yeah, it was that kill onto the flag carrier that Rice is able to get that really stops that cap. Even though APG gets that kill, it's not in time for the respawners to be able to impact. The damage that Rice was able to do even onto APG there allows respawners a chance to stop that flag in the window. However, it is still down in the window. Barcode trying to hop on that return, does just that, even though he's no shield. Even gets a kill on APG, and a huge kill from Barcode to really deny what was going to be a very promising flag run from the side of Melanin.
Yeah, very back and forth game, and even with sniper control heavily in the favor, I'd say, of Melanin most of the game here, they're just not able to really get as many flags out as they'd like. Barcode, Sways grab themselves each a kill apiece, who's going to put APG in a tough spot. Doesn't know there's a player in the cave and will get cleaned up also. Rockets are up in 10 seconds, and he finds himself sniper on the ground also. King J finds himself in a tough spot now, and this should be perfect position for Max Passion, but somehow they're losing these trades. A nice flank comes in. They need to keep APG off of these Rockets, though.
APG gets spotted by Barcode from his window, can't hit the nade, and Barcode able to get that kill. That should solidify rocket control for Max Passion. Still not picked up as a trench push comes through. Barcode finds himself another kill, Sways as well. It's Melanin that are on the ropes here, as Rockets are going to be in the hands of Max Passion, as well as elbow control in their favor. This is a difficult spot to fight on. We'll see how Melanin are able to deal with it.
Yeah, Sniper also coming up here in a few seconds, or 20 seconds as well. Players going down left and right. Max Passion with the max aggression here. Flag going out through window. But luckily, Ice Kid grabs himself the kill. Flanks around through base. Fantastic job of shutting this one down.
Yeah, and it really is that kill that APG is able to get on the flag stand. That just minimizes the numbers and the strength of the flag run from Max Passion there. The fact that he was able to play his life so well in cave and even find one before the flag gets pulled, it was everything for respawners to be able to deal with. But still, Max Passion in control of the map right now. 3 coming off respawn for Melanin. And you got to find ways to get a little bit of this pressure off of you in order to stop what is complete control of the map. That's going to help with the kill on the Scoopmeister. APG finds himself bottom middle, getting hunted down by Sways, but I feel like overextending for that kill on APG is going to allow positioning to favor Melanin as well.
Yeah, it's still just so back and forth with these trades, and a lot of kind of good opportunities to potentially get flags out and ran, but nobody able to connect on very many of them. Thrust now going in favor of APG. Rice gets cleaned up, trying to make his way over into the cave, which allows a double push into the window. Barcode, I think last guy alive, does what he can here. Scoopmeister off spawn, trying to stop this flag pull, but gets cleaned up also. This is a tough spot as APG gets his shields back. Once again, moving halfway across the map without taking any damage yet.
Yeah, that kill onto Rice is big because that means the first spawner is not going to be in a position to stop this cap. That means this cap is going in, and Melanin are taking a 2-1 lead here. Beautifully done by APG. The beautiful nade on the elbow gets him the double kill. That's everything for Melanin to get that flag on the move. The first respawner gets taken out, and that's exactly what you want to see as a perfect flag run was on the move. Here comes a counter cap opportunity, though, as you see multiple players getting taken down by Rice. That flag on the move towards Snipe.
Moving very quickly there. There is a player trying to take flag carrier out. Rockets find their way in the hands of APG as he's trying to take out flag carrier. Can't connect on the first rocket. Does on the second, but it's too late to stop a flag cap. Barcode flies back into the base, gets some solid damage. A few kills get traded out. Oh no, we're about to see a back-to-back counter cap. This could be heartbreaking here for Max Passion.
Yeah, this is going to be game and series if they're able to punch this one in. Overextenders towards Snipe, it looks like, as APG's focus on trying to shut these down. Post himself to where you can see both, and that's going to do it. That's going to be game series going to Melanin in 3-2 on a counter cap opportunity. That double kill from APG with the Rockets might have been too late to stop the cap from going in, but it was everything for the rest of the boys to get in there and get a flag on the move to win the series.
Oh, that's such a tough roller coaster of emotions as you see not one but a back-to-back counter caps to close out the series there. Had to be feeling good about tying it up, but just too many people dying with the enemy team already on the flag. It's just so easy to cap those once they start moving past the 50-yard line.
All right, back into action just for fun. Up 2-1 against Dark Inside here in the elimination round 5. Up 91-44, however, here in round number 1 of Oddball on Lattice, and a lot of work to do. Is all is going to be in control of just for fun. Snipe also in the hands. We got to have some shots land. Unfortunately, the second one doesn't connect. 2-2 split on the map, and Evil Glory in a tough position as he's getting surrounded. That's probably going to be it for round number 1 as we hop into this action.
Yeah, scoring some points. We'll go ahead and close out round number 1. Solid opening start here now for Dark Inside as they look to send it to the game 5. We are heading into round number 2. We are on board here once again with Kid Nasty. Elects to play top blue. Some great damage now going on with not one but 2 players here as he pushes members of Just for Fun back.
Yeah, it looks like the rest of Dark Inside opted to push low side of the map, and they're going to get punished for that, actually. 3 go down, so although Kid Nasty able to do a ton of damage off the opening break, none of that damage capitalized on. It's going to be an early oddball control for Just for Fun. A nice kill from Kid Nasty might make this setup a little bit weaker than it should, but the ball in a perfect spot to be played. Can he stay alive, dodge the nade? Doesn't need to be played just yet, as they have a 2-2 split. And one player pushing across the catwalk is going to deny the play opportunity, but it does get thrown out bottom middle. Snipe off the map as well for Magico, and kills continue to be traded out. I say that in Dark Inside find themselves down 3-0, last player alive in red.
Yeah, and it looks like ball will be grabbed once again, bringing that back into blue here, at least attempting to. Lots of great cover coming in, but ball still gets cleaned up. Morgan from a great flank inside of blue was not being expected from Just for Fun. And that puts 3, now 4 members down. Dark Inside back in scoring position. Early lead for Just for Fun. Quickly going to disappear here as Vo scoring these points. Sniper, like we said, was played and off the map. QT coming up as well. Classic, everyone here in red base now for Dark Inside, trying to break the blue push.
Yeah, a difficult place for Just for Fun in that situation because Morgan actually spawned in blue. If you're not blocking blue, they are going to spawn blue, and unfortunately that flank was everything to break that setup. What looked like a promising opportunity for Just for Fun squandered because you didn't do the core basics of what Lattice demands as far as blocking spawns. They are going to be able to get that ball into red, it looks like. It's still front red right now, as they've gotten a few kills since then in order to try and get ball control. An early kill onto Lido is big for Evil Glory as they make it a 4-on-3 momentarily, ball in hand and continuing to build the lead.
Yeah, great shots by Evil Glory. Make that nice. Great shots again and again as 3 members now go down for Dark Inside. Last player alive, Lido, hiding in blue, recognizing the bad situation he's found himself in, waiting for his teammates to come off of spawn.
Juggle peeking like a pro right now. Evil Glory able to take down Lido as well. They do lose one in the process, make it 2. Kid Nasty Perfect shots onto him. It's a one-on-one. Ball carrier is forced to play that ball, and Morgan actually going to opt to just pick it up, hit the tunnel route, wait for respawners to be able to cover him. But just for fun, able to take advantage of that. When you grab that ball in that stalemate situation, it does put your gun down, does put you an icon over your head. So you're in a difficult spot there as they lose all 4 players and get to choose what side of the map they want to set up on now.
Yeah, it looks like they're taking the ball over here towards red with this healthy lead. Gonna be looking to close out the game the best they can. Morgan trying to contest his players. Nice grenades, but they explode each other and do no damage. He's gonna get the opportunity, get his shields back, get some melee, has the thrust. Good job staying alive. I like this challenging with his teammates, but does get cleaned up. That puts a QT player here contesting ball in the back of the base, and with 25 left to go, 3 dead for Dark Inside. Another tough spot to find themselves in.
2 players pushing front red right now and need to break the setup. 81 to 26 the score line. 2 players no shield, and Lunatics hits some phenomenal shots. All 4 down. The last player alive on the map is Evil Glory. 15 points is all his team needs. And if he brings this ball back red, you have to think that this round's going to be in their favor, and we're going to a round 3 here shortly.
It is starting to look like that. Wes is Dark Inside. Is also looking to send it to a game 5 on top of as the round 3. They're looking to kind of try to close out, but so much ground to cover here. A lot of clock time left, which bodes well for them, obviously. But as these trades come in, there's very little room for any error.
Yeah, and too much error already as 3 go down right now. Ball neutralized and in the hands of Lunatics. As 8 points all he needs. If he brings it out ice, he's going to win the game. Let's see if he is aware that that's going to be the decision. Does it a little bit too late, and because of it, he gets taken down 99. Not over yet, but you have to think. It's only a matter of time for Just for Fun to tie this one up.
Indeed, they definitely going to need to play some perfect Halo from here on out as Morgan does trade 1 kill. Ball goes down. One of the problems, though, is on top of getting all the kills, they just have to keep it out of their hands, and they're not able to do so as Hero gets a free grab there. So we're looking at round number 3. Will we see Dark Inside send us to a game number 5, or Just for Fun close it out here and make it to tomorrow?
Yeah, we didn't see much of round 1, but it was a dominant score differential from Dark Inside. Round 2, the opposite story. Just for Fun dominates the score line there. So interested to see how the opening break here goes off for round 3. There's going to be Lido picking up a kill and the Quantum right now. 2 players bottom middle. Never a place you want to be. Has Quantum, chooses not to Quantum out, and because of that, he gets traded out, but good trades for Dark Inside. Lunatics trying to hunt this player down on the side. This is just such a pain to try and work through. It's stuck in the shroud, loses him, hides behind the ice block, and Kid Nasty able to find the kill. That's embarrassing, but also just a very difficult situation to try and sift through.
Yeah, that one hurts a little bit. The power of the shroud screen.
Yeah, we've been there.
Kid Nasty using it perfectly to just break some ankles, grab a back smack. That's not one that you see very often there. So huge props to Dark Inside. As we said, they want this bad here. They want to send us to a game number 5. That was on Lunatics as well, who's sitting at 35 kills. He's the top frag for Just for Fun. Not able to find that one on the Kid Nasty.
Lido trying to get the ball into red, does turn the corner, but not to no shields. Multiple players trying to push through the front, big door of red right now. Lunatics finds the opening pick on a Magico with perfect shots. This ball is going to be just thrown bottom middle. Hopefully respawners can do something about it. Great job by Lido to just play his life, finds a kill even. As there's 2 players flanking him in the back, that is going to be a clean wipe from Dark Inside, but Lido doing everything he could there in order to stall him by time, but what's it done? It's staggered the respawners now, and now Dabble here doing a phenomenal job finding a double. 3 go down. Magico, last player alive, in a very difficult spot to work with. Can't get the kill as well, so 4 go down for Dark Inside. Again, it's going to be an early setup and lead for Just for Fun here now that things have subsided.
Right, was 35, make that 38 now as Lunatics grabs kills and ball time here for his squad. Most ball time, did we say that? We were talking about his stats before, sitting at 80 now almost, as he is racking up time. Healthy lead now to start for Just for Fun. Tapo grabbing himself a double, trying to go for the triple, but wisely backs down. Kid Nasty on a cleanup and a flank here. Pretty mixy scenario, but I'm liking what we're seeing from Evil Glory, doing what he can to buy time, wait for his teammates to get back in the action.
I thought he was going to have to jump on Kid Nasty there, but the repulse actually allows Kid Nasty to just shove him into bottom middle. He gets ripped after being pushed down to bottom middle, and a beautiful job by Kid Nasty. It's a 2-2 split right now on the map. Tabble trying to push top crates right now. Spots Kid Nasty. Great shots from him. Got a few players surrounding him right now. Chooses to challenge Lido back ice. Perfect shots from Lido will take him out. So these two players, no shield, ice, have got to get taken out, and they do just that. 3 go down. It's a 2-1 split. Kid Nasty opting to go top right. He's not going to have an angle on the ball carrier, and that ball is going to get brought back to blue. This lead going to be extended for Just for Fun.
Yeah, and none other than Lunatics grabbing the kills, breaking now the 40 kill mark, sitting at 41, grabbing ball once again, 90 points overall as they are reaching the 50-point mark here in this round number 3. And this is for the series. This is actually Dark Inside's tournament life on the line here in this round. They need to get this turned around as 3 go down, or else that's going to be all she wrote.
Yeah, Kid Nasty sneaking across catwalk right here. I'm not sure if they have eyes on him, but good job by Hero DNA to kind of read the situation. Can't hit the quick scopes until it's a little bit too late, so the body shot not going to be rewarded here. That ball still in a mixy position, but a great kill there is going to stop what would have been a Just for Fun setup continuing on in blue. Lido does pick up a double, a force to run into blue. Lunatics can't hit the no scope onto him. Does land a nade onto him, and that kill could be big if they're able to flush out the rest of these players back blue, but a phenomenal job by Bo in the back. I believe that's Morgan who's able to find that kill, play his life, and that should be where Dark Inside can have an opportunity to get a blue setup for their own and get back into this round.
Kid Nasty is just doing so much damage right now, making so many clutch plays to start securing some ball time here for his team. Lunatics, he got a kill with those frag grenades, but wasn't able to kill one of his last remaining no shields players. Kid Nasty not stopping, picks up a double and a few more assists as well. And what was once a great early lead here now for Just for Fun is quickly disappearing.
Yeah, it's going to be a tight game before they're able to break the setup. Spawning in the back of red ramp there is a difficult spot, and they continue to get caught off guard here. A double somehow Lido is rewarded with there, and a place that's normally checked, and that double is everything to give his team a man advantage, damage advantage, ball getting rotated by crates. Players trying to chase this ball down, but the lead now in Dark Inside's favor as well.
Yeah, we're seeing a lead change and a rotate now coming in from Dark Inside as they move the ball out of blue over back into red. And this is Magico and crew fighting for their tournament life to send us to a game number 5 here. Make it into Sunday's action. Morgan secures himself another kill. Magico breaking 40
gets out of there.
Kills as well. Almost does get out of there, but not quite gets taken out. Talk about the assists for a second here. You've got Kid Nasty and Bo, 27 and 23 here apiece. Pretty even across the board for Just for Fun.
Kills starting to favor Dark Inside. 4 go down. 1 player alive on the map, and it's Morgan, ball in hand, 110 points to his name already, and starting to add up on additional time onto that. A 10-point lead for Dark Inside. It's a red setup as well. You can read where the other team is spawning here. You may be able to extend this lead to 20, 25 by the time this push could even almost be successful. We'll see how the slays go here.
Yeah, and it's just been all Dark Inside since Just for Fun got to that 50-point mark here. Less than a minute to go. They do find Sniper. This is what they need to get back in the game. 3 members dead. They're trying to find the last member of Dark Inside, but he was able to hide really far progressed up on the map here. Might be a big pain in or a thorn here in the side of Just for Fun as they try to regain the lead.
Body shot on the bow here. Good challenge by Hero to win his one-on-one, but unfortunately across the map it does look like the ball carrier was taken down, and a second player now, Magico, finds himself a double. All still neutralized, stuck outside by the ice, and that's going to allow this situation to get so mixy, and a good angle for Magico as respawners are spawning across the map for him to kind of sandwich these players. Everybody bottom middle is not where you want to be on Just for Fun. 2 go down. Man advantage for Dark Inside. Make it 3rd, you'd think, but Hero DNA finds himself a double that releases so much of that pressure. Another player spotted bottom middle, knocked to no shield. And finally, you think the damage or the chaos going to subside here for now, and it's going to be Just for Fun with the blue setup, I believe, with the ball still trying to take the lead here, as they will momentarily.
20 seconds to go in the game clock, and we see Just for Fun just now take the lead. They're in a position where they could probably play this ball if things get too mixy. Sure enough, they go. Will it have been a little bit too early? Only time will tell. 14 seconds left. Game clock. Position from Dark inside. 3 dead.
God.
It's a 2v2 scenario now as there's a member bottom center. Is anyone in position to grab the ball? Lido trying to do what he can. He's in a 1v1. Ball is still up. Gets taken out, and they're not going to be able to find it. Wes Just for Fun eliminating Dark inside here and making it to Sunday.
Somehow the kills come through for Just for Fun after the play ball. You think that these players are stuck, they're trapped, they're sandwiched. They go front blue, they're able to find a few kills, make it 3, I believe, and with that, there's no time left on the clock for respawners to have any position to try and get towards that odd ball. Just for Fun, having a blast here in the elimination bracket will knock out Dark Inside. Will eliminate them from the tournament and will continue on to the elimination bracket.
And taking a look at the stats here, yeah. In order to win, make it to Sunday, Lunatics coming out and dropping a 50 bomb, putting the emphasis on his name in order to help get this team across the finish line here. Lattice ball at 2-1 victory. Great overall performance from Just for Fun, doing exactly what you need to do here to continue your journey along the lower bracket.
It's going to be ascending baseline up next for them, but for a team that I was pretty unfamiliar with the players, I mean, very impressive. I mean, Lunatics with 50. I was unfamiliar with your game, young man, but nice. We done, and way to extend your tournament life. On to the next round, and we'll see what ascending baseline has in store for them later on. I believe that match may be tomorrow. And honestly, if you're taking a look at the lower bracket right now, a couple of juggernauts down there in Luminum Black and Beps. So if you're Just for Fun, ascending baseline maybe still a heavy favorite in that series, but fortunately you're not playing against the likes of Stellar or Piggy or any of the other more established pros, I'd say, moving forward.
And good news is we've got one match left for the night, for today, to find out who makes it to Championship Sunday. So I think we're looking at what's it, Undeniable versus Noobs coming up next, was it? So we'll see how this one plays out.
I think we are going to go to a quick commercial break as we get that series ready. Hope everybody's enjoying the stream. Thank y'all for tuning in, and we will be back with some more Halo action here in just a moment.
Hello and welcome back to the final match of the evening, Melanin versus Noobs, to find out who makes it to Championship Sunday in the final part of the bracket, who has a chance to qualify for DreamHack Atlanta. Pretty close game here so far. Noobs, of course, being one of the favorite Latin teams to win this event. And of course, Melanin being a throw-together squad, but one that cannot be overlooked in any way. It is a quick early lead and advantage as far as numbers go here for Noobs. Captain the C, Lior is able to grab Sniper, connect on a nice body shot onto the player dummies. Doesn't know there's someone here on Nest. Does hit APG with a body shot as well, but be in position to quite clean up this kill here yet. APG, fantastic job. Actually, I may have spoken just a hair too early as he's not able to connect on the headshot and gets cleaned up by a disgusting strafe out of Noble. Down towards the pillars. Very mixy B contest here from both teams. Sirion does come away with an extra win, dodging some grenades. He's got Sniper. Nice body shot. You can just tell this guy used to play on the Inconceivable roster. Very kind of bound, similar play style. Loves to play aggressive, up in the enemy team's faces. Very confident in his ability to hit his shots. Noble gets taken out. APG drops numbers briefly in the hands of Melanin as King J locks in his QT. Getting some more good damage on these players.
I'm back.
Classic BC Stronghold, and welcome Wes as we're in the game already. Like we were saying, last game of the night. Who will we see come out? The favorite LATAM team, or can APG and crew from his hiatus come back and make his way to a Championship Sunday?
Yeah, we know how strong the LATAM team has been throughout Infinite. Some breaking a lot of the records that they've set for themselves. Outside of the North American teams, we saw a lot of teams step up from other countries and other regions, and I think this LATAM team is definitely primed to showcase some skill here. So, tall task for Melanin. You win against the old Mind Freak boys and Max Passion, and you go up against the LATAM scene as well. So, being truly tested on a world stage here is Melanin. King J with camo in hand, opts to get into C, and this is a risky position as you put an icon over your head. They know you're in the stronghold. King J gets some shots on the war. I thought he might lose that one, but loses his entire team instead as he finds that opening kill. Still able to play his life with this camo, trying to do work, catches Rorsch off guard. Able to find another opening pick, which should secure B as well. So King J doing some work by himself on an island here with a couple of kills.
Being a beast. And speaking of these matches, Wes, I think you pointed out, not only did we take a trip around the world here, we took a trip around the timeline as well. Because what is it, Sunday in Australia already? So these guys, does that count as Championship Sunday? I never understood how this would all work.
Championship Monday in Australia, I guess it is. I don't think it counts. I think you got to make the last day of the tournament is the goal.
That does make sense. That would make sense.
I don't set the rules. I just make them up.
Make them up as we go here. Yep, as we see Melanin, they're scoring again. APG leading the pack.
God.
14 kills. Yeah, I don't even know what just happened.
Sirion with a double stick. Wow. Yeah, we didn't even see the first spike or I.
Sirion looking like Nightcrawler out here. Picks up 2 kills with some crazy QT plays. Now being able to build on this momentum as well here. You can just see when one player does something like that, it just really kind of disrupts the kind of trading situation and numbers advantages that teams are getting. It's where you see them really kind of pull ahead.
Yeah, especially on a map like Qualifier and a game type like Strongholds, right? Like snowballs, kills that shouldn't happen. When they do happen, it's extra.
16 for APG.
Extra.
Now continuing to build
extended
here.
In the scoreline.
One shot left in the chamber, or in the gun entirely. Lior connects on that, picks up the kill on Sirion. As Sirion's been so disruptive to this squad, that one's going to bode really well for them. They need to find their opening to try to break out of B. Out of A. They're just trapped. Camo's coming up as well. It looks like they're going to elect to play for it. But that leaves Noble by himself. He gets the kill at B. Camo still up. Not able to cap it yet. Nice trade comes in from King J, but that puts 4 dead now for Melanin. Noble, he grabs himself camo in the back pocket, but they're not able to get into scoring position.
Yeah, difficult spot here for noobs right now. You almost have to play perfect with this camo, and unfortunately, APG sniffs it out. Not to no shield, even taken out in the blunder there. You have to think from Noble being in an obvious spot with that camo. I mean, it's just so predictable from Melanin that they're able to sniff you out, and any win condition thrown out the window right now, it feels like. ANC hold for Melanin, 247 and climbing. You got to get into a stronghold. He is able to get his feet into A right now, but there's a player behind him trying to flush him out. Does get the reset, and you have to think C is actually being captured on the other side of the map. It's flushed out as well. Rorsch does
this
get
is
feet
crazy.
into
They
A.
keep getting feet in the hill in A and
Toes.
C, and although they're not capping it, they're just not letting the game end. Finally, after all of that, they're getting some points on the board. Do pick up 2 if Rorsch grabs this. That's 3. That's a 1v1 scenario here. Strikey versus APG, who's rotated around going into B. He gets boots into the hill. Do they know this quickly enough? Not a lot of time to react. The members also spawn near big doors. They can't get in. Wow. A little anticlimactic, but it was pretty funny for a moment. But at the end of the day, it is Melanin who takes game number 1 on the quest to make it to Championship Sunday.
Yeah, just a heads up, obvious play from a world champion and APG right there. He knows it's a one-on-one on the map. He knows exactly where that player is. He knows he's got the timing to get his feet into B, and all they need to do is transfer it over. Everybody stare at bridge because they have to desperate for that hill. Nobody on noob's able to cut the distance that is in between the respawns and that B stronghold, and you just need 1 point. You just got to keep them out for a second. No more toes in the sand for these boys, and they find a way to close out game 1. And Melanin continuing to impress here on stream throughout the elimination bracket.
Yeah, definitely a team that you can't sleep on here. Been making quite a disruption here, taking out both Max Bash, taking out teams from all across the world. They're able to do this one here as well. But this LATAM squad is no joke. But I think there were some question marks when you saw the departure of Tapping Buttons and some of the other LATAM talent, top talent that you were considered out there initially. But this team has answered back and has been performing extremely well throughout the online cups.
Yeah, and on the side of Melanin, you got to talk about just the journey that these players have been on. Obviously, APG, a hiatus from competing in the professional scene, announced his retirement and everything, and seems to have gotten the itch back. And he actually sponsored a player like Sarion on the BTH roster last year. That roster fell just 1 game short of getting top 16, so I guess APG said, I'll do it myself and bring you to the promised land. And so far, so good for Melanin. I mean, they have knocked out some very familiar names along the way throughout this elimination bracket to get to this point. If they're able to win this series as they find themselves up 1-0, I'd say this is a very successful tournament for the qualifier for them.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's hard to, with the top level of competition, the amount of people involved, it's very tough to make it to Championship Sunday, yet alone to get into the top 4. Stiff competition, new players reaching the top, new retirees coming back to the scene. It's almost, you're almost jinxing yourself, I think, at this point. If you announce a retirement, kind of what we've seen over the years.
Yeah, how many times have we seen a player like Nated retire? I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a roster at some point this year and tries to come back. Still gaming Halo, you got to love the guy for that. But maybe stepped away from competition 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10 times and came back and always puts on a show. So it's great to see, especially the talented prowess of some of the players that have chosen to step away and then return, like an APG, like a Nated, like a lot of players that have taken out hiatus.
Coming back for these side tournaments here at Halo Fest, Wes.
Even Snakebite didn't go to Birmingham and then now wants to continue to compete, understands that, hey, I'm actually kind of missing the competition side.
Does Stellar Eco and Bound not going or like at least not competing because Bound was there, like count as like a semi
Did that count?
retirement?
Well,
like a sabbatical.
I think when you take a tournament off, it's always a risk, but when you take a tournament off, there's always the risk of like, what team can you get on after this tournament? But I guess to your point, Stellar, Bound, Snakebite, these guys, we know who they are. They're legends. They're world champions. They're guys that can pick up the sticks probably 5 years from now and still hang with the best of them.
Yeah, we're making a reference to Bound, who was actually coaching and not competing in Birmingham as well here. So as we jump into this game, though, game number 2 of the final series of day 1 of the Atlanta DreamHack Qualifier. Of course, you are watching the Straight Rippin' stream, and I'm joined by none other than Wes, Mr. Clutch, another former Halo World Champion. So you still have your ring, Wes. What do you do with that?
Perfect.
I wear it everywhere. Honestly, like anytime I go anywhere, I make sure that the bling is on, that people know that I was the reason that that CLG roster was really able to have the success they did, and without me, I'm not quite sure they could have gotten the job done that day. I'm just kidding. It was
changed history.
I'd like to think I'd had some impact. I also had an opportunity to coach Straight Rippin', for those that don't know in the chat. Back in the Halo 5 days, it's actually the first time I got an opportunity to watch Renegade play. He was teaming with APG Ace. Hines. Yeah, that team was fun.
That was a good team, too.
Yeah, we created a few upsets that were hype. Got an opportunity to coach Renegade early throughout his career. Got a glimpse of his potential. Let me tell you, watching that kid, even at that point in the game, I could tell he was a difference maker, and we've seen what Renegade's become, the MVP himself, one of the best, if not the best player in the game throughout a couple of the years. Doing his thing in Call of Duty right now, trying to make it up the ladder that it is. But as we refocus here on the game 2, Sarion finds himself a double kill. Camo is up, and Sarion actually opts to not go for that camo, but to create some space. I actually love that play by him. He finds a third. Unfortunately, the rest of the dominoes fall behind him. And that is going to be a camo going into Noobs' hands as Noble picks it up.
Yeah, with a 4-kill lead, they got to be feeling pretty good about this one. Walking away with that camo. Overall, just pretty solid across the board. Noble, he's got himself 7 assists, and we'll probably grab a few more now that he does have this camo. See the things coming down on the map. Some teamwork comes in, but a nice trade there by Ice Kid to take out Rorsch. They know there's players over here in top gold. Responds to the one-shot call-out. Engages with a player towards Bat Ledge, but wisely backs down. He's going to be looking for a different engagement.
I like that play. Just get lost. Sometimes the best play with camo is just to stay alive, get lost in the chaos. You never want to be the one engaging in the combat. You always want to be third-partying the combat that's already going down. You catch APG off guard. There is a player bottom elevator that his teammate was able to spot, get weak. But that player, King J, plays his life so well and finally eliminates that camo. Great play by King J with 10 to his name right now to eliminate camo, keep this at a 4-kill game for now.
Yeah, keeping that at a 4-kill, make that 3-kill game is definitely pretty nice for Melanin, considering the position they found themselves in. You know, you did have Noobs get full use of that camo, you know, like talking about getting lost, being a distraction, keeping Melanin guessing. In fact, they weren't able to get a ton of kills with it, but there is some just benefit and value of just getting that full time use of that camo, especially since the added time.
Nice kill by Rorsch to get 11 to his name, trying to match the pace that King J's playing at right now in this Slayer. Make it a 12 to tie him up. Head on a swivel. Great movement from him. Just be a difficult kill for Sarion. Kills get traded out in Noobs' favor, extending the lead back to 4.
Yep, still 4 here. Like we said, just been traded out this whole way. A lot of game clock left as we reach the later half of this game. Of course, keep in mind we are still in game number 2, but it is tournament life on the line here now for both of these squads.
If you can see me, I'm shaking my head right now at what Rorsch just did. Knows a player is going to be bottom double stacks, walks across top middle into bottom middle. That's something you can't do on recharge. You're giving up way too many angles. Someone's going to have some sight line on you. He just dies without doing much of anything, and because of that, look, Melanin up now, a kill. It was once a 4-kill lead for Noobs moments ago. It's a full team wipe, and now Melanin trying to pick up the pace. One player stuck bottom elevator, but he does get out. Camo's up, and several players bottom middle, not expecting a player to be C-plat. One goes down, a bit of a overchild there. You want to play your life around some sort of geo. The does look
That
like
was a really
Noobs have
good
been
play by King J to hide there too, but unfortunately not able to get as much out of it, I think, as he wanted. He got damage onto like 3 players, but what almost was a triple kill just ends up not being able to help the team secure the camo. More trades coming in. Sirion tries to win this 1v1 against Leor, gets taken out. 15 kills for Rorsch as he comes off respawn. 3 dead for Melanin, and back to a 3-kill lead.
Yeah, make it 4. I mean, a clean wipe in what was a really difficult position to fight out of back blue. You think these guys are dead to rights, but the damage, the trade, the bait and switch is perfect from Noobs. They're able to honestly get every one of those kills unanswered. And because of that, it's a massive blunder for Melanin. How much are they going to be thinking about that after this game ends is the big question. 49-41, the game blown wide open as 4 more go down unanswered. And what was once an opportunity for Melanin to go up 2-0 in the series is squandered and taken away. Noobs will tie this series up 1-1.
Oh, they got to be feeling pretty good about that. They found themselves in a tough position for a brief moment there. You know, up by 4 all the way to like what, the 35, 36 kill mark, and we actually saw Melanin able to tie that one up just shortly after that. But even with that being said and done, it was nothing but Noobs from there on out to close out game number 2. Noble 12 assists, 12, 5, and 12. We saw his excellent use of camo, just making sure, you know, because one big factor, they're talking about getting full use out of the camo. Well, staying alive and getting full use out of these camos is one of the reasons why you don't have the same amount of deaths as the rest of your teammates. And he's getting the extra assists, so definitely still being a nice, impactful player here for the squad and doing enough to tie this series up.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the times you're wondering how 12, 5, and 12, like if a teammate has significant less deaths than you, is that something that he's doing right, or is he not involved in the combat loop? But the 12 assists give you everything that you need, especially with the camo plays, just staying alive, making the other team think about, hey, there's a camo player on the map somewhere, I have to be careful. Your presence is worth its weight in gold. And we saw Noobs jump out to that lead, but it really was that back blue push that we weren't able to recap here that solidified the game. It's a disadvantageous position where you and one other teammate of yours are trying to fight off 3 players flying at you from blue, but the push doesn't come in as synchronized as it should. The damage isn't focused on an individual, it's traded amongst the 2, and because of it, they fight out of a 2-on-3. They find King J's check and see plat for a potential third party, and because none of the kills come through, it's actually just perfect as far as the teamwork from Noobs that tie this game up.
Game number 3 is underway, and a nice early start here for Noobs as they grab themselves 2, make that 3 dead for Melanin, and they're looking to try to get their feet in the hill. Leor has to wisely back down. King J does contest top middle, gets his teammates off spawn, and will be taking out Rorsch. I don't know how he was able to just manage that one. They were in such a tough spot. But now King J in hill with shock rifle.
Yeah, King J gets a double with a grenade and then wins a massive pit, but also his positioning just favors. So even though Noobs won the slaying power, it was King J's positioning that was actually the benefit for Melanin here to get an early lead on the hill. They still need to get a couple of kills before they can get back in it because this hill is so exposed. But King J, kind of behind enemy lines here, forced to hit a shot onto Rorsch, does just that. Info into a second, and now it's a perfect setup for Melanin as they have a 3-3 split right now. They are going to lose a couple players. APG with a lot of responsibility here back tower to try and live.
And lots of damage being traded out. Player gets cleaned up. APG finessing his life at tower, but not able to do so long enough. But it's been all Melanin as far as overall kind of time in hill goes. Although slays have been benefiting Noobs.
Yeah, the slays are definitely what's the difference maker right here, and what would be a further extended lead on this first hill for Melanin. The positioning has benefited them so far throughout this game, but now it's Melanin's turn to really have control of the hill. If you're spawning your players top cuts, it's just such a long, difficult traversal point for Melanin right now. They are going to just ape this hill, try and take down Strikey. He's able to get the first kill as Sarion trades with the hill carrier, at least negates any time that would have been coming, but APG finds himself as the last player alive. 1 player in hill, 1 player trying to get top tower. Nice shot on a Noble there before he can get into the shroud. If he doesn't hit that 5th shot, that kill is going to be so difficult. APG can't find the second, however, and it is going to be Noobs that look like they have the advantage in this hill as 3 go down for Melanin once again.
Yeah, it looks like Strikey and crew might have just done enough to start making sure they're in good position to secure this first hill. Melanin has been making great plays, especially as last player alive. They've done so much to just buy time for the team and stay contested on this hill. But overall, the sleigh is going in favor of Noobs. A lot based on maybe like teamwork here. You can see 6, 6, and 5 for Noobs. 4, 5, 6, and only 1 here for ABG. Just not able to get the kills on the board. As we still see that first hill get captured. The sniper now is getting ready to respawn. But Noobs, they're in great position to try to collapse on these players trying to survive back red.
Yeah, I like that you called out the assist. I think when you think of this Noobs roster, how many events have they played with each other? How, like, these players all have so much history with each other that the teamwork is there for Melanin, a pickup squad, maybe the teamwork not being there, and that being exactly replicated and presented in the stats is so important to point out, because this is a map that trading damage, being on the same page, your timings have to be perfect in order for kills to come through, success to be had. And right now it's benefiting Noobs heavily.
Yeah, Leor pushes in very early, though, and does trade out a kill. King J gets taken out bottom middle, and it kind of looks like bad positioning. Maybe flipping here briefly. Noble can't connect on the melee. That gives Sirion a position to try to make something happen here. Strikey takes him out and is finessing his life as best he can in a battle with APG. Somehow walks away with that kill. Nice reversal here. Noobs doing what they can to fight back into this hill.
Yeah, Strikey at 11, 2, and 6, really the difference maker so far. That double kill was so impressive to watch, just angling off APG the entire time, and then finding a way to trade with him after it's all said and done is huge. A big pick from King J is a full setup for Melanin right now, but he gets traded out, and when he gets taken down, that's going to make this setup so difficult because of the height advantage that attackers will have on this second hill. 3 go down for Melanin, shock rifle in the hand of Ice Kid. He's going to have to do some work, does land a shot. King J spawns with him. That's a benefit. Somehow stays alive from this kid that spawns top elbow. And Ice Kid under a lot of pressure gets info that this player's flying at him, but the nade is not going to hit, and that player's going to be still full shield. And Rorsch trying to get lost, trying to create chaos here. Spots King J to no shield. Should be a fight that's won, but it's not. And King J answering back. 13, 2, and 9. Another big game from King J on the side of Melanin to keep his team in this. 3 go down for Noobs, and that's got to be what you would think the second hill coming through for Melanin.
And that was Strikey
this game.
And King J sitting at 12 kills apiece, but King J winning that huge pivotal 1v1 to take top frag spot here on the board. Only 2 minutes left to play, though, so both of these hills so far,
taking a lot of
on
time.
The second one, have taken exactly a very long time to get through. Nice plays from Leor. He grabs 2, keeps his team alive in this hill. The final player trades out. They thought they both traded for a second. APG wins his 1v1 and lives. Great job here by Melanin to maybe lock this one down.
This hill, I mean, to your point, the time is going to become such a factor as the game gets tied up here. Hill number 3 has got to be the name of the game here, as it's in Yellow Courtyard. It's going to be so difficult to try and come back if you find yourself at a deficit early on in this hill. I mean, it is such a pressure point, a win condition in your favor right now. It is going to be early control, it looks like, for Melanin as they're towards green, but here come the numbers advantage from Noobs as they're able to pick up kills left, right, and center. 2 players spotted low side of the map here from the observer mode. Sarion's forced to back up, and it's going to be a full setup for Noobs early on here for hill number 3.
Yeah, plus Melanin wasn't able to get any time on this hill so far. Minute 27 left to play. 50% progression on the board already. Leor grabs a trade. That's 4 dead somehow again, immediately after just being 4 down. That should be the hill. I wonder if they elect to try to shave any clock time here off of this before going into the next hill.
Yeah, your head's exactly where mine is right now. If I'm Melanin, I actually want them to cap this hill. It's too far, too gone, and with a minute 30 on the clock, at least you save some kind of time that gives you an opportunity to tie this game up to go to a 5th hill.
Yeah, you can see they try to use the momentum and play aggressive, but it puts them 2 dead.
Wow.
When they lose hill positioning, King J does peek a little bit too far and loses his space. That's a lot of crucial lost time on this hill they could have had by Noble as he connects with a second shot and striking in position to clean that one up. Last 2 members of Melanin over in Tower, they should be getting pushed really aggressively here. Sirion grabs himself 1. Noble trades out top middle. I believe that puts shock rifle down, and 3 dead here now for Noobs.
Under a minute now on the clock. very little progression for Melanin. A staggered respawn. Beautiful shots from Ice Kid there. Needs to deny this angle to keep his hill player. Continuing the amount of time that's on the quad. There's going to be 2 players low. They're able to continue to stagger respawners though. That kill is huge. King J finds one as well. Still in the hill. Strikey's under the plat, just trying to play his life, trying to get all 4 alive, but you can tell Melanin want to pressure the respawner to make sure they never feel comfortable throughout this hill.
Another perfect shot from Ice Kid. That's back-to-back perfect shots here, which is basically guaranteeing his team here this hill and maybe a series advantage. 50 seconds left to play. Control now has flipped though, but Ice Kid and crew battling their way back from jail here. Goes down to no shields from a grenade. Lots of grenades coming in, but nice map movement from Sirion. With only 5 seconds left to cap. They may be grabbing this one right here, right now.
He gets it before he goes down. Huge play by Sirion to get toes in that hill and make sure this goes to a 5th point. That hill now in the bottom middle. And this is such a difficult hill to sift through if you do not have 2/3 of this control of the map right now. You got to back up. You got to wait for your team on this one. And Noble tries to do so, but doesn't expect Sarion to be above him. And that's a big opening kill. Traded out, though, by Rorsch. Kills continuing to be traded. Rorsch almost finds 2 in an unbelievable fashion. These last players alive for Noobs trying to make their way through the yellow courtyard door, but that's not the way to break this hill. And I like the fact that they're backing up here. We're going to see if they have what it takes, but they're going to have to do it without Noble because King J takes them out.
They tried to force their way into this hill, but it was just not done well enough. It was too staggered, not enough entry points to try to get in, and maybe even a lost pivot at one point. This hill is 80% of the way for Melanin and 30 seconds left in the game. 2 players here towards Cutsleer cleans up 1. Noobs trying to get back in this. Next hill will go ahead and take this game almost without a doubt.
Oh my.
Noble. Great grenades come in from Melanin. They clean up 1. Strikey can't do anything. Is forced to back down. They just have to give up this hill.
It is so hard to break this hill by coming through just one small doorway like Yellow Courtyard. But somehow they just ape it. They throw pre-grenades over towards green side. They're able to get an explosion that rewards them with a kill. And once they get that kill, it is no holds bars. They are flying into bottom middle. They get the advantage. They get the point. They take the lead. And now with 14 seconds left, it's got to be perfect halo from Noobs. Shock rifle in the hands of Melanin as well. 2 are down on Melanin, but I mean, this is just such a difficult ask as the flank comes through from King J. It's a double, make it a triple, a punctuation on this game. Get out of the hill, King J. He does just that. And that's going to be Melanin taking a serious lead here momentarily, you'd have to think.
Yeah, 3 seconds left in a tough spot. King J should be able to clean up yet another kill to put 26 on the board here for his team. He's trying his best to stay alive while throwing some great grenades for another one. Incredible positioning. 4 dead for Noobs in game 4. Going over to Melanin.
27 and 19 from King J. We talked about all the great players that have come back into competing. King J, a guy that's stepped away from competing, came back, stepped away from competing, can't really find himself on the roster that he'd probably prefer. But a guy that showed glimpses throughout his Halo Infinite career, took down the likes of SSG on LAN at a tournament, showcasing his skill sets here. 27 and 19. And that last play, just unbelievable. The grenades, the ability to stay alive, everything Melanin need to gain a series lead.
Yeah, you can see him picking up several kills that he could definitely have not gotten at all given that scenario. It kind of dates all the way back before he even rotated up cuts, grabbing his very first kill before the nades even played a factor here. Great overall kills and assists here coming out for Melanin. As we take a look at some of the highlights from this game. Great shot onto Rorsch, some damage onto Noble as well here on these early hills. And Noobs, they played it extremely well, and they were positioned to definitely take this one, but ultimately not able to do so.
Yeah, great job by Melanin. About midway through that game to get back into this, they found themselves down 2-1, but that perfect hill, bottom middle, the break was perfect. I wondered how they were going to do it. Were they going to slow it down and wait for each other? Show you a little bit of veteranship there, especially for a team that doesn't maybe have the accolades across the board necessary, or the experience, I should say. APG doing a great job, IGL, and I'm sure of making sure the troops slow down when they need to regroup and to find the success they need to. Beautiful shots from Noble with the shock rifle throughout this situation. Hit a shot right before this, lands that shot on the King J to get him out of the hill. But Noble, showing you that this LATAM team, I promise you, something about LATAM and their ability with the shock rifle is just insane to me, because I swear they are the demons with shock rifle, and showcase a little bit of that skill set here in this game 3 as well.
Yeah, definitely a hard-fought battle. It's a heartbreaking loss, too, considering they're up 2-1 with only a minute left in the game as they move that hill, and Noobs or Melanin able to come back and take not one but 2 hills to close out that game. Lattice Oddball going to be game number 4. Either Melanin closing out this series and making it to Sunday, or can Noobs send us the distance and reach Live Fire Slayer to extend their tournament life?
I haven't seen a game 5 so far today. It would be a phenomenal way to end the broadcast. We'll see if Noobs have what it takes here. Oddball really one of those game types that takes a higher level of strategy and cohesiveness amongst teams and decision making and manipulating the objective in your favor at all times. Who would you say that favors as we look at the pickup team of a ton of individual skill in Melanin and what we've seen so far throughout the series? They've done a great job objective wise as well. Or Noobs, a team that has been there, done that, probably played together the most. Do you find some promise here seeing that Oddball is game 4 for them?
You know, I think considering it's a newer game type, it may have some value to a team that's kind of been together, grinding the whole time in the likes of Noobs. But there's so much experience, and especially veteran experience on the hands of Melanin, that, you know, this team is a team that's very comfortable and used to being on Championship Sunday as well. So looking to close this one out. I mean, it's tough to say. It's hard to bet against Melanin here after what we've seen and just how the rosters fell together.
Yeah, although King J had massive stats last game, Sarion was right behind him in the damage. He's my player to watch coming in to this game 4. We got the S7 top catwalk, so I'm interested to see if we can get Sarion with a snipe at some point. That would be an exciting showcase, because everything I've seen from the kid screams that he's got the skill set to pop off to really change the outcome and close the door on this series. We'll see if Noobs have anything to say about it. We're launching into game 4 now.
Lattice Oddball, like we said, last series, an only ongoing series of the remaining day 1 DreamHack qualifier.
You'd have to think APG did some skin routine to delay this one from starting on time. But
probably
skin
not
looks
wrong.
good. Probably not, knowing APG, but he's playing well. Got the team in order as well. Sarion already has that snipe in hand as well, so that's exciting for Melanin fans here. APG pressured here in the elbow, and a beautiful push from Luor here, able to find a double, get his team numbers advantage. King J finds himself by himself, last guy alive with the S7, so maybe not all for naught, but the setup early on is going to favor Noobs.
Ooh, and it got scary there for a moment, but Noobs recognizes King J has the snipe, but rather than sit still, he takes his chances and tries to cross, but it comes back to bite him here as King J picks up another snipe kill. Oh, they could add a lot more time off of that one. That's a tough one to see. They didn't really make him work for it at all, or even have to reposition himself. He cleaned up that one. King J, though, will get cleaned up. Gives some sniper ammo back over here in the hands of Noble. 2 shots to work with and a thrust. Leor, 6 kills in the game already, starting off very hot.
A strong start for Noobs right here. You think when King J rips the head off the ball here, the numbers advantage is going to be everything, but actually Noobs fight from that numbers disadvantage and actually go all 4 members of Melanin, keep their setup strong, but here comes the respawners of Melanin. They break the setup finally. 17 points is all Noobs get from a few round of slays there. You have to think you'd want a little bit more if you're painting a perfect picture here, but APG gets information, pushing out top red that there's a guy bottom ice. There's a player hopping up right next to him. He doesn't spot that player, and you have to think his life is not for long as he gets taken down. This setup not for long as well. They may be able to tie it up, but that's at best as the pressure comes through. Sarion hits some nice shots top red, but yeah, too many players from Noobs now here. You would think that they're going to break the setup, but King J continuing to just be an absolute force on the map, backs them all up, and there's just one player outside ice as the last player alive for Noobs.
Yeah, nice job by Strikey to actually clean up at least 1 kill, which just stop some of the bleeding. keep the scoring down to a minimum here for Melanin as they trade out 2 more kills. Constant aggression battle here to try to clear out the spawns at red so some team can accumulate some significant ball time. APG doing his best to play the outside of the pipes here. Noble doesn't see him cross. He gets a lot of free damage down onto some of these players, but it is Noobs coming away with the advantage here towards the ball.
You got to favor Noob's position here, but the ball actually going to reset. Nobody touches it. Because no one has touched the ball, all these slaves really don't mean much for Noobs. It's going to be a complete reset of the map. That's going to open up that reset, though. Roar's finding that kill, staggering the respawners of Melanin. Can Melanin deny this ball from getting into blue is the question. Ice Kid trying to take him down himself, but that ball does get across. Ice Kid stays alive top middle impressively, but that ball still being rotated. Noobs have to get around to slaves before any time is added up because Melanin have already made their way across red.
Yeah, Roar's not able to clean up the kill on the player he's engaging front of the base or the sticks. A great overall job. I believe it was Ice Kid. Just to finesse his life, kind of break some ankles, keep players guessing, and it will go ahead and stop this accumulation of ball time. Noble finds his way to the sniper rifle, connects on a body shot, now a headshot. That puts 2 dead for Melanin. Rather than grabbing ball time, he's just trying to play some defense, wait for his teammates to get back involved in the play. Disgusting shot comes into APG. He goes for the double. Was definitely feeling himself, but some nades come in. He does get taken out.
Too much Frosty VOD right there. You got to stay alive in that situation. Frosty might hit some of those shots, but when you die right there, it's just so much pressure released from what was a difficult situation for Melanin right there. Zarion can't hit the headshot onto a war, so it seems like it's no harm, no foul. That snipe still neutralized, ball still in the hands of Noobs, but thought that could be a massive blunder overchallenging with that snipe. A couple of kills come through to stagger respawners once again for Melanin. It's going to be an extended lead now. We'll see how far it gets. A couple of headshots with snipe might blow this game wide open.
And Leor won a great first battle into Sirion, but Sirion answers back with an even bigger pin. Battle 1 against Leor, and now we see Melanin back in position and scoring 34-27. Constant back and forth game here for both teams. Leor, the only player in the game into double digits. As APG gets taken out, it's another outside push here for Noobs with 2 players down. They should be able to break the setup.
Here comes the push. Sarion able to find a kill, able to actually play front red as well as the rest of Noobs. Opted to push inside red. Sarion playing his life so well. Finds another kill on the Noble. Finds another kill onto Rorsch. And because of that, this push that should have been successful with man advantage looks like a fumble from Noobs. Ball still in the back of red. King J is going to be able to acquire some time here and continue what is an extended lead up to 2 points. Chooses to drop it and slay. But you have to think this is some valuable time missing out.
Yeah, it seems like both teams could have picked up some crucial time here with only a minute left. Both teams in the 30-point range. You can tell it's been a very slow game as far as ball time goes. APG trying to do what he can to survive top tower. The nades get shot. He goes and gets taken out. King J trying to survive. Last player alive front of the base. Ball is down. Looks like they should be able to recognize the players here from Melanin coming out spawn towards blue, but somehow APG grabs the first kill without any time there. That one's going to hurt as well.
That's insane that they're able to kill at least one of the ball carriers, stagger what would have been a strong setup for Noobs, but they get a couple of kills. The last 2 players alive snipe side of the map. Rorsch spots both players, deals some damage. Good ball time here for Noobs. As you mentioned, 49 seconds actually starting to become a major factor in the rest of this game. A 9-point lead or an 8-point lead, nothing to be shy of. If you can get a few rounds of slays, that's all you really need to punch your ticket into a 1-0 lead here in game 3, or game 4, I'm sorry. But APG still in red. Touches the ball, tries to bring it out towards ice. You need some kills behind this, though, as players are going to be pushing crates and top middle on APG shortly.
Yeah, 30 seconds left. We're about to see another lead change of the game. I can't even keep track of how many it's been so far, but quite a few. 27 seconds to go. Noble going to grab ball, do his best to get a little bit of a lead here for the squad as they bring it outside towards ice. They take the lead, 20 left. They just have to play defense now, trying to keep the ball as far away from Melanin as possible. Ice Kid, the most progressed player on the map, will go ahead and make them drop the ball, so now it all comes down to this.
Yeah, big flank from Ice Kid here. Gets shots under the ball. He gets eliminated. The last 3 players, red side of the map, kind of out of position here from what would have been an ice push. APG A little bit too quiet for him, you'd have to think. King J picks up a big kill from Red. That was the furthest extended player. 15 seconds. Noble gets taken down. APG forced to play the ball now. Luor, the last player alive. King J is on the prize. Can't hit the perfect shots that Luor hits, and that might keep his team into it. Sarion throws the ball a little bit further closer to respawners, and that could be the difference that punch their ticket. It is the difference that keep Melanin in the lead in this series, in this game now, up 1-0.
Keep it up, keep it up.
Oh, you can hear the hype in Melanin's comms there as they know they are 1 round away from Championship Sunday here with their pickup squad. As this game starts off, we are on board with Leor, who has been doing wonders for his team to try to secure here and send us to a game number 5. He's got 19 kills, leading the charge for both squads.
A couple of big kills. Actually, Noble with a double there. No shield, no problem. Finds himself a double strikey with a snipe in hand. Finds the first shot, a second body on the King J. Can he finish the kill? Yeah, a lot of kills going in Noob's favor. You have to think that's going to reward them with some ball time. Round 1, they may have squandered a couple of setups. Don't want to give that ball carrier a kill from the sniper here, and they're not going to give him the angle this time around. That sniper stuck top pipes. Ice Kid trying to stay alive, trying to get out of there. Actually, somehow everybody stops focusing on him, and because of that, he finds a window, finds a headshot with the no-scope. That was insane.
Disgusting plays from Ice Kid, staying alive, being such a distraction here, opening up the map for the rest of Melanin to try to push and break some of this ball time here. Also connecting on some disgusting no scopes with that sniper rifle as well. But as we say that, Strikey, he does find it down here on the ground, picks up a kill as Sirion tries to contest. That was the last shot in snipe, not able to connect, but cleans up a kill with the melee. 3 dead momentarily from Melanin, and you got Noobs still in position and scoring. Nice early lead here for Noobs.
Yeah, Roar's doing his best to just buy time. APG's hunting him. APG's lost him though, and Roar's behind APG now, able to pick up a kill. Noble finds one as well. That's going to keep this setup going. 43-0, a completely different story here in round number 2. Noobs showcasing teamwork, staying alive when they need to, and finding the kills behind that in order to blow this game round 2 wide open.
Completely different round number 2 than what we've seen before here. Take a look at the stats. You've got not only on the assist column, but the kills as well. The lowest kills on Noobs is higher than the highest kills on Melanin, so heavily being outslayed, even though they were the ones to take round number 1. King J doing what he can to try to get this QT, stay alive, finesse his life around bottom center. Does help APG take out Leor, who was sitting top center. Strikey jumps out of the window, beautiful shots, cleans up 1, but does get cleaned up.
It's going to limit the ability for this setup to be as strong as Melanin would like it, but trying to get back in this round. Only 5 points acquired before Karen forced to drop the ball, finds a kill, right back to the ball, beautifully done by him. A lot of information that 2 players are crates here. This should be a good 10-15 points, but as Ice Kick goes down, the push is just going to be across top middle for free. Darion forced to play it before really any more time can be acquired. I like the play ball, but the setup's just not as strong as they should be, it felt like, for Melanin in that situation, knowing where the enemy team is coming from and having an angle. You just can't give up those lives, and because of that, Noob's able to get that ball back into red momentarily, but Rorsch will lose his life as Melanin are off spawn and trying to create some chaos here to get back into this.
Yeah, Ice Kid does clean up the kill onto Leor. Gets answered by Strikey. 2 dead once again here from Melanin, but Sniper went over to the hands of Sirion. Grabbed himself 1 kill, has another player, no shields in front of him. Not able to find that kill. He's going to elect to start accumulating some ball time here. They need it badly. 3 minutes left to play, down by almost 50 points here. APG, 2 members, 2v2 scenario. Doesn't want to lose the control of red. Spawns, challenges Noble over here towards Cargo. Not able to connect with the nade. But, oh, and then finds himself in a tough spot versus Strikey, who comes out with that win.
Yeah, frustrating moments across the board. Sarion with the snipe in hand. You know he wants to put it to use, but he's also the only player that can really pick up the ball in that situation. Behind that, APG spots 2 players. No shield, can't finish either one of them. Because of that, it just gives and extends Noob's opportunities here to continue to contest this oddball. It actually resets because no one's able to play it. Ice Kid, the last player alive for Melanin right now, and Noobs just look like they're in full control of round 2 continuously.
Yeah, you can see here, ball now grabbed by Noobs once again. It's just been Noobs ever since that first round. It's been Noobs all across the stat page, across the scores. Only 16 points answered back in the second round. No one, I believe, in breaking to that 20 kill mark here now for Melon and Leor. The rest of the team, they know blood. They smell blood in the water. They're looking to play super aggressive here on these spawners and finish this round right here. 3 dead once again. Last player alive, Sirion. They're pushing on this collapse. He's doing what he can, trying to fight Noble. Somehow gets 1 kill. Probably shouldn't have been able to get those, actually. What in the world is going on here?
I'm seeing what other people are seeing in this kid if he finds a double there, but it may all be for naught. This round's still so difficult for Melon, and their win conditions continue to tick against them every second that's off the clock as well. 60 points separate the two. At this point, APG drops the ball and gets a kill. It's usually a big sign when your oddball carrier is able to get a kill like that. We'll see if it transitions to much. King J finds one as well. Everybody able to stay alive on Melon, and we'll see how strong this setup is. It needs to be almost perfect to get back into this.
Yeah, but it's looking kind of that way as you're seeing members drop left and right here for Noobs. The trade does come in. Is Noble going to be able to grab this kill? They can't have anyone drop here yet. They know exactly where these players are, have them trapped into the base. They are passing now the 50-point mark for Melon, and they want to close this out right here and right now. They don't want to risk any potential for Noobs to jump back in this series.
Yeah, 3 down. King J does so much damage to 2 players, even takes one with them. And right back into this game, in this round right now for Melon, and as this setup has been so strong. 3-4 rounds of slays perfectly executed here. You got to be careful if you're Sarion. Giving up that first life is everything. It is going to be a 3-on-3. Everybody's pushing from red. APG is going to be by himself here with the oddball Sarion, trying to get back to him. APG goes down, and a little bit of an overextension for Melon. And as your ball carrier goes down before the rest of your team, that's always a difficult strategy because they find the window, they find the push. You're kind of caught too overextended on the map.
Nice snipe by Rorsch. They are accumulating time. It's looking like they're going to close out this round number 2 here unless some sort of a miracle comes in, which does not. And we are going to round number 3.
So we saw signs of light there at the end for Melanin, but it just wasn't enough. I said it needed to be nearly perfect. It really did, because once they lost their setup, it was just all for naught. Coming off respawn, so many win conditions in the favor of Noobs. But round 3 to decide if we go to game 5 or if the series ends here. Last match of the day on Saturday. Sarion with the new snipe at the start of round 3. We'll see what he can give us.
Not able to connect on that first shot there, but a lot of damage being traded back and forth. This is the second as well. Will get cleaned up by Noble, and that is Thrust and Sniper now changing hands with the numbers advantage. Ball being escorted over here towards red. There are 2 players here from Melon in there. Nobody from Noob's going to be able to score some time. They really need to find some picks.
Yeah, the second you saw Noob spawning in blue, that meant Melanin were going to have to progress spawn, but this snipe is going to be the problem here. Ice Kid gets predicted in the window, knocked to no shield after the first player gets his head ripped off. Last player alive, and Ice Kid, he's finished off. Oddball finally in the hands of Noobs, and this is going to be the first real setup of round 3. But players are already top red, and this sniper has no idea.
Oh, it looks like he may have just barely either heard him or seen his feet as he jumped across the windows. You see some pinks now coming in here for the team. But first pick does go over in the favor of Melon, and Noble answers back with one of his own. Now, the name of the game is ball time here. It's actually tied, but as we see that, Leor cleans up another kill. That was a double. Last 2 players live over here towards Cargo. Some nice peek shots coming in, but even better teamwork from Melanin to secure their kill.
I mean, Noobs are getting the kill still, though. This ball does get played, and only 18 points after all of those slays come through for their favor, so maybe not the most efficient setup on the side of Noobs. Maybe that's props to the job Melanin's doing, just continuously applying pressure from this position. But now APG with the ball in hand, tying this game up, even taking the lead here as they have a setup of their own in red.
Yeah, taking the lead here in round number 3 as you take a look at the scoreboard once again, like I brought up. Now you have 2 players, King J and Sirion, start reaching the high 20 kill marks, but other than that, it's all Noobs across the board in the slaying department here. As you see a couple kills go across the board. Strikey, last guy alive, he had the thrust, grabbed 1. Can he do a second? Picks up the trade. That's about as best as he could hope for in that scenario. Leor, however, gets caught off guard. Noble cleans up that kill, but is this the change of pace that they needed for Melanin to start closing this series out?
APG under a lot of pressure once again, trying to get some off-ball time, but the pressure from these respawners is so fast. Even though the first one gets cut off, Roarch makes his way across catwalk, able to take down APG, able to get that ball back in hand. We're going to see if they're able to tie it up here. 2 go down on the side of Melanin, coming off respawn right now. Ice Kid trying to play his life, but the respawns are now staggered, and this is going to be a lead change here momentarily on the side of Noobs.
Ooh, this is a tough spot to be in. Now King J finds himself in a tough spot. Somehow uses the geometry of the walls here, buys some extra time and stay alive, but can't get his shields back. As he drops though, 2 members from Noobs briefly go down. 2-point lead for Noobs as they look to send us to a game number 5, but now we've got a sniper in play.
King J spawns behind everybody on the map right now, spawning in the back of blue, but it's kind of predicted by Noble there. He's not to no shield. This ball in a very difficult position to really hold and feel comfortable in. So Sarion with the snipe needs to find this opening pick, and that's going to be the sign. Roarch, it's a body shot landed onto him, and is that the sign to go? A predictive nade from Roarch. That's beautiful on the Sarion to deny Sarion from re-engaging with him, but APG through the top ropes, able to find a kill as well. I mean, this game is pure chaos right now. Kills being traded across the board. No real time separating the two. Just 6 points on the side of Noobs. You're wondering when is one of these teams going to get a full 4 dead and finally get a setup and extend this lead to a comfortable favor.
Yeah, as we reach still a lot of game clock left to work with here, and we haven't reached quite the 50-point mark. I'm still just blown away at looking at slays though, Wes. Like every time I look at these stat pages, we got 2 members now for Noobs in the 40 kill mark, and the highest for Melanin at 33.
Yeah, the kills are definitely in the favor of Noobs. The efficiency of the objective is what they're struggling with right now. Their setups are always continuously forcing them to drop the ball in specific areas. That's got to be prominent to Melanin's aggressiveness and their ability to just keep it dicey enough to where you don't feel comfortable acquiring that ball time. But right now, still, those kills going to make a difference towards the end if they continue to slay like they are.
Ice Kid grabs a nice kill. He has the QT in his back pocket there. Sleevey lets the play to use that one.
What?
King J with some plays gets a player no shields after probably should have been taken out. That could have looked a lot different had he not gotten that melee. Sirion though, they're down by 3, looking to take the lead, having a lead change once again with 1:40 left in the game.
Ooh.
Nice QT plays here, just constant back and forth. And like we said, to reiterate one more time, last series of the night to make it to Championship Sunday.
We're going to see a game 5. We're going to see Melanin punch their ticket to Championship Sunday here. Questions to be answered. 58 to 43, 15 points separate the two right now. Minute 30 on the clock. The pressure on the top blue is going to be real as Roarch making his way across catwalk, able to find a nade on the APG. A lot of damage onto these players as well. Roarch just making his presence felt. There is a player jumping up top cat, not expected by Sarion, not able to play the ball, and now a blue hold for Noobs is huge. APG is in blue, so Luor probably going to have to play this ball. Jump out bottom middle. Waits for his team, and I mean, unbelievably done. That ball may be neutralized, but they keep control of blue, which is the priority position on the map right now.
Down by 12, minute 10 left to play. Leor doing everything he can to secure this win. He's going to be hitting 50 kills before we see anyone in Melanin. Breaking 40 here on top of that. He's got 54 seconds of ball time for his squad. He is doing everything as well. He wants this game 5 more than anybody.
You can tell he's making his presence felt here. 2 points separate the two. Snipe in the hands of Noble's able to hit a shot on the Ice Kid. King J still alive, continuing to pick up kills, and doesn't seem like that should be the case. A nice no-scope on a Sarion. King J still alive. Quantum's out. Quick scope on the APG coming off spawn, trying to impact the game. Ball back in the hands, and now Noobs in the lead. As nobody really focusing Noble, he's finding headshots left, right, and center. They've got to figure out a way to prioritize him as the target here, but nobody able to do anything about Noble's impact on the outcome of the end of this game.
I think this game would have been over if King J wasn't in here making some insane plays with the Quantum to keep this alive. Noobs, we saw incredible sniping from Noble, taking out everyone from Melanin except for King J, who was just in and out of the action. 15 seconds left to play. They need to get these kills, and the trade comes in, but the ball resets.
Already sets back to top middle. APG trying to desperately get a touch. Throws it to top middle. Nobody can get there, and it looks like we will be going to a game 5 here in our last series of the day. You asked for it. You were delivered. You were given an opportunity to see who's going to make it to Championship Sunday. It will be the first to 50 kills between Noobs and Melanin after some major plays on the side of Noobs to push this series the distance.
And you asked for it, Wes, and it looks like it may have in fact just been granted. At game number 5, we've got Melanin versus Noobs for all the marbles. Live Fire Slayer.
Back to Live Fire we go. We started the series with Live Fire. It was a dominant performance from Melanin, but completely different set of skills that's going to have to take to get this game 5 across the board. And as we go throughout this series, score by score by score, it has always been Noobs answering back. Did Noobs show you enough in that game 4 and the way they ended it to give you a lot of hope and promise that they feel very comfortable with taking this to the distance and finding a way to cross the finish line at the end?
I mean, absolutely. Like, you know, we talk about game number 5. Well, game number 5, Slayer. And what happened in that game, the slaying was all in favor of Noobs. Look at that kill feed. You had multiple players breaking 40, people on 50, nobody from Melanin even getting into that range. So just, if the momentum at least can kind of pick up like that, objective efficiency doesn't mean anything. We're getting ready to go into game number 5.
I mean, huge kills by Noble there. That kill on the APG, just the awareness that a player might be spawning bottom red or even just checking that angle very quickly. The fact that he hit that shot immediately was just massive to continue Noob's opportunity in what was the chaos that was that blue fight. So big job by him, but like you said, I mean, War, can't say enough about him. 24 assists to match 52 kills. I mean, there was so much action that happened in game 4, and War capitalized on all that action. But here we go, game 5 for all the marbles for a ticket to Championship Sunday kicks off now.
Yep. This is the one we've been waiting for. This is what players love competing like this for. This is when it's do or die time. And as we jump into the game, who will punch their ticket in? Predictions, Wes?
I'm leaning towards Noobs right now with the way that they were able to finish that game, but it really is going to come down to just power weapon control, in my opinion. APG's found his way to the Quantum Lure, forced to back down, and it's already early aggression from King J, trying to establish himself. He's had a hell of a series, statistically and performance-wise, so you know he wants to dictate how this game 5 is going to go. APG finds himself the snipe, posts up top tower. Camo coming up, and he's going to have eyes on the prize here. We'll see.
Tied up. As you can see, he's got the sniper looking to try to contest that camo. Not able to connect on that shot, but he had QT in a great position. Elects to just go ahead and relocate across the map. As you can see, lots of action coming back in. 2, 3 dead. Now APG stuck in a hard place, but I don't know if they know he's exactly over here. They're running towards tower, so I think they assume he's still over here hiding. And this is going to be a big surprise when they find him back in A.
Yeah, do they know APG still has snipe? They should, based off their knowledge that he hasn't been taken down, but they spot him here in the small window. Rorsch doesn't get hit. Noble, the narrow miss onto his head, keeps him alive. So these misses will all start to add up as 2 players go down for Melanin. APG not really able to impact what is this push from Noobs. Tries to rotate towards the big door, doesn't spot the player jumping up in the back of pit, and APG just kind of out of luck here from where he's checking, when he's checking, and starts to waste that sniper ammo, understanding that the pressure is going to be on him here back green shortly.
I mean, that's a tough decision to waste that too. It wasn't like a ton of ammo. It felt like it was kind of a decent place to try to like snipe from, I'd say. Especially when you find yourselves down a few kills already, but nonetheless, that sniper ammo is wasted. There's still 1 shot to work with. Not able to connect on that one. That's going to take Sniper out of the engagement.
APG now banded up, is taken down from a grenade. Several players from Melanin stuck in the pit, and they're all washed out. 4 go down for Melanin. It's a 5-kill lead for Noobs, and momentum heavily in their favor.
Yeah, you can see all these players coming off spawn towards tower. They're rushing out, but they don't know there's a player already C-plat. They take so much damage without outputting anything here. Finally, Sharky gets taken weak. Some of those players are able to escape, so that does bode well. That could have looked a lot worse than it did, but still, 6-kill lead as we reach the next camo.
Yeah, crazy that none of those players really died. Only one player gets lost on Melanin when they get out of the spawn trap. APG just eventually get taken down trying to compete for camo right now, but Melanin going to have numbers advantage towards that camo, so they did a phenomenal job getting out of there somehow, staying alive, keeping this at 5 kills. The camo's going to find the first kill onto Roche. Serion now. A lot of responsibility to get his team back into this game.
Lear grabs himself an answer. They're going to try to put camo in the hands of the sniper in the hands of the camo player. Once again, sure enough, Serion walks away with that. Noble trades a kill from a pretty bad position, so good job by him. Roche is looking for something, but both these players elected disengage from that fight. Leor cleaned up by Serion. Nice job playing top center, keeping these guys guessing on where he's going to go. Trying to cut down on this lead, making it down to just 3 now. So he's still got some camo to work with.
Yeah, he's got a lot of snipe to work with too. Spots a player spawning back house, and now Melanin really in control of the map. How do they decide to play this? Being exposed top middle by yourself with snipe is going to be difficult, especially after you miss the first shot. They're going to have pretty good awareness of where you are right now. I'm surprised he's not trying to relocate, and it does just slow down to a snail's pace here. You can tell this moment means so much as the game slows down, because the majority of your live fire slayers are constant action packed, but the moment being felt here, the kill does come through onto APG to extend the lead to 4, and now it looks like Noobs have made their way and created some space towards green.
You know, there's a thing I've talked about a few times recently, and it's in regards to teams practicing Slayer matches during scrims, and I think this kind of shows why you just don't see it too often. Is even when there are Slayer scrims in practice, it is never played out like this. You cannot replicate the tournament environment of a Game 5 Slayer match in a scrim. It's just virtually impossible. You see both players, or all players, not wanting to risk anything and guarantee these wins, but as we see, that Serion is ripping faces.
Under heavy pressure now, even finding 2, the last 2 players alive, doing some work to continue the 3-point lead here for Noobs. A nice no-scope after the repulse. I mean, Serion relocating, dip dive, dodging, hitting shots while he's doing it, trying to keep his team in this, but the lead's still 4 for Noobs, so a phenomenal job by Noobs to trade kills out while all this chaos is going on the side of Serion.
Yeah, camo spawning now. Noobs with a 5-kill lead and pushing, trying to contest this camo. Leor gets a kill onto King J. Serion's in a tough spot, also gets cleaned up. And Wes, as we reach the 50-point or the halfway mark through this game, this is the largest now lead we've seen here.
Yeah, it's never a good sign when your sniper's popping off and the lead's not getting any, or the deficit isn't getting any closer. So when Serion doesn't have that snipe, is Noobs just going to start to run away with this? Now with the camo in the hands of Noobs, spot Ice Kid in-house. Strikey finds himself a double in the kill feed. 4 go down, so the trade not that bad. You don't want to lose camo like that, but you'll take the 10-kill lead right now, and now the pressure's on. Now you will not expect Noobs to slow this game down. They want to make this game uncomfortable and trade out from here.
And I think I said 7 was the largest kill of the game, Wes, but that's a lie because it just keeps getting bigger and bigger, as now we're reaching 11 with Sniper QT spawning once again. This is the final moments. Can Melanin turn this around and make it till tomorrow? Is their tournament life about to expire?
Yeah, just so much pressure everywhere. So many things in Noob's favor right now. Damage continuing to go in their favor. The pushes look so strong. Trades are all they need, and trades are what they're getting. 41-31, the lead still 10. Serion with the snipe makes it 9, but I mean, you're asking for a miracle right now. You got to be perfect. Only 5 shots left with the snipe. Dummies is where Noobs will be pushing from, and Serion can't get his shield back for limited time. Look at the uncomfortableness of Melanin's positioning right here as they continue to go down.
Oh no, they get 2 kills there, a couple of trades, but they are cutting down into this lead. Back down now only to 7 here. Still a lot of clock left to play with. Looks like they're recognizing some of the spawns coming over here towards B, and they really want to address and at least try to pick off one of the players here. Serion connects on another shot onto those players at C. There's a push coming in towards B by a QT player. King J backs down. The grenade comes in from Serion. 6-kill game as we are reaching these final marks. Camo in 15. He's still got 2 shots here to work with, Wes.
Yes, Aaron's not missing right now. This game is still winnable on their side. There's a big door coming, a big door push coming in, and Ice Kid's going to lose his life. There's too many players coming through. The sniper's now out of ammo, and that's Sarion's ticket to get taken down finally. 46-38, the door blown wide open. Big door was executed perfectly from Noobs. 4 go down, 47-39 now. 3 kills to go for Noobs to find themselves a ticket.
Oh yeah, this one hurts too, especially live for a map that is just so hard to live at all times when an enemy team is so close to victory and knocking you out of the tournament. No room for error. Noble and crew trying to push up. Somehow the nade doesn't take him out. Nades exploding everywhere. Ice Kid on the run, but not able to get away. Rorsch closes that one out, and that is Noobs moving on to Sunday. Melanin gone from Atlanta.
Hell of a performance still for Melanin, but it will be Noobs that get the better of them. Game 5 to end the day, and Noobs look dominant. I mean, Sarion, even with the snipes that he's hitting, even with all the presence that he's having there in that Game 5, it's not enough. You could still see Noobs were able to just find opportunity and openings throughout it, and it's got to be pointed out. Noble 14, 6, and 7 to end the day. That's exactly how you want to go out in the Game 5. Double pause on the side of him, but I mean, it was just an impressive performance from all of Noobs to be able to weather the storm that was being thrown at them, but still find ways to continue to build a very strong lead towards the end of that game.
Oh, you always got to feel good about walking away with a win, and when you take both Slayers as well in a close format, you know, I think it kind of bodes well to their playstyle, where each time they have a player who just kind of doesn't die on the map and like runs around with camo, and everyone else is just running and trading kills. And eventually you get enough of a lead where you can just keep that momentum. You can see that even though they were able to bring it back within a few, the second that the setup breaks, it's just all over.
Yeah, the second the snipe runs out of ammo, it was really all Noobs. Sarion did a ton of work. We continue to say it, but I mean, without the S7, I'm not even sure how close this game would be. Noobs, you have to think that they got to better strategize around keeping the S7 less effective than it was, but they did a phenomenal job working around the picks that Sarion was finding and making sure he didn't snowball that, or even all of Melanin didn't snowball those kills into what should have been a much closer game. Great pressure from them and understanding when to slow it down, speed it up. So, I mean, Noob's showing you a little bit of everything here to get back into this series in Game 4 and then punch their ticket to Championship Sunday for Game 5.
Yeah, and I mean, you take it back, you know, a look at the series, Live First Strongholds, kind of just all Melanin, and then it almost like they were almost outplaying them for most of the series. Fell short Game 2, had the lead in Game 3, could have closed it out in Game 4 early as well, but just at the end of the day, not able to get it done, and that's definitely a hard Game 5 to go out on, being so close to jumping back into that Sunday conversation and competition. But at the same time, we'll see what kind of matches we have in store here for tomorrow as well.
Excited for tomorrow. I think that's the big thing. The winners bracket looks stacked. We kick off the day, I believe, with Shopify versus Luminon, a series that went to the grand finals last weekend. So I'm excited to watch those two go at it. Maj and Kraken C should be a solid series as well. Elimination brackets stacked with a ton of talent. World champions find themselves already in the elimination bracket. Eps is going to be the team to watch, in my opinion. How strong do they get throughout the reps that they're putting in here? I know that they're not a big scrim team. I'm not sure how much they practice coming into this, but the more reps, the better for them. So I'm excited to see them continue as well as Luminon Black. That's a team that has created some upsets so far this year and started to really show some promise throughout their young careers.
I mean, a lot of great teams still left in the tournament, and you know, based on these brackets as well, like, you got to get all the way down to those lower semifinals here if you're going to be making a run and you know, securing your spot, your seed, your trip, you know, into the tournament as well. So as we see, Beps versus Legion Gaming, that's a time they've matched up, you know, time and time again in some of these online qualifiers. Luminon Black as well, going to be the next matchup, depending on how that series goes. So still a lot of room in the lower bracket too, or, you know, kind of like any given Sunday scenarios, right? You never know what's going to happen in the lower bracket.
Well, Championship Sunday on the horizon. A lot of storylines, a lot to play for. A big journey for those elim teams that plan on making a run, like you said, Kyle. Any final thoughts for today and what you witnessed and what you're most excited for tomorrow?
I mean, I'm most excited for everything tomorrow, to be honest. I definitely want to see how the likes of Stellar Eco, now that we have the return of Bound, are going to match up against some of these teams. The resurgence of the former SSG roster. You know, we have Snakebite coming out of retirement and joining Luminon is a very similar storyline as Penguin coming out of retirement and joining back with this other roster and his former teammates also. So, like, if those two teams end up matching up in the bracket,
that'll be fun.
Super excited to see that.
Yeah, fireworks will happen there. You know that there's no love lost between those crews. So, super excited to see where the brackets turn out and how they turn out throughout tomorrow's games. And with that being said, just wanted to give a massive shout out to Straight Rippin', giving us the opportunity to get on the mic, watch some Halo, and broadcast for you guys. Shout out to the production team and the work they put in today. Phenomenal job, everyone, and I couldn't be more excited for Championship Sunday. Make sure you return back here tomorrow. We're going to be kicking it off as soon as the gameplay starts, and we will see you tomorrow, everyone. Thank you for everything, and sleep tight, and Championship Sundays right around the corner.